Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Luffy's powers and had Harem? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Nika by Yuda777_. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. We find ourselves in a world where people have achieved unimaginable things. It all began with the first baby born glowing brighter than normal. After that, various cases arose around the world, and this was called Kosei, or Quirk. With this, people all over the world began to use them for evil. Another group of people took action and the Hero Commission was created. Being a hero went from something impossible that many dreamed of to a reality. Now we focus on a 4-year-old green-haired boy with a smile from ear to ear, and you'll wonder why. Well, he's a huge fan of heroes, and just today, after leaving kindergarten, they were going to take him to find out who his Kosei is. Once leaving the garden, his mother arrived. Inko. Hello Izu, how was your day today? Izuku. Well mommy, today I had a lot of fun with my classmates and Kachan. They are all very funny she, he said laughing. Inko. That's good, son, he said with a smile. Now let's go, or don't you want to know what your quirk is? Izuku. Of course mom, let's go, he said with a smile. They would get in the car and go to the hospital to find out Izuku's quirk. Already at the hospital they would go to the doctor's office. Doctor. Well, ma'am, what brings you here? He said bitterly. Inko. Well, I would like to know what my son's quirk is if possible, she said with a smile. Doctor. Okay, kiddo, I'll take some blood to see if you have a Kosei, and if so, which one it is. Izuku, a little afraid of the needle, would accept, but not before taking his mother's hand. And after a few minutes, Doctor. Well, I already have the results and I think I have some bad news, ma'am. Inko. Why, doctor, doesn't Izu have a quirk? She said, somewhat worried, looking at her son. Doctor. No, you see your son does have a quirk, it's just that it's useless, he said with a mocking face. Inko. And why is that, a doctor? She asked a little angrily. Doctor. Your son's quirk gives him the properties of rubber, so you see, it's kind of useless. It's called rubber. And kid, if your dream is to be a hero, I think you should give up, haha. Inko. I won't let you talk about my son like that. Anyway, let's go, Izuku. She would take Izuku by the hand and they would leave. Izuku, upon arriving at the car, would sit in the back and start thinking. Izuku. Are you serious? There's nothing I can do? I'm useless. His mother would see him very sad and preferred not to say anything because she did not want her children to suffer more than they already were. When Inko got home, she was about to speak, but Izuku would run up to his room and slam the door very loudly. His mother would see that and feel bad for her son, so she thought about preparing some special food for him to make him happy. Izuku, for his part, after closing the door, would lie down on the bed and cry for a while before falling asleep. After 2 hours, Izuku woke up and went down to eat and would see his mother with a large plate of katsudon about to go up the stairs. His mother sees him and invites him to the table to eat together. They both sit down and begin to eat. Was the meal, so to speak, awkward? Neither of them knew what to say to avoid worrying the other. Anyway, dinner would end, and Izuku would go back up to his room. Several hours had passed, and now Inko would go up to Izuku's room to check on him, but she hadn't expected what she saw. She found Izuku crying, watching a video of All Might saving so many people. For his part, Izuku would continue watching the video and cry even louder, saying, Izuku. Why'd I have to be useless? I wanted to be someone who can save many lives. I love seeing smiles on people, but why did I have to be useless? This would break Inko's heart, and she opened the door. Izuku saw her and asked her with a very broken and weak voice. Izuku. Mom, do you think I can be an amazing hero? Inko would run to hug him and cry and tell him, Inko, of course, Izu. You'll be the best. Just don't give up. Because remember, those who always smile are the strongest. Izuku felt something hit him gently and gave him hope. That was all he wanted his mom to tell him. He would thank her with all his heart. Izuku would hug her and say, Izuku. Thank you. Really thank you so much mom, I love you so much. Inko. Okay, now Izu, it's time to go to dinner, so put on a big smile, and go wash your hands." Izuku attended and went straight to the bathroom the next day. Izuku was on his way to kindergarten, very happy for the words his mother had told him at night. He would arrive and see his friend Kachan, as he told him, playing with other children. Kachan would see Izuku arrive and went with him. "Katsuki. Hi Deku, how did it go yesterday with the doctor? What kosei do you have?" "It's not because I got excited, it's just because I don't think it's as impressive as mine," he said, making small explosions in his hands. Izuku. "Well, it went well for me, Kachan. Yes, I have kosei and it's called the Nika model and it allows me to have the properties of rubber." Kachan would understand little of what Izuku said, but he laughed a little at him when he said Goma. Katsuki. "Hey Deku, but that's useless, now your nickname remains, ha ha ha." Izuku would lower his head a little and was about to leave, but he hears Kachan say something. Katsuki. "Hey guys, Deku's kosei is useless, he's just a human eraser, ha ha ha." At that everyone started laughing and Izuku lowered his head and ran away from there towards the classroom with a few small tears on his face. At recess time, Izuku would go out and Kachan would wait for him outside to see him and make fun of him again. Izuku avoided him and left, leaving Katsuki alone and going to the games at the back of the school to cry a little and eat. At departure time, Izuku would go out and wait for his mother, but before she arrived, Katsuki arrived and said certain things that would make Izuku cry and wonder again what he did wrong. Katsuki. "You are useless and you always will be, you are nothing more than a stone, and understand that Deku, do not get in my way again, you are in my way," he said, throwing Izuku to the floor. Katsuki was gone and Izuku was left crying uncontrollably for what had just happened, and his doubts would return again. Izuku. "Am I really useless?" His mom would arrive and hear that. She bent down, hugged him and said, "Inko. Of course you are useful, you are the best son and in the future the best hero." Izuku would stop crying and go with his mother with a big smile. That day Izuku promised that for his mother he would become stronger and protect the smiles, and he would do it so that everyone who saved them would laugh. Izuku began to train a little and see the possibilities of his kosei. There he discovered that despite seeming useless he could take advantage of the versatility of his quirk. Time skip. 3 years. Age 7 years. We see a green-haired boy with a backpack getting into a truck to go camping in a forest for a school trip. The trip was going well. Once they arrived, the teacher showed them places to settle in the area. After setting up the tents, the teacher would assign students to look for firewood for the campfire, Izuku being one of them. Izuku would go into the forest, but suddenly he crashed into something. This was a small boat drifting in the middle of the forest. Izuku would get on and enter a cabin full of books and maps. Izuku would see them and would approach to observe them closely. In that, he stumbled upon a small book that said, Haki. The green-haired man would see it and read it a little, realizing that it was something that would be useful in his training, so he took it. After a while he would leave the boat and continue looking for wood so that he would not be scolded for not bringing anything. After 3 days of camping Izuku would return home with his mother. "Izuku. Mom, I'm here," he would shout to avoid receiving a response from his mother, but then Izuku would notice a letter on the table that said, "Izuku, I think you've already arrived, so I'm leaving you this letter to let you know that I went shopping, and don't worry if you don't find me, I'll be back in 2 hours. At Mama, Izuku. Well, Mom isn't here, I thought I'd continue my training and read that book I found, she, he said laughing. Izuku went out to the backyard and did a few squats, push-ups, and pull-ups on a bar and then ran a little. After that little training he set out to read the book he found, and it said, "Hello to whoever is reading this, my name is **********, and this book talks about the arts of Haki. Haki is a power possessed by all creatures in the world, presence, fighting spirit, intimidation. Nothing different from the things humans can naturally sense. But most humans are unaware of this power. Or perhaps they spend their entire lives trying to awaken it without success. Not giving up, that is strength. There are 3 types of this force, which are Kanbunshoku Haki or observation Haki, which gives users a 6th sense of the world around them and unlimited precognitive capacity. Busoshoku Haki or Haki de Armadura, which allows the user to use their spirit as armor to defend themselves from attacks, or to perform their own more powerful attacks. The Haki of the Conquistador, a rare type of Haki that only one in a million can use, granting the user the ability to dominate the will of others. Most people who can use Haki tend to have a type they are best at, and as a result, they focus on enhancing that type. However, a person can enhance their abilities with all types of Haki. But it requires rigorous training to be able to manifest the power of Haki, so I hope whoever found this doesn't give up and manage to awaken Haki. For that, I left a guide in this book with my experiences of how I mastered Haki. I hope it helps. Izuku would be. That's great. With this I will definitely fulfill my dream. It's time to try learning Haki. She he said with a big smile and laughing. Definitely I will be a hero. Time skip. 1 year. Age. 8. Izuku. I've already made progress with observation Haki, now we'll move on to armor Haki. I'll do my best to achieve my dream. Flashback. After finding the book and learning about Haki, little Broccoli began his training in Haki. It's been a year since we last saw Reed. This year he first told his mother about Haki and she promised to help him with his training, making our green-haired boy super happy. His training began to master observation Haki. He wore a blindfold and listened to things his mother threw at him with her telekinesis quirk. At first it was very difficult for him, but little by little he found a way to dodge more and more each time. Little by little he mastered it, sometimes even wearing the blindfold for days or several hours to improve his senses. Everything went well in one day. We see a green-haired boy sitting with a bandage on his face while his mother stands behind him with a baseball bat. Inko. Are you sure you're doing this, Izu? It's very dangerous, it could even kill you, she said with a worried face. Izuku. Calm down, Mom, I'm sure it will work this time, just try to hit me really hard, okay? Inko. Okay, but I'm not very sure, I'll try. Izuku. Okay, now let's go. Inko started trying to hit him with the bat and it went on like this for a few seconds, then after several hits suddenly. 5. The bang was heard all over the street, followed by a shout of, "Are you okay?" In the garden of the house we see an Izuku with a large bump on his head and a little delirious. Inko. Izu. Izuku react, I'm sorry, loudly crying, please don't abandon me. Izuku. Why is the grass talking? I can't move. After a few minutes of crying from his mother, Izuku reacted, calmed his mother and decided to try again. His mother refused to do so. Inko. No, Izuku, that's very dangerous. What if he hits you too hard? What if you go crazy? They'll call you the crazy man downtown, she said, murmuring a lot and very worried. Izuku. Calm down, Mom, I promise it will be the last time, so please, making eyes like a beaten puppy. Her mother agreed to that, she couldn't do anything against her little lettuce's puppy face. And so began a series of attempts to hit Izuku again from his mother. She, very worried, did not measure her strength and gave a super hit, but suddenly. Minute 0:52 to 0:57. His mother saw this in surprise, then Izuku removed the bandage, to see his mother's surprised face and realize that he had achieved it. Izuku. I did it, Mom, did you see that? It was amazing, he said with a big smile. Inko couldn't believe it, that it had been that. Inko. I couldn't even see it, is this really just the basic level? Wow, Izuku, that was great, you did it, she said, going to hug him. Izuku. And this is just the beginning, I will become the best. End of flashback. Time skip. 2 months. It had been 2 months since Broccoli had started with armor Haki and everything was going well, but just that day a new moment in his life began. Today he would start at his new school. After leaving kindergarten, Izuku separated from Katsuki and would go to another elementary school. What he didn't count on was that at his new school, after he announced his kosei, everyone started making fun of him for being useless. He finally got tired after 3 years of enduring teasing, so after mastering observation Haki he asked his mother to change schools and today was that day. Izuku. Finally, I can be calmer, I hope nothing goes wrong. D. The next day we see a green-haired man in front of a door, ready to enter his new living room. Izuku. It's time. From the other side of the door was heard. Teacher. Well, now you will have a new partner, so I hope you treat him well. Izuku would walk in and stand at the front of the class. And I would say, his classmates would look at him strangely, but some of them snickered at the joke. Teacher. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Izuku? The teacher would say, and some raised their hands, which would be the two who raised their hands. Teacher. Let's see Isugu, what is your question? Isugu. What school do you come from? Izuku. From the primary school. Teacher. Okay, now Rin, what is your question? Rin. What's your quirk? He said with a face that showed he was very tired. Izuku would get a little nervous, but he would still answer. Izuku. It's called rubber and it allows me to stretch my body approximately 77 meters. Does that answer your question, Princess Eyes? Rin would get a little angry at the nickname but would still answer. Rin. Yes, broccoli. The teacher shook his head negatively upon hearing Rin say that but ignored it anyway. Teacher. Okay, Izuku, go sit behind Rin. Izuku nodded and went to sit down with a big smile. That's how it all went until break time, when he would sit under a tree to have a snack, but suddenly some children would approach him. Idiot 1. So you're the one with the useless quirk, ha ha ha. Idiot 2. Really, rubber. So many things and you had to get that ugly thing. I don't even know what you're doing here, useless. At that Izuku would stop eating and say something to them, but suddenly. Question mark. 1/2. Leave him alone, are you really that mediocre to insult someone defenseless? Idiots. What do you care? Question mark. 1/2. He's our friend. Don't bother him. That's not true, but it makes me angry that you do that, so go away. The idiots would feel some fear for the second, so they would leave angry. Izuku. I didn't need your help, Isugu and Princess Eyes. Rin. Say what you want, broccoli. Isugu. Don't be like that, Rin. Okay, Izuku, don't you want to join us? Izuku. Smiling, yes, thanks for that, Isugu. Rin. And I have broccoli. Izuku. Sorry, did you say something? She. Rin would annoy him because of how stupid he was, but he still smiled quietly. And so Izuku would start his new life in a different school and continue his training. Time skip. 8 months. Izuku would continue with his armor Haki training and would do very well, being able to make it appear, but he couldn't use it on anything. We see a green-haired man walking with his friends down a somewhat lonely street. Isugu. I told you we shouldn't have gone in there, I'll have traumas with that lady, fearful. Izuku and Rin. Ha ha ha, what a crybaby you are, besides it was just seeing her almost undressing. Isugu. But you saw what he was like, his face was scary and besides it's dark, he said with chills. Izuku. Right, we have to go home so as not to worry our mothers. Saying that would send shivers down the spines of the three of them, reminding them of their mother hitting them with her flip-flop. Rin. Okay, let's go, crybaby and broccoli. The three would continue walking, but suddenly someone very drunk appears. Hey kids, don't you want some candy? Rin and Izuku refused, but Isugu would fall into the trap. The man caught Isugu. At this the boys would worry and try to calm the man so that he would release Isugu. Izuku. Okay sir, calm down. If you want, I'll give you some money I have, but let go of my friend. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that, brat? Give me the money and I'll let him go. Izuku would take out the money and approach Rin and say, Izuku. Listen, when I give you the money, quickly grab Isugu and then I'll take care of it. Rin was a little curious as to why he said that, but she would accept the mandate anyway. Izuku. Well, here you have it now, let go of my friend. The man would quickly let go of Isugu and take the money, but that wouldn't be enough for him. He took out a knife and pointed it at Izuku, making a cut on his arm. Rin and Isugu. Izuku scream upon seeing their friend hurt. For his part, Izuku, feeling the pain, would step back and drop the money, but the man wasn't satisfied with that and approached Izuku again with his speed quirk activated and the knife in his hand. Izuku dodged several slashes and tried to use armor Haki to prevent him from hitting him again with the knife until he felt another slash on his right hand. Izuku. Ah, he said, feeling the pain. The man would jump again, but now Izuku would stay still. Everyone was surprised to see that. Rin and Isugu. Move, be careful, they would say, worried for their friend. For his part, the man would laugh and give a sadistic smile, followed by throwing slashes at Izuku. He dodged them all until after dodging a slash he would move his hand back a little and activate armor Haki for the first time well and would punch him with something reddish-black on his arm to send the guy flying and would smile when he saw that he succeeded. Rin and Isuku were very surprised to see that, but they came out of their shock and went to see how their friend was. Izuku for his part, being his first time using Haki in a good way, would end up tired and fall to the ground. The boys picked up their friend and took him to a nearby hospital to have his wounds checked so he wouldn't bleed out. After a while the boy would leave the hospital and his mother was waiting for him there, but his friends were also there, so he went with them to say goodbye. Izuku. Guys, this way, he said, raising his hand. They would approach him and ask him what they said. He answered, and after a while of talking that the broccoli was not important he would be about to leave, but before that they turned around and would say to their friends. Izuku. So Izuku, princess eyes. Ha ha ha, how sentimental you are. He said, smiling and going with his mother. Rin. Damn broccoli. Isuku. Does he know that saying princess eyes isn't an insult? He said, smiling with a drop of sweat on his temple looking at Izuku. As for our favorite lettuce, he would arrive with his mother and she would give him away for being irresponsible and for not coming home early, hitting him on the head. Izuku. Ouch, he said in pain. Inko bent down and hugged him and said. Inko. Don't do it again, you had me very worried, she said with tears. Izuku would reassure her and tell her. Izuku. But all this had a big good side. Inko. Really? Which one is Izuku? Yes, look mom, he said, activating armor Haki in his left hand. Inko, that's what I think Izuku is. Izuku. Yes, mom, it's armor Haki. Inko would be surprised, but then she would get angry and hit Izuku again. Inko. So she said with some anger, is that why you did that stupid thing? Just to test your Haki. Izuku would feel his mother's killing intent and say. Izuku. No, it wasn't just because of that, mom. I also wanted to help Isuku, he said nervously. Mom. Help. It had been a year since our beloved broccoli had managed to awaken armor Haki. And to summarize, he had spent all those years improving his Haki. He could now use it without problems and it didn't cause him fatigue. However, it wasn't the best Haki one could have, and he knew that. Izuku. Okay, it's time to go take a bath. Tomorrow I'll continue my Shishishi training. I hope mom made some katsudon for dinner. The green-haired boy would go up to his room to take his precious bath. The next morning, we see our protagonist entering his living room and looking at his two friends. Their relationship with them after the incident has improved a lot, they even made an oath as brothers. Izuku. Hey guys, good morning. Rin, Isuku. Hello broccoli, hello. Izuku. Always with that princess eyes attitude. They were always together, their brotherhood was something to envy. Time skip. 4 months. Age. 9 years. One day like any other we see a green-haired man wake up, only unlike the rest of the week today was Saturday and he had promised to go to Isuku's house and spend the day with him and Rin. Once awake, he took a bath and after lunch he would get into the car with his mother to drop Isuku off. He got out and knocked on the door of the house. At that a woman with brown hair opened it and behind her a blue-haired boy looked out. Izuku after seeing Isuku ran to greet him. Inko, for her part, greeted Isuku's mother and asked her to take care of him, then said goodbye to Izuku. Inko. Goodbye Izu, take care of yourself and don't do stupid things. Izuku. Yes, mom, I promise it won't happen again. He said remembering what happened last time and trembling a little. How lucky I had Haki. Isuku. Okay, let's go, Izuku, Rin is up there waiting for us. Both went up. Izuku went out to Rin and they started to play some games. Later in the afternoon Isuku would propose going out for a while, the other two accepted and gladly left the house. They were heading to a nearby park to play with many more children. Once it was getting dark they left because they didn't want to worry Isuku's mother. They would go back and go up to the blue hair's room again. Once there they would start talking. Izuku. Hey guys, have you ever wondered if when Mount Lady goes to the bathroom in her giant form, she'll poop in a giant way too? Rin, Isuku. Hey, I wouldn't know, I suspect _ Rin. Okay, now let's move on to something more interesting. Love. Izuku. What are those princess eyes? Can you eat them? Isuku. It's when you like someone. Izuku. Like it, like Katsudon. Rin. This broccoli is very silly, I'd better ask you Isuku, do you like someone? Isuku. Poo well I think so. Rin. Triple A yeah. And who is it? Isuku. Well, it's Anri he said, fuming. Izuku. And who is that? Rin. A classmate from our class, a redhead. Izuku. Little Red Riding Hood. Rin. Isuku. Little Red Riding Hood. Why do you call her that? They said in unison. Izuku. I didn't remember his name, Shishishi. Rin. I already imagined it. Isuku. Well, by the way, I've never asked you about your quirk. Rin, what is it? Rin. It's called resonance. It allows me to make the sound of my voice move and come from different directions. I can also amplify it and make anyone who hears my voice paralyzed for 5 seconds, but I need to be 20 meters close to them. I can also do it with another person's voice. And yours Isuku? Isuku. Mine is protagonist perception. It allows me to see everything that happens within a 100-meter radius, know everything about any object or person within this field and things that may happen in the future but only for 3 seconds. Izuku. Wow, they are great. I can only be rubber sad face. Rin. You think that because you haven't seen the good side, but you're really stupid, broccoli. At this Izuku would be surprised and Isuku nodded to what Rin said. Izuku. Ah yeah, and what is the good winged princess eyes? Rin would get mad at that but she would let it go and tell him. Rin. If I had that body, I'd take advantage of the flexibility of my muscles and bones. I can make them wider, shorter, enlarge my body by taking in air, increase the way my blood pumps, stretch my arms, and hit harder. I'd do all that, and nothing would happen because I'm made of rubber. Izuku would think about it a lot and stay quiet for a while. Rin. But hey, I guess I just helped you broccoli. Isuku would also think about what Rin said and he was right. Using his quirk he checked the possibilities and they were all 100%. After that conversation, they were about to go to sleep, but suddenly they heard Isuku's parents saying they were going out since they had their anniversary dinner that day. They said goodbye to them and went back to their room. After an hour of bathing, the three would go to sleep. If it weren't for strange noises coming from the kitchen of the house, they thought it would be Isuku's parents so they didn't worry, but after that they heard the sound of a glass breaking. They would worry so they asked Isuku to use his quirk to find out who or. I was passing by. Isuku. Okay, I hope nothing strange happens. He would use his kosei and see that it was a villain who had broken into the house and robbed them. He would tell them this, and they would worry. Rin. We should call the police or the heroes. Isuku. But the phone is down there, what are we going to do? Izuku. I know, Rin and I will entertain the villain and you call the police and heroes. Everyone thought it was a good idea, so that's what they did. They would go down slowly so that the villain wouldn't notice their presence and thus reach the phone. Unfortunately, the villain noticed and threw some acid at them with his quirk. They miraculously dodged it and ran, reaching the living room. Isuku would grab the phone and start calling. Meanwhile Izuku waited for the villain and Rin was ready to paralyze him. The villain would enter the living room so Rin said. Rin. Stop. The villain froze as Izuku struck him with armor Haki. The villain stepped back and said. Damn brats, I'll kill you. Izuku. Go ahead, we're not afraid of you, it can't be what I just said, I'm trembling. Really brat. The villain would throw many acid shots which Izuku dodged, that would make the villain enraged so he launched himself at him. He turned his body into acid and jumped towards Izuku, who hit him but the blow passed through the villain and he was about to attack Izuku but. Rin. Alto. The villain fell to the ground and looked like a stain there. That gave the protagonists a reprieve, and Izuku stepped back. Isuku. His quirk allows him to turn his body into acid, so be careful when you hit him. Rin and Izuku. Bien. Isuku. The heroes are already on their way, just hold on a little longer. From the platform the villain reacted again and said. Question mark question mark question mark. You pointing at Rin are the most dangerous, I'll kill you first. They would get a little scared. The villain turned into pure acid again and jumped against the boys. Izuku would try to attack but would fail. The villain passed Laredo from him and went straight towards Rin but Izuku got in his way and hit him but got a burn from the blow. Izuku. Ah, it would be better to use Haki. Out of nowhere, Izuku's arms would turn a reddish-black color and he would approach. He would attack the villain, and a very close exchange of blows would begin. After several blows, they both separated, Izuku with several burns due to his 100% control of Haki. The villain, for his part, looked weak, he was melting. And if the villain turned into an acid stain and didn't move. Isuku. We did it. Izuku would fall somewhat worn out by the burns, but he would still celebrate. Everything was fine, but something was strange. The stain had disappeared, no one had noticed, but suddenly something appeared behind Rin and hit him in the chest. He turned around and saw the villain, then he looked down and saw something that shocked everyone. The villain had his fist in Rin's chest, burning several of his organs in the process. He pulled out his fist and started laughing. Ha ha ha, how useless, they ate the acid clone. Rin would fall to the floor spitting blood, taking Izuku and Isuku out of shock. Lot 2. Rin. Izuku. Damn you, damn you, damn you, you'll pay for doing that. Izuku would rush to hit the villain and he would just absorb the blows and burn Izuku with the acid. You're useless, I just killed your friend and you can't do anything, ha ha ha. They both stepped back, but Izuku heard something that broke his heart. Rin. Izuku, you're not useless, you were always someone I admired, you're an idiot but that makes you special, I was never going to tell you this but sheds tears and more blood pua. Izuku. Rin. Why do you say that? You'll be fine friend, just let me take care of this villain. Rin. No, Izuku, it's inevitable, but promise me something. Izuku. Yes, but please stay with us. Rin. I won't be able to do it, but promise me you'll fulfill our dream. To be a hero, to be the best. I know you'll achieve it alone. Never give up. Promise me. Hua. Spitting blood. Izuku. Claro too. Rin. So Rin, broccoli, how sentimental you are, he said, spitting more blood and closing his eyes. Izuku. Rin. Re-en. How pathetic. Izuku. Détente. You didn't listen to me, you're a good for nothing. Izuku. Détente susurrando. Question mark. Your friend died in vain, all three of them are useless. Izuku. Para susurrando. Becoming heroes, what a waste of time for cowards and inept people like you, it's something you would never achieve. It's good that he died. Izuku. I told you to stop. At that the villain would feel a wave of something hitting him and he would start to feel dizzy, so much so that he was about to faint, but I'm already tired of you, I'm going to kill you. He would throw a shot of acid that would hit Izuku in the chest and the pressure would stop being felt, but the villain was very affected. Izuku, for his part, would be unconscious, and the villain would rush to kill him, but suddenly something hit him and threw him to the other side of the house, leaving him unconscious. And someone was heard, everything is fine, why am I here? Era All Might. After the arrival of the number one hero, things finally calmed down. The police arrived to arrest the villain and take him away. Isuku's parents arrived and saw the whole scene of their house destroyed. They would be alarmed and rush inside to check on the children. But they would be treated to the worst sight. Their son in shock next to one of his friends, unconscious with a large wound in his chest. On the other side, they found something that left them perplexed. Their son's other friend with a large hole in his chest surrounded by his own blood. They looked across the house at a particular hero, police officers, and an ambulance. They then ran to ask what had happened, but they didn't receive much information from the professionals. After a while, you can see some paramedics taking Izuku to a hospital to treat him and take Rin's body. That night there was crying, hope, disappointment, blood, and a new opportunity for our protagonist. A week had passed since the incident at Isuku's house. Now we can see a green-haired man in a hospital bed unconscious, and next to the bed was his mother peeling an apple waiting for him to wake up. She went out to throw out the trash, but when she returned to the room the bed was empty. The cables connected to her son that kept him alive were lying on the floor along with some doctors arriving alarmed. She noticed that there was a trail of blood. She decided to follow that trail, that led her to the roof of the hospital where from the door you could hear Izuku. Why, he said before shedding tears as much as he could. After hearing that, his mother would come in and see her son. all bandaged up and covered in blood from the burns and the wound in his chest, kneeling on the floor, crying and hitting him. That broke her heart. Inko. Stop Izuku, if your wound's open you could die. Izuku would just turn to look at her and then continue crying. Inko. No matter what you do, he won't come back. He died and you won't be able to stop that. Izuku would cry even louder and turn to her to ask her. Izuku. Is he really dead? Please tell me it's a dream, Mom, he said in a very weak voice. Inko. Yes, he's dead. Izuku would now give a big scream. Re-en. After hearing that, his mother ran to hug him and calm him down before returning to the room. Once in the room, and after hours of Izuku resting, the doctors arrived and told him they would soon release him so he could go. He thanked them for everything. It was 5 p.m. and we could see an Izuku looking out the window, but a visitor would make him look the other way. It was Isuku. Isuku. Hello, how are you? Izuku. Well, the doctors told me that I'll be able to go soon. Isuku. That's good, but that's not what I mean. You know, he's dead. Izuku would turn back to the window. Izuku. You know, he hasn't understood it yet. Isuku. Me neither. Izuku. I know he's dead, but I don't want to accept it. Isuku tried to say something but Izuku interrupted him. Izuku. You know, if he were here, he'd tell us we were pathetic. He always cared about us being okay. He didn't die for us to mourn him. He died so we could fulfill what we promised to be. And even though it hurts me not to see him again, I want him to see me and be happy for me. Izuku would hear something behind him. Was it Isuku? Was he crying? Isuku. You're right, we're pathetic without him, he said, wiping away his tears. Izuku, I know we have a promise with Rin, but let's do something. Izuku would turn to look at him. Isuku. When you're discharged, come to my house, he said as he left. Izuku would be surprised but he would do it anyway. After 5 more days, Izuku would finally leave the hospital. And as promised, he would go to Isuku's house. Once they arrived, he knocked and Isuku opened the door. After that, they both left. Isuku would take Izuku to a place he didn't know. Was it a cemetery? He wondered. After a few minutes of searching they finally arrived at the indicated place. Isuku. Okay, Izuku, this is Rin's grave, and now. I was going to speak but Izuku would cry a little before. Izuku. Rin, I would say to shed tears. Isuku continued with his conversation. Isuku. Okay Izuku, but this is not the time to cry, he said as he took out a bottle of salt from his backpack. Remember the time we became brothers. Izuku would sit down and Isuku would continue. Isuku. That day we promised that no matter where we are, we would always help and support each other so we could fulfill our dreams. And I know no one will forget that promise. But now, we'll make another promise from me and you to Rin. Isuku. Rin, I promise I'll become the best soccer player in the world. And I want you to see me so you'll feel proud of my brother. Izuku would be puzzled but Isuku would look at him and tell him it was his turn. Izuku. Okay, I promise you that I will fulfill our dream Rin, to be heroes and make everyone happy. And I also want to apologize, he would shed tears. In how long we have known each other I never told you but I admired you like an older brother. I regret never having told you before. I'm also sorry to call you Princess Eyes. He shed tears, and thank you for helping me understand my quirk better. Isuku would look at him strangely and Izuku would wonder why. Isuku. Izuku, you know it's not an insult to call someone Princess Eyes. Izuku would be in shock. Izuku. What do you mean, then why was Rin upset? Isuku. Well, flashback. Isuku. So you don't mind me calling you Princess Eyes? Rin. No, I'm just embarrassed because it sounds nice and I want to be rude. Isuku would have a drop of sweat on the back of his neck at what was said. Isuku. Rin. Don't laugh, it's serious. By the way, don't tell him that under any circumstances. End of flashback. Isuku. It's not a problem, I just don't think it's an insult. Izuku. Ooh, Isuku. Well, let's continue. Rin, we promise that you'll be proud of us, your younger brothers, and when we fulfill our dream, we'll come back here to have another sip of sake with you. He said to pour sake into 3 cups and take one. Izuku took the other and in unison they said. The two. Cheers, they said to take the sake and leave the cup for Rin. After that the two returned to Isugi's house. Time skip. 6 years. Age. 15 years. 6 years had passed since Rin's death and now Izuku and Isugi had begun their journey to become the best. For his part, Izuku, in these 6 years, discovered that he had the Conqueror's Haki, so he took advantage of it and after a long journey of hard training, he managed to master it. However, he knew that it was not enough. If he wanted to be the best, he had to use his Kosei and improve his Haki. For 5 years, he was practicing and using his Haki to improve it to an advanced level. But he did not stop there because he also improved with his Quirk, taking Rin's advice and creating great ways to fight. Sometimes he wanted to give up but every time he did there was Isugi to support him and remind him of his promise. For his part, Isugi began to put more focus into training with the elementary school team. He lived each game with all he could, but things didn't always go smoothly. Because of Rin's death, he became somewhat withdrawn and more quiet. However, Izuku made him change and realize that what he was doing wasn't right. And 1 year ago Isugi, along with his new high school team, embarked on an inter-regional football tournament where many schools participated. Now we can both of them, together at Isugi's house playing video games. Isugi, this is our last year of high school and, in 10 months we will both be closer to fulfilling our dream. Izuku, you're right, I'm really looking forward to taking the hero exam. Isugi, I reached the finals to go on to the nationals. Every day we are someone Rin could be proud of. Both of us. We will make it. And so 10 months passed. During this time, they focused even more on their goals. July 10, 2111. Today was the grand finale our boys had been waiting for. Today was the day Isugi would get closer than ever to his dream. Today would decide who would advance to the nationals. The match was very lively. It was the 80th minute. Isugi's team was losing but he wouldn't give up. On one occasion he would have a chance to score, but something would happen. We see Isugi in front of the goalkeeper. Isugi has a small shooting angle and next to him is a teammate with the goalkeeper to score a goal. Coach. Isugi, remember one for all and all for one. Upon hearing this, he didn't hesitate and did his best, or so he thought. When he passed the ball, his teammate would shoot at goal, but he would miss, and the opposing team would take the ball on a counterattack and score the decisive goal. Isugi couldn't believe it. What had he done wrong? Once the game was over, the coach would gather them together. Coach. Don't be sorry, boys. You all did very well. Remember, football is a team sport and everyone plays together. It was a pleasure to coach you. Everyone cried except one. Isugi. What are you saying? Is it a team effort? If I had hit the ball, would the result have been different? Asterisk. Suddenly Isugi looks away and sees that they are interviewing the player who scored the goal. Isugi. I could have been there, why did I pass it? Asterisk. Isugi would leave but halfway there his doubts would return. Isugi. One for all and all for one, I'm pathetic, he would say, shedding tears, I thought I would get closer to my dream. Rin and Izuku will never forgive me. Why did I fail if I did everything I could? No, I didn't do everything I could have shot at the goal. From there I would let out a loud shout. But suddenly he feels someone touching his back. Izuku. It's too bad you lost, but don't give up. You know not everything is easy, and do your best to help us achieve our goal. You know, I always thought Rin was angry at our actions. But then I realized that it made him angry that we always give up when we can't do something. And yes, I also think that if you had thrown, they would have won. I know that because I know you were capable. But you can't change something. Let's go for some ice cream. Isugi's mood would go up and the two would go for ice cream. It was 7 p.m. when Isugi arrived home. Isugi. I'm here. Mikita. How did it go? Isugi. We lost. Mikita. How bad? Come, I'll make you your favorite food to cheer you up. Isugi. Thanks, but let me take a shower first. His mother would accept, and while the food would be going, once at the table the three would prepare to sing. Mikita. By the way, son, this came to you, giving him a letter. He would open it and see what it says. You have been selected to participate in the project that will take you to the Japanese U20 category. We'll be waiting for you next Monday at this location at 12 noon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His father would ask him what it is and he would tell him the content of the letter, surprising them so that they would then congratulate his son. For his part, Izuku. He was taking his U.S.J exam tomorrow at 10 a.m. He was beside himself with excitement and couldn't sleep, but out of nowhere he received a message. Isugu, thank you for supporting me. You're welcome, we're brothers for a reason. By the way, I hope you're already going to sleep because you have an exam tomorrow and I don't want you to fall asleep. Okay, but calm down hehe. Well, good night. After that Izuku was able to fall asleep, the next morning he would get up and check the time. Izuku. Damn, it's late, I have to take a bath and I won't have time to have a good breakfast. Izuku took a bath as quickly as he could and then took 2 slices of bread, lettuce, slices of tomato, ham and cream and made an improvised sandwich to run towards U.S.J. We are in front of U.S.J. High School, there we can see a green-haired man ready to enter. Izuku. Okay, this is my big debut, one step closer. Okay, let's go. The green-haired man moved forward to enter the test, but because he was thinking so much, he tripped over a stone that was in his way. He was about to fall, prepared for the shame of his life. He just closed his eyes but nothing happened, there was no blow. Sorry for using my kosei on you, I think it's bad luck to fall before the exam starts. Izuku just looked at her and smiled. Izuku. Your quirk is very fun, shishishi, he said while making poses as if he was flying. The girl looked at him strangely and then deactivated her quirk so that Izuku would stand again. Okay, see you, good luck with your exam. And so the girl said goodbye to our protagonist. After that interaction our broccoli would enter the U.S.J and head to the auditorium. Once in the auditorium, he sat in a corner of the place and suddenly the lights went out and someone came in and shouted. Present mic. Hello young heroes, are you okay? Say yes. At this everyone would remain silent except one. Izuku. Is present, wow, how exciting asterisk yeah. Everyone looked at him a little strangely but he didn't care and present mic just smiled and continued. Present mic. Okay, you will take a written exam and once you finish it we will move on to the practical phase. That said, all students were given an exam and 1 hour to complete it. After 50 minutes our protagonist would finish. Izuku. That was very difficult, it's good that Isugu made me study. 10 minutes later present mic would enter again. Present mic. Okay, everyone is finished. Now I'm going to tell you the rules of the practical exam. Pay attention. The exam will consist of destroying 1, 2 and 3-point robots in a fake city. I was going to continue speaking but someone interrupted. Excuse me, but the brochure says there are 4 robots but you only explained 3. And you, pointing at the broccoli, don't whisper so much, it's disgusting. Izuku. Sorry sad face. Present mic. Well, young man, that's what we're going for, but calm down. The 4th robot is worth 0 points, it is just an obstacle. Thank you and sorry for interrupting. Present mic. Now let's begin. Plus ultra. After saying that, all the students would leave and head to the city where they were assigned to take the exam. Izuku would be in front of a giant steel door looking around and thinking about using his new technique. At that he sees the person who helped him at the entrance and planned to thank him but someone would stop him. That girl is concentrating, don't interrupt her. Izuku would look at him strangely, but decided to listen to him and prepare for the exam. But he would turn around to look around again. Extra 1. Less competition. Extra 2. It's a waste of time for me to be here. Izuku would hear that and decided. Izuku. I will show them that everything I have done is not in vain and I will pass this exam. Asterisk. The doors would open and Izuku would strike a pose and say. Izuku. Gear second. After saying that, smoke would come out of his body, and once the doors fully opened, he ran off, disappearing from the sight of several people. Present mic. What are you waiting for? In life there is no opening bell. After saying that, everyone would run away, but Izuku would already have a 10-point lead over them. What did he do? I never thought he'd be so fast. For his part, Izuku continued destroying robots. He had just reached 20 points. And barely 8 minutes had passed since the exam began. Izuku. I have to hurry, I can't find that many robots. And then I saw a girl surrounded by 5 2-point robots and 2 1-point robots. She was already busy fighting one, but the others attacked her, so Izuku took advantage and helped her. He started patenting 2 by stretching out his hand and hitting them with Haki to destroy them faster. The girl saw that and said, "Girl, I didn't need your help, damn broccoli." Izuku would be upset but he would just tell him. Izuku. Don't worry, thank me later, rude rocker. Shishishi, he said to Ray and leave from there. Girl. Damn broccoli, she said a little embarrassed. Izuku would continue destroying robots for about 20 more minutes. I already had 60 points. Izuku. I think that's enough. He stopped Gear 2 and stood still. Speaker. There are 2 minutes left until the end of the exam. Izuku. That's great, I'm hungry and I want to eat katsudon. Elsewhere we see a room with several people. This year's harvest looks very promising, don't you think? Question mark. And, you're right, Director Nezu. Nezu. Is there anyone who catches your attention? Midnight. Midnight. Yeah, that blonde girl who shoots lightning has good moves. Nezu. You're right and you guys. Question mark. Plus, well, I like the boy who can copy quirks. Question mark. Hash. I'm interested in the one with the explosions, but he has a bad temper. Nezu. And Aizawa. The one known as Aizawa wouldn't answer. He would just be looking at a screen in which our green-haired man was sitting on the floor. Everyone would look at him but the director interrupted. Nezu. Okay, but the main test begins, he said before pressing a red button. After that an alarm would sound and everyone would be surprised but suddenly something appeared. This scared everyone and some of them started running. With Izuku. Izuku. Wow, it's very big, shishishi, how funny, he said laughing and clapping. Many would see it strange for that, but Izuku got up from the floor and was preparing to leave but suddenly a voice was heard. Help, my foot is stuck, I can't move it. Izuku would turn around and see that it was the girl who helped him in the morning so he wouldn't fall. She was right in the path of the robot which would crush her. After that, Izuku ran towards the girl, but shortly before he changed direction and jumped towards the robot's head. Everyone would look at him like he was crazy, but suddenly. Izuku. I didn't think I'd use it so soon but oh well, I want to have fun. Izuku moved his arm to the side as he closed his eyes. Everyone would see this very strange but something happened. His arm would release an aura of red petals and his arm would turn black with a red aura and prepare to hit the robot. And so he did, he hit him. At first, nothing happened, and he went down with Gear 2 activated to pull the girl who helped him from the rubble. Everyone would wonder what happened, but suddenly. Minute 0:23 to 0:30. Sorry for the video but it won't let me put the gif loudly crying. By the way, imagine it's the robot and not the tree. Out of nowhere the robot's face would explode, sending a bunch of pieces of it flying. Everyone would stay like that. What was that? On the other hand in the room before. Nezu. What happened? Midnight. Head exploded. Aizawa. That boy did it. He said coldly. Question mark. Plus. Slash question mark. Hash. What? But how they said in unison. Everyone would stare at Aizawa. Aizawa. I don't know how or what happened but I know he did it. He said smiling I love him. Everyone in the room would look at him strangely, but no one judged him. On the other hand, with our protagonist, everyone looked at him. Extra 1. He did that. Extra 2. No it couldn't have been or could it? What power does he have? He said to look at our protagonist. For his part, he carried the girl in his arms and Heba walked calmly and thought. Izuku. Asterisk will they scold me for destroying it? Asterisk. He was having doubts until something took him out of his thoughts. Can you put me down? We're in a safe place now. He looked down and saw the girl. Izuku. Yes, of course. He let go of her. The girl fell like a sack of potatoes. Also. Izuku. Sorry, well see you. Question mark question mark question mark. Can you tell me your name? Izuku. Yes, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Well, goodbye. By the way, looking away grandma, I think you should cure her. That's where Recovery Girl came from. Recovery Girl. Don't yell at me, I was going to do it anyway. After that talk, our protagonist went home. The next day he would be lying in bed playing a video game on his cell phone, but he receives a message. Chat. Isugi, have you received the results yet? No, not yet. Why do you ask? You're welcome. When they arrive, can we meet? Yes, that's fine. I'll let you know when they arrive and see you in the park. Okay, goodbye. Izuku would be surprised by that, but he thought she wanted to celebrate with him, so he didn't pay attention to it. Hours later at around 6 in the afternoon he would receive an envelope. Chat. Isugi, they've arrived. See you at the park. Yes, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay, see you. After 10 minutes we see an Izuku sitting on a park bench alone, but suddenly someone arrived. It was Isugi. Isugi. Good, and how did it go? Izuku. I haven't seen it. I want to see it with you. Isugi. How thoughtful you are, shedding a tear. Izuku would look at that with a little embarrassment. Izuku. Okay, let's see it, he said while opening the letter and releasing a disc. Isugi. A disc. Let's see, he said, pressing a button. Would a hologram of someone very cute come out of the disc? Nezu. Am I a bear? Maybe for a while, or for a long time, or maybe all of the above, he said with a smile. Well, young Midoriya, this message is to inform you of your results in the UA entrance exam. His results in the written exam were good, I suppose. He got 70 points in the exam. Hearing that, Isugi would give it away for being irresponsible. Izuku. Okay, calm down. I promise to study more, okay. Isugi. You better be. Nezu. Well, let's continue. In the practical exam I managed to get 60 points by destroying robots. Izuku. Yay, I did it. Isugi. Well done, Nezu. But that's not all. He also managed to obtain 50 rescue points, making a total of 110 points. Izuku and Isugi. Rescate. Nezu. You might have wondered, why rescue? Well, you see, the main quality of a hero is heroism, that desire to protect and save people. At our school, it's not just raw power, but also the awareness to not harm people and protect them. Welcome to UA, young Midoriya. After saying that, the recording cut out. They both stared at each other for a while until Izuku. I did it, Isugi. Isugi. Well done, let's celebrate. I'll buy you some ice cream, he said, smiling but with a bit of distress. After going for ice cream and spending some brotherly time, they would both stop at a bridge. For more excitement, play the song. Isugi. Izuku, I have something to tell you, with his face down. Izuku. Everything okay? Isugi. Yes, I just wanted to tell you something important. You see, the other day I received a letter. Izuku was about to speak, but Isugi didn't let him. Isugi. I was invited to a project that could take me to the U.S.J. Japanese. And that made me very happy, but there's a problem. Izuku. Problem. What is it? Isugi. I'll have to go live in another city by myself. Izuku. Ooh, skeptical smiley face. Isugi. I thought I should tell you why it's not fair for me to abandon you. That's very selfish. Izuku. Isugi. I think this is not the way I should fulfill my dream. Izuku would get angry and hit him in the face. Isugi, sensing that, would turn to look at Izuku. Was he crying? Izuku. Do you hear what you're saying, idiot? With tears, do you think you'll have another chance as good as this one? Don't be an idiot. Wiping away his tears. I don't care if we have to separate, we would eventually. Izuku. It's not selfish to pursue your dreams. What you're doing is selfish. Giving up for me is pathetic. Isugi. Izuku. I want to see my selfish brother who pursues his dream and fulfills it. Isugi. But I'll leave you. Izuku. I don't care. We're brothers, right? Remember. No matter where we are, we will always support each other in achieving our dreams. Izuku. Rin, and I want that, and you're breaking it. Isugi. You're right. Shedding tears. Suddenly Izuku would hug him. Izuku. Go there and become the best. Don't worry about me. Isuku would cry even more and after a few minutes he would calm down. Izuku. Okay now pathetic brother. Isuku. Yes, silly brother. Izuku. I'm going to become the best hero. Isuku. And I'm the best player. They would both reach out for a fist bump. Isuku and Izuku. Let's give it our best, they said in unison. After that, both would say goodbye and each go home. Isuku. Take care of yourself, silly brother, I would say to the sky. Izuku. Goodbye pathetic brother. After a painful farewell we can see our beloved protagonist at home preparing for his first day. Inko. Do you have a handkerchief yet? A handkerchief is very important, she said, and then murmured many more things. Izuku. I have it mom, don't worry, I have everything or so I think, well bye. After that he fled towards UA which would arrive in a few minutes. Izuku. The first step to becoming a great hero. After saying that I would walk in and it would take me 20 minutes to find my living room. Izuku. Why didn't I notice the door numbers before? Well, since. After saying that he opened the door and cursed himself for what he was seeing. Izuku. Great, not one. But two crazy people had to touch me. On the other hand, I'm telling you to put your feet down off the desk, it's disrespectful to the person who made it and the people who used it. And who are you, damn extra? I am Tenya Iida and I come from the Some school. A damn elite, I'll enjoy crushing you. Iida. Do you really want to be a hero? After saying that, he would turn toward the door and see our broccoli and then run over. Iida. Hello, I'm. He would continue talking but Izuku interrupted him. Izuku. I already know who you are motors and I don't care, well do you need something? Iida. That's no way to talk, especially when you're at UA. But anyway, I just wanted to apologize for treating you like that during the exam. I also wanted to know how you found out about the secret exam. Izuku. Secret. Iida was going to answer but something behind Izuku interrupted him. Hey, it's you, the boy who helped me with the exam. By the way, my name is Ochako Uraraka. Izuku. Nice to meet you. I was going to enter but suddenly a wild caterpillar appeared. Aizawa. If you are here to make friends, you better leave now and sit down. After saying that everyone went to their places. Aizawa. Wow, it took you 10 seconds, okay, put this on and go out to the courtyard. Quick, he said showing the gym uniform. PDT. Okay asshole. After a few minutes everyone was in the yard. Aizawa. Okay, now we'll do some quirk tests. The tests will be the same as always, only they'll use their quirks. You see, the government prohibits the use of quirks for these tests, but that doesn't matter to me, so let's get started. Okay, Bakugo, come on. Once in front of everyone, he gives a ball to Bakugo to throw. Aizawa. I don't know. After saying that Bakugo prepared to throw the ball. Bakugo. Shiny. All. Shine. Aizawa. Good, he said looking at 705.2 meters. Aizawa. Well, you've seen how it's done, so now let's move on to the other tests. He said that but I listen. Great, it will be a lot of fun. Aizawa. Behind her. Amused what if the last one left is expelled from UA? Everyone was scared except the protagonist who was sitting looking at the sky. Aizawa. And what's wrong with you? Izuku. He said turning to Aizawa what did the old man with the bandages say? Everyone wanted to laugh but they were scared when they looked at Aizawa with his hair standing up and his eyes red. Aizawa. How funny, I'll see how you do on the tests. I can't erase his quirk. Izuku. Okay, after that they would start with the tests. First test. 20-meter race. To sum it up the top 3 were 1 Iida, 2 Bakugo, 3 a girl named Melissa. Izuku isn't using gear 2 because he didn't see it as necessary, but thanks to his training he could still run quite fast. And the other 2 I'm too lazy to say what they did. Second test. Force meter. The top 3 were 1 a giant octopus called Shoji, 2 a sugar addict named Sato, 3 again the girl called Melissa. This time Izuku used his kosei and wrapped his arm around the meter to squeeze a little harder, lifting 100 kilos but finishing in the top 5. Third test. Jump. The top 3 was 1. The little waifu named Suyu. 2. Bakugo. 3. Melissa. Izuku would jump further than average, but it still wouldn't be enough to be in the top 3, and he finished top 8. Aizawa was looking at that with an angry face because he knew he wasn't trying hard, but he didn't say anything. 4th test. Lateral jumps. Here the top 3 was 1. A dwarf called Mineta. 2. Melissa. 3. Izuku. I achieved the top 3 for the simple fact that I did them very quickly since I practiced them a lot. 4th test. Stretching. There was no top here, but thanks to Izuku's body being made of rubber, he has a lot of flexibility, so it made it easy. 5th test. Ball throwing. Aizawa. Everyone has done pretty well so far, but this is the final test, so give it your best. Several people were passing and performing well for the average, but that was before Uraraka passed. She was preparing to throw, and then she did. Aizawa showed the meter, and everyone was surprised to see it said infinite. 0. It's great. She got infinity. After that it was our protagonist's turn. He would take the ball, but something grabbed his arm. Izuku. Why are you doing this old bandage thing? Let me throw it. Aizawa. Yes, but tell me something. Do you underestimate your classmates? Izuku. That's underestimating, man. Just let me throw the ball. Aizawa. You miss your classmates. Hard work. Do you think you can do that just because you were first in the practical exam? You haven't put in any effort at all, and if you're going to continue like this, you're no good as a hero. It's a waste of time for you to be like this. He said to release Izuku. Now throw the ball, but if you keep doing this I'm going to kick you out of here. Everyone would be astonished by what he said, how he came in first in the exam and how he didn't try hard even though he did well. Izuku would have his head down but suddenly smiled. Izuku. You know, old man of the bandages, I'm tired of hearing that all my life. I'm not doing less than the effort of others. He said, getting into position. I'll show you it's not a waste of time. Everyone heard that and looked at him somewhat bewildered by the smoke coming out of his body. Iida. That smoke again. He took the ball and stretched his arm back about 10 meters and threw it, leaving a layer of dust. Everyone looked at this in surprise, and then Aizawa spoke. Aizawa. Wow, Izuku Midoriya. I wasn't wrong about you, he said, showing the meter 1252.6 meters. Everyone was surprised because it had been the strongest position after Uraraka. But someone was very angry. Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya. Whispering, Deku. Damn you. Launching himself at Izuku. Being stopped by Aizawa with his bandages. While that was happening, some kids were watching the tests next to a muscular giant. Wow, they are amazing, laughing face. They're very scary, disappointed. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Don't be like that, they are very interesting. I have a lot to ask, cheeky smiley face. Calm down, I'll ask a racer to see if they can be in the class. On the other hand, with the class Aizawa was giving results. 1. Melissa Shield. 2. Katsuki Bakugo. 3. Shots Todoroki. 4. Izuku Midoriya. 5. Tenya Iida. 6. Ochako Uraraka. 7. Momo Yaoyorozu. 21. Toru Heigaku. She was the invisible girl. She had been expelled, or so we thought. Aizawa. It was a joke. With a potential pedophile face XD, now go to your classroom. Yaoyorozu. It was obvious, I can't believe they didn't notice. Everyone except Izuku was embarrassed for not having noticed, but they went to change to continue with the classes. Aizawa was heading to the teacher's lounge to report how the practice had gone to the director, but he ran into someone. Aizawa. Do you need something from me, All Might? All Might. Actually, Eraser, I wanted to ask you if I could include some people in the practice with your class next Friday. Aizawa. Are you talking about those 3? All Might. Yes. Aizawa. Okay, but I want to ask you something more personal too. A few minutes later. All Might. Okay, Eraser, I'll let you know so you can get ready, he said as he left. Aizawa. Midoriya. Izuku, how are you going to get over that wall? For Izuku's part, he would finish changing and then head out to the living room. But when he arrived, there was almost no one there except for a purple-haired girl. Izuku. Ah, you rude rocker. Jiro. Who are you talking to, damn broccoli? I don't even know why I'm talking to you, I'm just wasting my time talking to you. All men are the same, whispering. Izuku. What did you say? After saying that she didn't answer anymore. Izuku. Good. After this small interaction the day passed practically normally except that Izuku fell asleep and didn't notice when classes ended. After a few minutes he woke up and saw that there was no one there, so he got ready to leave. But he realized it was raining and took out the umbrella his mother had thrown in his backpack. Izuku. Lucky you, thanks mom. He would reach the entrance but saw a blue-haired girl standing there in the entrance. She would be with her briefcase on top of her head and preparing to run, but she felt something on her waist. She looked back and saw an arm stretching towards her and having her wrapped around her. Girl. Let me go, I have to go. Izuku. Yes, but wait. Approaching. Take. Giving him the umbrella. Girl. Why are you giving it to me? Izuku. Well, why don't you have one, and I don't want you to get sick. Girl. And why? Izuku. I don't know, anyway just take it. She holds it. Goodbye. Girl. Wait, what about you? You don't have an umbrella either. What are you going to do? Izuku. It doesn't matter, I live nearby. Well, bye. After that the coke was a little too much, but then she smiled a little, blushing. Girl. She's very kind. Blushing. Girl. I didn't even introduce myself. But behind her a purple-haired girl was watching everything. Jiro. Seriously, his first day and he's already flirting. There's no doubt all men are the same. On Izuku's side, he was doing well, all things considered, but he was still very wet. He had lied about living nearby, or well, halfway, but he had still lied. He was getting wet, but he felt good about having helped someone with his problem. Izuku. Rin was right. Sometimes you have to risk things to save the day. But now I've discovered that the best part comes later, because it feels good to help, even though I don't like it when heroes give away all their food and don't get to keep it for themselves. He would arrive home very wet and his mother came to greet him. Inko. Welcome. Izuku. Why are you so wet? Izuku. My umbrella broke on the way here and I had to come running, lying. Inko. Oh son. Sighing. You know you're terrible at lying, right? Izuku. Damn. Inko. Well, go take a bath, or you'll get sick later. Said and done, the freckled boy went up and took a bath and after a while went down with his mother to have dinner. Inko. And she was pretty. Izuku would be surprised by that question, but then he would ask. Izuku. Who? Inko. Nothing, son, just a hunch from mom. You wouldn't understand. We meet 4 days after the freckled boy arrives home all wet and his mother fills him with questions. He was heading to the UA. Izuku. I think it wasn't the best option to run home like that. Sniffling. Now I'm sick. I've been like this for 4 days and I don't know how much longer it will last. After saying that he had arrived at the academy and went straight to his classroom, and once there he curled up at his desk to be able to rest a little. Until someone interrupted him. Jiro. Boy, you got sick for being a gentleman, ha ha ha. Izuku. You've been saying that for 4 days in a row, aren't you bored? Jiro. No, well bye broccoli. Izuku. Goodbye, manic rocker. After saying that he would fall deeply asleep, but meanwhile with other companions. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya shouldn't sleep in class, if Professor Aizawa comes he might scold him. Jiro. Why do you care about that damn broccoli? Yaoyorozu. You're welcome. A little blushing. Mina. Although I think it's okay for him to sleep. He is sick. Toru. Besides, Professor Aizawa hasn't arrived yet. Uraraka. True, it took too long even for him. Tsuyu. Did he fall asleep? Yaoyorozu. That's impossible. She was going to continue speaking but someone interrupted her. All Might. I'm coming in as a normal person. Good morning young people, today I will be your teacher. Kirishima. Wow, were you really a teacher? Tsuyu. It's her Silver Age outfit. All Izuku, Shota and Bakugo, genial. All Might. Okay, now I'll explain what we're going to do, but first, let's go to the Gamma field, but not just any way. You'll be using your hero suits, by pressing a button. Upon hearing that, everyone screamed with excitement except 3 and saw briefcases coming out of the wall. All Might. Okay, Go change and I'll see you at Gamma Field. Everyone nodded and went to the locker room to change, but not before Iida woke Izuku up. With men. Mineta. You kids won't believe what I found, it's a gift from our superiors, shedding tears, thank God. Iida. What did you find? Mineta. A hole that leads directly to the girls' locker room, how cool, looking through the hole. Iida. I think you shouldn't do that. When he said that it was too late because Mineta was hit and was embedded in the wall. Izuku. With his arm extended, I hate people like you, they disgust me. On the girl's side, Jiro. It seems that the damn broccoli helped us and punched Mineta, removing his jacks from the wall, but don't think I'll thank him. Yaoyorozu. Why do you call him that? Did he do something bad to you? Existence. Yes. The others. What did that bastard do? A little angry. Jiro. Being born a man, I hate it. The others. Really? Melissa. Why do you hate men? Yaoyorozu. That's right, apart from Midoriya being very kind, I see no reason to hate him. Jiro. Tisk, several things. Okay, let's change. 10 minutes later. We see almost everyone but one from Class 1A in front of All Might. All Might. Well, young people. Looking at them they look good. I would continue talking but someone interrupted. Yaoyorozu. Excuse me, Midoriya is missing. All Might. It's true, does anyone know what happened to him? Iida raised his hand. All Might. Yes young. Iida. Midoriya fell asleep after hitting Mineta for looking through the hole leading to the girls' locker room. I woke him up before coming. I don't think he'll be that long. Said and done, the sound of flip-flops began to be heard. Everyone turned around and saw Midoriya in his hero costume and something else. He walked until he stopped in front of them. Izuku. I'm here, what do you think of my suit? Everyone looked at him in astonishment, not because of the suit, but because of what stood out most about him. His large scar. Kirishima. Wow, it looks great on you, you look very manly, trying to avoid asking about the scar. Mina. True, you look great Midori. Izuku. Shishishi, I knew you would like it, you all look great too. Everyone had doubts about the reason for the scar, but they preferred not to ask. All Might. Well, since we're all here it's time to explain the rules. The test will consist of you forming pairs and facing another person. The theme is to capture the bomb. There will be a team of villains and another of heroes. The heroes will try to touch the bomb or immobilize the villains. Minors, on behalf of the villains, will prevent the heroes from touching the bomb. Reading a script. Okay, now to form the teams. Groups by letters. A. Izuku Midoriya and Kyoka Jiro heroes. B. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu villains. C. Tenya Iida and Katsuki Bakugo villains. D. Rikido Sato and Minoru Mineta villains. E. Ajiro Kirishima and Meso Shoji heroes. F. Mina Ashido and Toru Hagakure heroes. G. Ochako Uraraka and Tsuyu Asui villains. H. Yuga Aoyama and Honta Siro heroes. I. Denki Camp and Code. Villains. J. Fumikage Tokiyami and Ojiro. Heroes. All Might. Okay, they're done, but as you can see, there's someone left alone, so we'll do a drawing and someone will come twice. And the selected one is, taking a ball out of a box. Young Midoriya, you will team up with Miss Shield and you will be heroes. Now we'll see who their opponents will be, but first we have some guests. 3 people appeared behind them in the corridor. All Might. Meet the big 3. The most powerful students at UA and those closest to becoming future heroes. All Might. Now present, Sheik. Before finishing he saw one of the 3 big ones running towards the other students. Are your horns real? I asked Mina. Why are you wearing a mask? In front of Shoji. And so many questions to everyone in the class until he saw Izuku and approached. Ah, it's you. Thanks for helping me the other day. Bowing by the way. Why do you have that big scar? The question fell on everyone like a bucket of cold water. They thought Izuku would get sad, but... Izuku. Ah, this, pointing at his scar, I got it when my brother died. He simply answered, and everyone was left with a little more doubt about his answer, but they decided to leave it. But, that doesn't answer my question well, pouting. I was going to continue but All Might interrupted them. All Might. Young fairy, could you wait for the introductions? True. Returning to the other two. I'm Nijire Hado. Nice to meet you. Insert voice from the microphone. Quirk. Surge. Nijire's quirk gives her the ability to manipulate and generate shock waves from her vitality in a spiraling motion. I'm Mirio Tagata. Nice to meet you. Insert present mic voice. Quirk. Permeability. Mirio's quirk allows him to become intangible, allowing him to pass through walls and solid objects, including the ground itself, as well as evade his opponent's attacks. Mirio gives an example of his quirk's intangibility. One was missing and everyone looked at him, but he alone had a great aura that intimidated them a little except for three. But then someone spoke. Nijire. Don't be like that. Well, he's Tamaki Amajiki, and he's a little shy. He has the heart of a chicken. Insert voice from present mic. Quirk. Manifest. Tamaki's quirk grants him the ability to manifest the characteristics of anything he's eaten. The more of a substance Tamaki eats, the stronger his manifestation will be. All Might. Okay, young people, now that you know them, they'll be your opponents. That means that if you're heroes, you'll be villains, and vice versa. Okay, now let's begin. Plus. All. Ultra. All Might. The first will be the A-team of heroes against Miss Hado as the villain. Get ready and the others accompany me to the surveillance room. 5 minutes later, Kirishima. Who do you think will win, guys? Toru. Isn't it obvious? I think it's because of the numerical advantage between Midoriya and Jiro. Uraraka. But do you remember who he's up against? He's one of the big three. He must be very strong. Iida. I think it will have to do with whether Midoriya puts in the effort during the test. Yaoyorozu. And why? Iida. Well, you didn't see what he did in the exam. But he exploded the robot's head with a blow. Kirishima and Mina. Really? Feast. So, this talk would be heard by several people. Bakugo. Seriously, Deku did that? Ha ha ha, yeah right. All Might. Prepare to see what will happen. We can see and hear them, but only I can talk to them. On the other hand, Jiro. I don't need your help, Broccoli, so don't get in my way. Izuku. Okay, but I remind you that this is a team thing, so. I think we should come up with a plan, so I'll leave it to you. Jiro. And why useless, Broccoli? Izuku. I'm not good with plans. Jiro. Okay, the plan is to look for the bomb and one touches it while Hado-senpai is distracted. Izuku. Alright, All Might. Speaker begin. Both. Let's go. They climbed floors until they reached the last one and saw Nijire in front of the bomb. Nijire. I won't let you pass, heroes. In the room. Everyone. Why do you talk like that? In the building. Izuku. Alright, blue girl, we'll take the bomb. In the room. Everyone. Played along. 0. In the building. Jiro. Okay, Broccoli, you go get the bomb while I distract her. I move forward to confront Nijire. Izuku. Alright. After saying that, he started walking around Nijire. Jiro looked at him with an incredulous face but then turned forward and saw the worst. Nijire. Wave at 30%, let's go. She threw it at Jiro and she was barely able to dodge it, but it didn't end there. Nijire started throwing a lot of waves until the moment came when Jiro could no longer dodge and received a 40% one that made her crash into a wall and be knocked out. Nijire turned to Izuku, who was near the bomb, and launched a wave to push him away. He dodged her but she still pushed him away. Nijire. I'll take care of you now. Weak. Okay, Azulita. Nijire. Don't call me like that. Pouting. Better call me by my name. Throwing many waves and Izuku dodging them. Izuku. Stopping. I don't remember what Shishishi was like. Everyone who heard that was stunned. Nijire. What do you mean you don't remember? My name is Nijire. Izuku. So I tell you, Nijire. Nijire. Smiling. Yes. Izuku. Okay, are we done now? I'm hungry and sleepy, and I'm sick, pensive face. Nijire. Poor thing. Well, let's finish. Izuku. Alright. Nijire. What is that? Izuku. I'll tell you later. Now I'd better show you what he does. After saying that, Nijire would throw more waves at him and he would dodge them and break them with his hand with Haki. Minute. 0:19 to 0:30. Imagine that the one blocking with the sword is your fist lol. This lasted a few seconds, but on the other hand, someone was watching him. Jiro. He can do that too. I thought only a few could. On Izuku's part, Izuku. What can I do? Nejire. Breathing deeply. No, I can't do any more yet. She was going to continue talking but suddenly Izuku interrupted her. Izuku. I'd better take her to rest. She has more fights ahead of her. With that, he bent down and... Nejire. What is that? Tired. Izuku. I'd better show you Shishishi. With that said he appeared out of nowhere in front of Nejire but only his arms stayed in the same place where he was. Nejire saw this with a little terror and a second later Izuku said. Rubber bazooka. As Nejire said that she felt a huge blow to her abdomen that sent her flying against the wall, going through it and reaching the hallway of the building and then falling unconscious. Izuku. That's enough. Deactivating gear 2. Izuku. Well I think this is over, touching the bomb. In the room, Mina. Yes Midori did it. Kirishima. That's great, but why did his arm turn black? Mina. What matters is that he won. All Might. The heroes win. All Might. Wow that was exciting. Mirio. Izuku Midoriya, you're so funny ha ha ha. They're right, it was great. In the building, Izuku. Rocker if you can walk or I'll carry you, with a Nejire on his arm. Jiro. No I can't walk, whispering. Izuku. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Jiro. I can't walk, take me, screaming. Izuku. Shishishi, I've already heard you, I just wanted you to say it wrapping his arm around her. Let's go to the living room to rest. After Izuku's victory over Nejire, everyone would be surprised. Not only by the simple fact of winning but by beating one of the big three. Well let's continue. We see a broccoli with legs going towards the surveillance room with an unconscious Nejire and a slightly embarrassed Jiro, being carried by Izuku. Jiro. Asterisk it can't be. A man is touching me and I'm liking it, this is the worst. Once they arrived at the room the door opened and the scream. Izuku. Guys, I'm here and I brought Nejire and the rocker with me. All Might. Well done, young Midoriya. I was going to ask who the MVP of the battle was, but I think we all understood who it was, lol. Everyone would look at him a little strangely but they nodded. Izuku. MVP. What's that, Yaoyorozu? You were the best during practice. Izuku. Ooh, genial. All Might. Okay, let's continue with the training. After saying that, the rest of the fights except for Izuku and Melissa's happened, and since Izuku's victory, only one team had managed to win. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu's. They had devised a great plan and after much battle with Mirio, they managed to touch the bomb and emerge victorious. Okay, it's time for the final showdown. It'll be Miss Shield and young Midoriya against young Mirio. But at Eraserhead's request, young Tamaki will also fight. It will be a 2 vs 2. Everyone was surprised and some were angry. Bakugo. Why should Deku fight? All Might. Why he went out on a limb, with a nervous face. After saying that everyone accepted it. All Might. Okay, young people, go prepare. Young Midoriya and Miss Shield's team will be heroes, and Mirio and Tamaki will be villains. Go ahead. 5 minutes later, Melissa. Do you have any plans? Izuku. No and you? Melissa. Something like that, but what if I fail? Izuku. It doesn't matter, we all have a lot of possibilities and that includes you. So tell me and I'll follow it. Melissa. You really trust me so quickly? Well, from what we've seen, his quirks allow him to become intangible and turn parts of his body into what he eats. I think they won't come together for us, so we'll face whoever comes 2 vs 1 and then we'll go for the other. That would be it. It's basic, but I think it will do the trick. Izuku. Shishishi then let's go. All Might speaker begin. A few minutes earlier, Tamaki. So you want to separate them and face that Izuku guy alone? Mirio. Yes, Tamaki. It's okay, I was going to ask you anyway because I'm scared when he smiles so much. Trembling a little. Mirio. You never change. Looking at him with a drop of sweat on his cheek. All Might. Speaker, begin. Mirio. Let's go. After saying that he would enter the floor to descend 3 floors while Tamaki went down the stairs to reach the 3rd floor. On Izuku and Melissa's side, they entered and began to climb, but when they reached the 3rd floor, they saw Midoriya waiting for them. They were about to attack, but suddenly, some pulp arms dragged Melissa to another hallway where Tamaki was and took her away. Izuku was going to attack the arms but Midoriya stood in front of him and stopped Izuku's blow. He tried to kick him but Midoriya became intangible and Izuku stepped back. Midoriya. You won't leave, hero. Izuku. Let me pass, I have to help Melissa. After saying that, Izuku threw another punch at Midoriya, but he dodged it again, becoming intangible. Midoriya. I expected a little more. Izuku. I'll have to get more serious. Midoriya. There it is again. Izuku would run with Gear 2 and suddenly appear in front of Midoriya and throw a very fast punch at him. Midoriya retreated many meters after that blow. Midoriya. Damn, I couldn't dodge it, it's too fast. In the room, Mina. Wow, it turned very fast. Iida. But why is it blowing smoke again? In the building, Midoriya recomposed himself and dived into the building using intangibility to appear behind Izuku and try to hit him but would miss. Melissa. Melissa. Damn, it's really hard to get out of these tentacles. While she was thinking that the tentacles released her and in front of her is Tamaki. Melissa. Then they separated us before we attacked them together. Majiki-senpai, I need to meet with Izuku quickly, so let's finish quickly. Tamaki. Damn, those two scare me a lot, they're very aggressive, trembling. Melissa. Huh, without warning, Tamaki would release his tentacles to attack Melissa, but she would activate the OFA throughout her body at 5% to try to dodge the tentacles. She would dodge almost all of them but one would hit her right in the stomach, making her run out of air from the strong blow and sending her flying against a wall. Melissa. Damn, I have to think of something. Tamaki would once again launch his tentacles at her but now she bounced off the walls and would come close to Tamaki to hit him. But Tamaki would be faster and pull out a clam shell from his arm and cover himself, then hit her with his other arm and send her back again. Melissa. It can't be, what an incredible gift she has. Breathing with difficulty. Melissa. I can't think of anything, I'm a failure as a successor. Asterisk. With Izuku, Midoriya would appear behind him and try to hit him but he dodged it with Haki. Izuku. Damn, I have to get out of here to help Melissa. Midoriya. I think I'll have to use it because I don't see any other way to hit him, his speed has gone up a lot. After that, Midoriya stretched his arm forward a little. Izuku looked at that and noticed it was turning black. Izuku. Haki. How do you know? Before finishing, Midoriya disappeared and quickly appeared in front of Izuku to hit him and send him against a wall. In the room, Yaoyorozu. Isn't that the same thing Midoriya used? Jiro. It's called Haki. Everyone. Haki. What's that? Jiro. The greatest force in the world. In the building. Izuku. Damn, I didn't think other people knew how to use Haki. Spitting out some blood. Izuku crashed into a wall. He tried to stand up but Midoriya didn't let him and dived into the building to get close to Izuku and continue hitting him with Haki. After that hit, Izuku would go through 5 walls. In the room. Kirishima. What do you mean, the greatest strength? Jiro was about to answer but Mina interrupted her. Mina. No, Midori. Everyone would turn to look at the screen and see Izuku going through 5 walls and then falling to the floor. Katsuki. Is that the greatest strength? Asterisk. Everyone thought that Izuku and Midoriya's fight was over, even Midoriya himself, but Izuku wasn't done yet. In the building. Midoriya. I think I'll go help Tamaki and finish this quickly. On Izuku's part. Izuku. I'm not done yet, with a low voice. Midoriya would turn around and see Izuku getting up. Izuku. It's not over yet, this can't end here. Midoriya. I expected that. Getting serious, let's go. Both would run to meet face to face, bumping fists. Minute. 0:30 to 1:33. At the moment of colliding fists, a great pressure would be released that everyone would feel. Melissa and Tamaki. What is it? I'm very dizzy. Both would fall to the ground, exhausted by the pressure, fainting. Izuku. Asterisk. I won't give up, it's not the time. Midoriya. It can't be, his will is. In the room. What's going on? I feel so dizzy. She would turn to look at her companions and see that Mineta, Kaminari and Hagakure would fall to the floor fainted. Although I didn't see the last one XD. All Might. Wow, what's going on? While in the building the clash was continuing and neither of them seemed to be backing down, but something was happening, one was succumbing to the other. Izuku. No, I can't lose. Mirio. His will is very strong, I have to separate or I'll faint. Said and done, Mirio pulled away from Izuku, breathing heavily and feeling dizzy. Izuku would also back away. Izuku. It's time for the final blow. He stretched his arm about 10 meters back with Haki, and with Gear 2 he would run towards Mirio, standing in front of him. Mirio looked at that and wanted to dodge it, but it was too difficult. He was tired and only managed to cover himself with Haki, but it wouldn't be enough. Once in front of him, Izuku would quickly retract his arm and fire would start to come out of it. Izuku. Red Hawk. He would hit Mirio and he would fly through walls until he went through the last one and left the building, becoming unconscious. In the room, All Might. The heroes win speaker. Suyu. What was that? I feel like I'm about to faint. Mina. I can barely stand either. Holding Kirishima. Jiro. Looking at the screen, the power of a king. A clash of the conquerors Haki. Everyone was a little confused by what Jiro said. But before anyone could ask, they saw Izuku fall to the ground, and everyone left the surveillance area. Once they arrived, All Might would take them all to the others. Tamaki and Melissa began to wake up. Along with Mirio, Izuku wasn't unconscious, but he fell from exhaustion, so he sat down on the floor. And All Might would start talking. All Might. Okay, someone's leaving, what happened for later? Does anyone know who the MVP was? Yaoyorozu was about to raise her hand, but Mirio did it first and she was given the floor. Mirio. It was Izuku. He ended it all. First, he followed Melissa's plan, but before it could be carried out, we intercepted and separated them. He confronted me, but the important thing happened at the moment of the Conqueror's Haki clash, where we knocked out Melissa and Tamaki. And everything was on us, but Izuku's will won and left me defenseless for his final blow. In short, he followed the plan, and despite the adversity, he knew how to adapt and managed to win. Or so I think, haha. All Might. Wow, he said everything well said, young Mirio. Damn, I'm running out of time. Okay, everyone, see you next class. If you're hurt, come to the infirmary. If you can't leave, today's class is over. Bye. Leaving. After that farewell, everyone would go to change and then go to their living room to rest. Despite the fights, they were just tired. Once Izuku arrived at the classroom, he found several of his classmates already inside and they approached him. Kirishima. That was amazing, Izubro. You took on the big three and won, that's great. Mina. You're right, that hit almost made me faint. Hagakure. I did it, sad face. Kaminari. Your quirk is rubbery, right? How did you get fire on that last hit? Izuku. I'm sorry. Jiro. Arriving. How do you know how to use Haki? Izuku. Well, I learned it when I discovered it by chance and managed to master it. More importantly, how do you know what Haki is? Jiro. It's nothing. Leaving. Yaoyorozu. It's true that it's Haki, they didn't tell us. At that everyone nodded, looking at Izuku and Jiro. Izuku. Well, he was going to continue but Jiro interrupted him. Jiro. Presence, fighting spirit, intimidation. Haki is a force found in everyone, but only a few can master it. Yaoyorozu. So we could all learn and use it. Izuku. Yes, but it would take a long time. It might be a bit difficult. Kirishima. But it's just that black thing that appears, right? I don't see it as that difficult. Izuku. You're wrong. There are 3 types. He takes out a pair of glasses and stands in front of everyone. Kanbunshoku Haki, or Haki of observation, which gives users a 6th sense of the world around them and unlimited precognitive capacity. Busoshoku Haki, or Haki de Armadurwick, allows the user to use their spirit as armor to defend themselves from attacks, or to perform their own more powerful attacks. And Haoshoku Haki, or Haki del Conquistador, a rare type of Haki that only 1 in a million can use and which grants the user the ability to dominate the will of others. Most people who can use Haki tend to have a type they're best at, and as a result, they focus on enhancing that type. However, a person can improve their skills with all types of Haki, it just requires more effort. Everyone, Jiro. Ooh. Mina. And I suppose you master all three, right? Izuku. Okay. Kirishima. And which one are you best at? Izuku. Izuku and everything. Jiro. Impossible. Izuku. I'm not lying, I even master them at an advanced level. All. Advanced. Jiro. And how is that? Izuku. Well, for example, imagine scenes of all chibi seeing an Izuku. In Busoshoku Haki I can not only do superficial damage but also internal damage, for example when I hit the head of the giant robot in the exam. Iida. So that's why the robot's head exploded. Everyone Iida. What? Izuku. Yep, now. Kanbunshoku Haki. The normal level only allows you to predict what will happen with one more sense, but at the advanced level one can see 5 seconds into the future. And in Haoshoku Haki I can imbue my king's Haki into my weapons and fists to enhance my attacks. Uraraka. Like with Mirio. Izuku. That's a little different because we weren't using fists with Conqueror's Haki, we were just hitting with armor Haki and demonstrating our King Shishishi Haki. All. Ooh, Jiro. It can't be that, I've never seen or heard of it. Izuku. Well, you saw it with me, Shishishi. Kirishima. Izuku, do you think you could teach me Haki? I'd love to be able to predict hits so I can attack and defend better. Izuku. It's not a problem, but do you really want that, because it's very difficult, even I had a hard time. Mina. I would love to too. Izuku. Well, if you want that, I can help you by telling you how to train, and if you need help you can tell me. Everyone, Jiro and Bakugo. Yes please. Moments after Izuku explained Haki, he began to write on a sheet of paper how to train those who want to learn Haki and gave them his phone number. It was Saturday, and Izuku was waking up. He didn't want to leave his bed that day. But he received a message. Chat. Yaoyorozu. Hey Midoriya, I have some questions about some exercises, and I think you might have written them incorrectly. Do you think we can meet up so you can explain them to me? Fine. Just tell me where and when, and we'll see each other. Okay, so could you come over to my house? I think we'll be able to train well. Does 2 hours sound good to you? Fine, but give me the location and I'll go. Done. See you, bye. Izuku was going to lie down again and sleep a little more. But he was interrupted again. Chat. Kirishima. Hey Izubro, I'm not sure if this is how you do training, and I need someone to help me. So, could you help me? Fine, although I'm going to go with Yaoyorozu later, so maybe you could come too and I'll help you. Okay Izubro, just that Mina also hoped that you would help her in Hagakure and Uraraka. Okay, now I understand, I'll tell Yaoyorozu if we can all go and train at her house. Thanks Izubro, see you. Equals 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 equals. Izuku entered Yaoyorozu's bed again and asked her, Yaoyorozu, do you think it's possible that besides me, several of our classmates could go to your house? Okay Midoriya, prepare the tea room. Okay. See you later. Izuku. Now let's sleep a little longer. And so an hour and a half passed where Izuku slept more, and it was approximately 12 o'clock noon and Izuku got up. Izuku. There's half an hour left until I can go with Yaoyorozu, so I'll take a bath and give the location to the others so they can go. Said and done, he forwarded the location to Kirishima and asked to send it to the others. One bath later, Izuku. Looking in the mirror. These clothes that Isugi bought me look great, although very boring. Imagine him dressed like this. After that he would head for the door. Izuku. Mom, I'm leaving now. I'm going to a friend's house. I might be a little late. Inko. Have a good one, son, and don't forget to buy a gift. Izuku. Yes, Mom. Bye. After that farewell, Izuku would go to a bakery and buy a cake to take to Momo's house. Izuku. Looking at his cell phone, I think this is it. Putting away her cell phone and ringing the doorbell of the big house, it's obvious she's a millionaire. After ringing the doorbell, Izuku would see Momo coming out of the house and asking a butler to open the gate to let Izuku in. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, how nice that you arrived, everyone is waiting for us inside, come in. Izuku. Well, to a certain 10, handing him the cake box, to eat after training. Momo. This store is great, I love it haha, well let's go in. So they entered, walking through the house to get to the back. But before that, Izuku looked at Momo and asked her. Izuku. Yaoyorozu, are your parents there? Yaoyorozu. Yes, my father is in his office and my mother is in her room. Why? Izuku. Why I hope you don't mind the training scenery. Yaoyorozu. No creo. Izuku. Phew, that's good. I thought you wouldn't like the scenery of young people being beaten up, hehe. Yaoyorozu. Wait what? She asked, but Izuku was no longer there. He had already run to the backyard to meet up with several of his friends. There he met Kirishima, Mina, Urara, Tsuyu, Iida, Hagakure, Kaminari, Jiro and Todoroki. Izuku found these last two strange but he said hello anyway. Izuku. Hey guys, I'm here. Everyone greeted and after leaving the cake in the hands of a butler, Momo arrived. Izuku. Well, now that we're all here, what are the doubts you have about training? Momo. I don't understand the part where it says we should be blindfolded and hit. All. That's it, Izuku. Well, just as it says, the force of the blow should be as strong as possible. Momo. But isn't that dangerous? Izuku. That's what it's for. Look, Haki awakens with training and critical situations. Let me show you how it's done. Izuku asked Yaoyorozu for a thick scarf to blindfold himself. Izuku. Okay, Yaoyorozu creates a bat and tries to hit me. Said and done. Momo created the bat and started trying to hit it but she couldn't. Izuku dodged everything. Izuku took off his blindfold. Izuku. You see, you just have to hit them really hard so they feel the danger and that's what I'm here for, he. Okay, let's get started. Everyone put on a blindfold and I'll try to hit you, but try to focus. Said and done, everyone started getting beaten up by Izuku left and right until some men saw it. Gentlemen. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you hitting them? Izuku. Training, appearing behind Kirishima and hitting me really hard so that I fall to the ground. Izuku. I told you not to use your quirk. Kirishima. I'm sorry, it just hurts when you hit me even if it's a newspaper. The gentleman looked at Izuku's hand and noticed a long black mass. Mr. Hiroshi. Hey, but that's not a newspaper. Izuku. Of course it is, deactivating the newspaper's Haki, look. Mrs. Aoi. But how, if before it was black? Izuku. It's just that I was using Haki, hitting Hagakure, don't try to hide. Hagakure. I'm sorry, loudly crying. Gentlemen. Haki. Izuku. Yes, I'm teaching them. Aoi. Is that how you teach? It's very dangerous. Izuku. That's how I learned he, hitting Jiro. Hiroshi. Well, I think you should take a break and explain to us what this is about. Momo. On the floor, I think a break would be nice, please Midoriya. Izuku. Okay, leaving the newspaper lying down and sitting down. Hiroshi. Well, get up and come inside so you can explain to us what this is about. All. Yes, already inside, Hiroshi. So they asked you to teach them what it's called. Even though you told them it was very dangerous. Izuku. Right, why not? Hiroshi. We are. Momo. I hope you don't get angry, it's just that we want to be stronger. Aoi. Okay daughter, but just be careful, okay? Mirando and Izuku Furiosa. Momo. Yes mom. Well guys, since Midoriya explained it to us I think we can consider this over. All. Yes, please. Momo. Well Midoriya brought cake, does anyone want some? Everyone, including their parents. Yes, please. Izuku. I knew it was a good idea. Hiroshi. Well, since they are my daughter's friends, I hope they take good care of her. Aoi. Hey, you pointing at Izuku Midoriya, right? Izuku. You can call me Izuku. Aoi. Well Izuku, what quirk do you have? Why do we only know your Haki or whatever it's called? Izuku. Well, it's a mutation type, and I'm a rubber man. Any physical damage is little to me, and I can also repel bullets, hehe. Aoi. It's a good quirk. Izuku. Thanks for telling me that. I'm almost always told it's useless. Iida. Hey Midoriya, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why is it that when you're in a fight, you crouch down and then blow out smoke? Izuku. Smoke. Ah, do you mean Gear 2? Momo. Coming, Gear 2. Izuku. Yes, that's what I call it, and to answer your question, it's because I'm made of rubber. I make my body pump blood faster than normal. Hiroshi. And that's not dangerous. Izuku. To a large extent, yes, but I can do it because I'm made of rubber. If I weren't, my organs would explode. Everyone was a little scared by what he said. Aoi. And how did you come up with that? Izuku. I didn't come up with it. My brother gave me the idea. He helped me a lot with my quirk. Momo. I'm sure it's very good. Everyone nodded. Uraraka. Do you have siblings? Izuku. Not by blood, but we were by oath. And if he was very good to me. Mina. Wait, was it? Why do you say that? Izuku. Well, he's dead. Everyone felt sad about what he had just said. Mina. Sorry for asking that. Izuku. It's okay. He's already gotten over it, and I have another brother left. Aoi. Hey Izuku, don't answer if you don't like, but I'd like to know how your brother died. Everyone would look at her and widen their eyes at the question. Hiroshi. Honey, I think you should retract your question. It's possible that. He was going to continue speaking but Izuku interrupted him. Izuku. It's okay sir, don't worry, looking at the floor and removing his smile. Izuku. Well, it happened when I was 9 years old. The three of us were the same age, except they were months older than me. Well, the thing is, we were at Isugi's house, my other brother, because we were going to make a funny call. Everyone watched him put his glass of water on the table. Izuku. That night we were talking about our quirks and I was sad because they had always told me that mine was useless. He helped me see the bright side and gave me ideas to use it like the one I told you about. Well, everything was going well that night. Except that day was special for Isugi's parents. It was their anniversary. They went out. After watching movies and playing video games we went to sleep. But we heard some strange noises and Isugi used his quirk to see what it was and we discovered that it was a villain who could transform into acid. We gathered our courage to call the heroes and police so Rin and I decided to confront him while Isugi called the police. Everything was going well, and I thought normal Haki would be enough to defeat him. I landed a hit and the villain fell. Or so we thought. We were happy that we managed to defeat him but we didn't notice something. Isugi and I were hugging each other. But while we were happy, Rin looked at us and didn't notice what appeared behind him. The villain in front of my eyes drove his fist into Rin's chest and burned several of his organs with his acid. Izuku. I couldn't do anything. I was going to continue but something happened that surprised everyone. Momo's mother hugged him and said, Aoi. Calm down, I'm really sorry about that and I'm sorry I asked you. Several of those present were shedding tears over the broccoli story. And others were thinking about what he had told them. Jiro. I didn't know I had suffered so much. Momo and Iida. Wow, Midoriya is amazing. Izuku. Thank you, ma'am. Don't apologize. But that incident helped me a lot. It still hurts, but I know he wouldn't have wanted me to be like this. Izuku. Before he died he left me something very important that helps me fulfill my dream. After the villain moved away from him he started laughing like crazy and insulting Rin. I wouldn't allow it and I activated my King's Haki for the first time and stunned the villain so a hero could arrive. But before that he left me a memory. Todoroki. You have a scar, don't you? Izuku. Yes, and almost certain death. This time Izuku lowered his head, but then raised it and said, well, let's celebrate the first training session by eating cake. All. Yes. Some were wiping away tears for everything that happened and hearing about the green-haired man's life. An hour after much chatter between the broccoli friends and Momo's parents, everyone said goodbye one by one until it was Izuku's turn. Izuku. Well, gentlemen, it was a pleasure meeting you, but I have to go. Gentlemen. Have a good time, Izuku. Momo. I'll walk you to the door Midoriya. Once at the door, Izuku. Good evening, everyone. Momo interrupted him with a hug. Yaoyorozu. Momo, dime Momo. Izuku. Smiling, well, see you on Monday. Momo stroking her head and taking off from the girl, but you can also call me Izuku. Momo. Really? I stroke my head, blush. Izuku. Sure, I don't see why not. Okay, bye. Momo. Bye Mido. Izuku. Blushing and watching where the boy was going. Inside the mansion through a window. Aoi. That guy is great, don't you think? Hiroshi. You're right, I'm glad he's our daughter's friend. Aoi. I would like them to be a little more haha. Hiroshi. No, not my little Momo. Aoi. You are very overprotective. After visiting Momo Izuku's house, he spent his weekend with his mother. It was already Monday and Izuku was saying goodbye to go straight to UA. A walk later, we see a broccoli entering his classroom. Izuku. Hello, good morning. Everyone. Bakugo. Good morning Midoriya. He would approach his desk and a few minutes after arriving there he fell asleep. Mina. I'm worried that Midori will sleep in class. Iida. That's very irresponsible. I'll pick him up right now. Uraraka. I think you should leave him. He may have had a rough night. There everyone would remember a green-haired man telling something that had been traumatic for him. While everyone was thinking, Aizawa arrived. Aizawa. Okay, kids, good morning. Goes to Izuku and sighs, someone picked up Midoriya. Momo would get up and walk over to the broccoli. Momo. Izuku, wake up. To-dos. Izuku. Momo. Blushing, well, that's what it's called, right? Wide awake. Slapping her. Izuku. Ouch. And why was that Momo? All. Momo. Momo. Why didn't you wake up? Going to her place. Aizawa. Well, since everyone's here, I saw the videos of the exercise with All Might and wanted to congratulate you. Everyone gave their best, although some can improve. Bakugo, stop acting like a child. Bakugo. Tisk, okay. Aizawa. Okay now. Midoriya. Well done, but avoid using fire punch on your teammates, it's very dangerous. Izuku. Okay, Aizawa. Well, that being said, I wanted to inform you that today you will have a special activity. All. More training. Asterisk. Aizawa. They will choose the group leaders. Everyone. That's completely normal, with a surprised face. Aizawa. I don't care how you do it, but you have to do it before the break. Kirishima. Yo. Mineta. I promise to make changes to the girl's uniform. Mina. I want. Iida. Silence. First, no, and second, we have to do it by vote. Jiro. But we don't know each other very well. Iida. That's the point. Whoever gets the most will be the most qualified. Kaminari. You just want to be chosen. Iida. Leaving that aside, does that seem okay to you, Professor? Aizawa. I don't own it. A long vote later. Results. Izuku. 5 votes. Momo. 3 votes. Iida. 0. Iida. It can't be. Uraraka. Yeah, calm down. Bakugo. Why the damn Deku? Zero. It's better than voting for you. Kirishima. With how little time we've had in class, everyone already knows that your personality is shit, Bakubro. Bakugo. Callous. Aizawa. Then Midoriya will be the group president and Yaoyorozu the vice president. Everyone turned to look at the aforementioned, but they would see Izuku sleeping at his desk. Aizawa. Okay, someone wake Midoriya up and you can go to your break. By the time we were done, everyone would be sitting at the same table eating. Iida. Don't you think what you eat is a little exaggerated, Midoriya? Izuku. MMMHMMJH. No, what are you talking about? Iida. Okay, I understand. Izuku. I honestly didn't expect to be president, can you tell me who voted for me? There, those who voted for him raised their hands and among them was Iida. Uraraka. Hey, but didn't you want to be the group president? Iida. It's one thing to want to be one, and another to be ready to be one. I have to admit Midoriya has leadership skills. Izuku. Yo. Iida was going to answer, but an alarm started to sound. Speaker. Level 3 violation, please evacuate. Uraraka. And what does that mean? Iida. Someone entered the school. We have to go. Everyone would start running for the exit, creating a huge crowd of people. Izuku. He's saving food to take with him, but he's trying to look out the window to see if there are reporters. But when he was about to tell them, they threw his food at him. Izuku. No, they won't pay me. Izuku stood behind everyone. Everyone turned around quickly and some would faint. Izuku. What the hell are you doing? Look out the window, you're reporters, and you damn threw away my food. Now after the break, Mina. I've never seen Midori so angry. Zero. And less for food. Kirishima. What do you say if food is sacred? That's when Aizawa came in. Aizawa. Okay, kids, first of all. Thanks for calming them down, Midoriya, even though there were more ways to do it. And second, I wanted to tell you that we'll be doing a rescue practice outside of UA. All. Yes, Aizawa. Silence activating his quirk. On Friday. The week had passed normally and today was hero practice day. Aizawa. Okay, go change. You can wear your suits if you prefer or not. When you're done, go to the exit and wait outside the truck. All. Yes, Aizawa. Bien. Already in the truck, Suyu. Midoriya, I'm someone who asks questions straight away, so I wanted to know if you have any other ways besides the one where you blow smoke. Izuku. See Asui. Bakugo. Forms. You are a Pokemon, what Deku? Aizawa. Silence, we're here, so come down quickly. Everyone went down and saw a hero with a very peculiar suit who gave them a very boring talk that I'm not going to include lol. After that conversation, during which the protagonist almost fell asleep, everyone would enter the U.S.J. 13. Welcome to U.S.J, a place where rescue training is provided in different environments. I was going to continue talking, but out of nowhere a purple portal would appear in the center and hundreds of villains would come out of it. Kirishima. Wow, there are even fake villains. Iida. You always thinks of everything. Aizawa. Those aren't fake. 13. Take care of them and if you can, escape. 13. Understood. Momo. But Professor, you can't just jump in like that. Aizawa. A hero always has tricks. Aizawa would launch himself against the villains. But on the other hand we see. Tamura. All Might isn't here. Tamura. I don't care about Kurogiri, follow the plan and go for them, and if you can investigate why he's not here. Kurogiri. Right away. So while Aizawa was facing the villains, the students and 13 would be trying to escape, but out of nowhere a giant smoke appears. Kurogiri. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kurogiri, and we're the League of Villains. We came to make the symbol of peace take his last breath. But I don't see you around. Did there happen to be a change of plans? Pass. Blah. Bakugo. Do you think we're going to let that happen? Launching into an attack. Izuku. Idiota. Bakugo. At the moment of giving the blow it pierced Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Wow, today's young people are so promising. Bakugo stepped back to where he was before. Kurogiri. Well, it's time to follow the plan. He surrounded the class with his smoke. 13 tried to absorb it with his quirk, but Kurogiri opened a portal behind her, damaging the gravity. Momo. Trace-sensei. Now Kurogiri completely surrounded them and teleported some to different areas of the U.S.J. Kurogiri. Well, it's done. Everyone would be worried about why their teacher was injured and their classmates were missing. But someone had to do something. Izuku. Iida. Go to school and ask for reinforcements, I'll clear the way for you. Iida. No, I won't leave them, that would be shameful on my part. Izuku. Just do it. Don't argue back. Iida. Understood, starting to run. Kurogiri. Are you really telling your plans in front of me? Kurogiri lunged at Iida, but before he could reach it, someone appeared in front of him and punched him. He thought he was going to pierce through, but he didn't know. He hoped the punch had Haki in it. The punch damaged him and pushed him away, leaving Iida with a path to escape. Izuku. Run. Iida. Hold on, I promise to come back soon. Kurogiri. Wow, I didn't expect that, well my work is done. He said to disappear and appear next to a blue-haired man with a hand on his face. Kurogiri. Tamura. One managed to escape but I left 13 out of combat. Tamura. You're a useless Kurogiri. I'd turn you into dust right now if you weren't the escape route. On the part of our boys, they were watching how Aizawa finished off the villains. Izuku. Those of you here, stay put and take care of 13-sensei. I'll go find the others. Uraraka. But that's very dangerous. Izuku. No problem, I'll take care of it. He said to disappear and start running with Gear 2 directly towards the landslide area. Landslide zone. We see Momo, Jiro and Kaminari. Kaminari. Really? There are villains here too. Momo. We must finish them off and return to the others. Jiro. And how will we do it? Kaminari. If I can't be of much help, why would I roast them if I use my quirk? Momo. I've already thought of something, give me some time and then I'll explain. Jiro and Kaminari. Okay. Momo turned around and opened her suit from the front to start creating something. Villain 1. Haha, they're just kids, they're probably very scared. Villain 2. Well, those two don't look like children, maybe we can have some fun. Several more villains. Yes. Villain 30. Don't underestimate them, we don't know their quirks. They would start to attack but Jiro and Kaminari would release sound waves and raise to drive them away from them but their effort was little because they were surrounded. Jiro. Almost there, Momo. We're in some trouble, Momo. Ready. Come on Jiro, let's hide, under a blanket. Jiro. Good, Momo. Do your best, Kaminari. Under the blanket. Kaminari. I got it, okay, let's go 10 million volts. Kaminari would launch his best attack and the villains would fall but he would remain in full mode. Jiro and Momo would get out of the blanket and see Kaminari in dumb mode and the villains knocked down so they bumped fists. Momo. We did it. Jiro. Yes, well done Kaminari. Kaminari. Hehehehe. They thought it was all over but out of nowhere a villain came out of the ground and grabbed Kaminari by the neck and pulled out a gun. Villain. Don't move or I'll kill you. They instantly froze, not knowing what to do. Kaminari was in deep trouble, and he didn't even realize it. Villain. Ha 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 his silly hero instinct. Saying that, several villains who had fallen before began to rise. Villain. They're useless, but I think they might amuse us. Ha ha ha. While you were saying that, Jiro was trying to connect one of his jacks with his boots to try to stun them and he was going to succeed but he was shot in the leg. Villain. Brat, do you think I wouldn't notice? You made me angry, so you'll pay dearly for it. Villain. Guys, get them ready to have fun, ha ha ha. Two villains would begin to approach Momo and Jiro, breaking Momo's suit and causing her to be almost naked. Villain. Look at that potential. Two others approached Jiro, who was lying on the ground from the gunshot wound to her leg. She tried to tell them to stop, but it was no use. Jiro and Momo. Are we really going to fall into the clutches of these perverts? Asterisk. They were already close when suddenly. Get away from them, damned ones. They would look up a small mountain behind the girls and see someone. Villain. And what are you going to do? The person above would slide down in front of the villains. Jiro and Momo. Todoroki. He would throw a wall of ice to cover the girls. Todoroki. Yaoyorozu creates new ropes. Villain. Stop or I'll kill him pointing Kaminari. Shoto stopped and the villain took the floor. Villain. Haha you thought you could stop me. Shoto. You're wrong, I'd just distract you, he'll take care of it, pointing behind the villain. The villain would turn around to receive a strong blow that sent him flying against the mountain. Izuku. Thanks for helping me Todoroki. Shoto. You're welcome, but you can call me Shoto. Izuku. Well, I have a favor to ask. Take the girls to the others at the front door. Shoto. What will you do? Izuku. I'll find the others and then I'll come with you. But hurry. Izuku disappeared again and was now heading to the shipwreck area. Fire zone. We see several students fighting with villains. Villain. Where are you brat? Bakugo. Damn here, shiny. It gave him a huge explosion that broke the floor and the villain fell on another. Kirishima. Hey, that was mine. Bakugo. Shut up, let's go with the others, they're probably at the U.S.J gate. Kirishima. Let's go. Shipwreck area, there we see 3 students on a boat. Melissa. Thanks for bringing that up, Suyu. Suyu. You can call me Sue. But more importantly, how will I get out of here? We're surrounded. Melissa. I don't know, but I do know that they don't know our quirks or else you wouldn't be here. Suyu. You're right, Mineta. Girls, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you really believe what that guy said? About killing All Might, it's true. Melissa. I don't know. Suyu. It's very likely that they would. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come. They must have a way to do it. Mineta. That's impossible. Melissa. I think you're right. But we need to think of a way out of here. Well, tell me exactly how your quirks work and I'll try to come up with a plan. Mineta. I can throw these balls out of my head and they are very sticky, but it depends on my feelings. Suyu. I can stretch my tongue about 20 meters, jump far, and I can return a fluid, although it is not very useful. Melissa. I think that'll do. I mustn't fail this time. Okay, Prime. They are interrupted because a villain has broken the ship in half and it is sinking. Melissa. Well, the plan is that I will jump and with a blow I will try to create a whirlpool to gather the villains there. Mineta throws her balls at them and Suyu. When I am in the air you catch me and we swim to the center. Mineta and Suyu. Okay. Melissa. Okay, it's time, I'll jump. She looked down and had a memory of when her plan failed when she was with Izuku. Melissa. I don't know if I can do it, maybe I'm just a failure. She would be hesitating a lot and taking a long time to jump. Until he hears something on the shore of the lake. Izuku. Melissa. Don't hesitate. If you fail, you'll have another chance, and I'll help you. After hearing that, she became super motivated and jumped. The villains thought it was suicide until she shot a blast of air with her finger, breaking it in the process. The villains would start to spin. That's when they start sticking to strange balls. Mineta. Take that. Bleeding from the head. Suyu would catch Melissa with her tongue and would be about to fall into the water near the shore when some arms wrapped around them and took them straight to the banks. Izuku. Well done. Now go with the others to the door. Melissa. Wait, where are you going? Izuku. For the others. Izuku was about to start running but he heard a scream coming from the center. Uraraka. Professor. Upon hearing that, they would turn around quickly and see Aizawa being crushed by a huge chicken. Seconds before. Tamura. Damn, erased head is killing the extra villains we brought. Kurogiri. After a name. Kurogiri opened a portal and out came a giant chicken. Tamura. Nomu, here comes an erased head. The chicken would quickly go out against Aizawa, who out of nowhere felt a big blow that hit him. I send it flying. Aizawa. Wow, that was really strong, and how fast is that thing? But before Aizawa could crash into anything, the Nomu appeared, grabbing Aizawa by one foot and slamming him back and forth against the dream. Then he threw it to the ground hard, leaving a crater. Uraraka. Professor. With Izuku. Izuku. Damn, I must help him. Melissa. It's very dangerous, you can't do it. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine, but first, when I hit that thing, they take out the teacher and take him to the others. They nodded very slightly. Izuku. Yes. Izuku ran, but while he did so he had a thumb in his mouth and began to blow air so that his fist would inflate and fill it with Haki. Everyone opened a gigantic fist that hit the Nomu, causing it to retreat a few meters, sending Aizawa's Nomu flying far away so that Suyu and company could get it out of there. Tamura. Why are you interfering? Damn it. Nomu kills that brat. The Nomu shot out again, but Izuku activated his advanced Haki and dodged all of the Nomu's attacks, but it was difficult because it was very fast. Izuku activated advanced armor Haki and punched the Nomu in the chest, causing the Nomu's chest to explode. At the door, everyone was already there. Only Izuku was missing and they could escape. Mina. Did you defeat him? Kirishima. Yes, I did it. Everyone would be happy until laughter began to be heard. Tamura. Ha ha ha, you damn brat. I admit it was great, but Nomu is the perfect weapon to kill the symbol of peace, and a brat like you isn't going to stop me. Nomu. Go seriously and kill him now. Everyone would see how the Nomu's chest began to regenerate. Out of nowhere the Nomu would appear in front of Izuku, hitting him with a huge blow that sent him flying against the wall strongly. Izuku. Damn, even though I'm made of rubber and had Haki, it hurt a lot. That thing is dangerous. spitting blood. Everyone at the door would be very worried about their friend, partner, love interest. To-dos. Izuku, Midoriya. Everyone saw Izuku get back up, but out of nowhere the Nomu appeared again and gave him another big blow. Izuku. Damn, he's too fast. Bakugo. Maldito Deku. He would run to attack the Nomu and managed to distract it. Bakugo. I know you have something in mind, Deku. So do it quickly. Taking a hit that sent him flying. Damn, this thing hits hard. Izuku. Okay, now all I have to do is try this. He would activate Gear 2 and put his finger in his mouth, inflating his hand to make it giant and cover it with Haki. Izuku. Well, it's time. Katsuki touches me. Everyone turned up to see Izuku. Minute 0:05 to 0:30. Everyone would see in amazement how the Nomu was lying in the middle of a crater with several noticeable wounds. Tamura. No way. Nomu, get up. But he didn't respond. Tamura. It's not true. Everyone at the door would be happy because they made it, but Izuku fell to the ground tired from the fight. Mina. I'm done. They were about to answer me, but something was happening in the crater. The Nomu was getting up. Tamura. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to defeat him. Nomu, kill him now. The Nomu would once again launch itself against Izuku, giving him a great combo of blows that sent him against the stairs towards the entrance. Momo. Melissa. Izuku crying. Tamura. Ha ha ha, how emotional, but this is over, Nomu. Izuku. Standing up, you're wrong. You made my friends cry and hurt my teacher. I won't forgive you. Tamura. What will you do? Izuku. This. His arms started to grow and so did his body, making it look like this. Izuku. Gear 4th. Bounce, man. Tamura. Ha ha ha, what's that supposed to do? You just made your body bigger. Against Nomu, that'll be useless. Izuku. Nomu Mata. Out of nowhere, the Nomu would fly past Tamura, but that wasn't the end of it, because Izuku started flying and went after him. He threw a punch that stretched across the U.S.J, making the Nomu bounce like a ball. Tamura. Nomu, stop playing and kill him. In the air, the Nomu would compose himself and take Izuku's arm, drawing him towards him and kicking him. To everyone's surprise, the kick was deflected by his body. Izuku would get under the Nomu and hit him, sending him flying very high. Everyone watched in amazement. The weapon that was meant to kill All Might looked like a mere doll next to the green-haired man. Izuku. It's time to finish. Putting his arm in his mouth again. Everyone would see this. They would be scared. Kurogiri. We have to go. Tamura, that blow could hit us, it's very dangerous. Tamura. Tisk, let's go. On the part of colleagues. Mineta. Aye, it's huge. He's going to kill him. Izuku. It's time to end this. I'm very hungry. This is the end. Izuku would give a strong blow to the Nomu, causing the Nomu to fall heavily, splitting the entire floor of the center of the U.S.J and leaving a large crater in it. Everyone. Izuku screamed because the crater only revealed dust until someone came out. Izuku. Everything is fine, why am I here? Coughing, epic entrances are hard. Everyone looks at him strangely. Izuku. I did it. There, everyone went to hug him very quickly. But one stood out from the rest. Momo. Please don't do something so dangerous again. Izuku. Calm down, I did it because I had to protect him. They're my friends and I had to do it. Out of nowhere the entrance door would explode and all the teachers would enter. Iida. I already arrived with the reinforcements, seeing the boys and no villain. All Might. Everything's fine, do you know why? Why I'm here? Turning around and leaving Melissa. It's all over, but the teachers are very hurt. All Might. I wanted my entrance to be epic, sad face. After that, the teachers called the police and ambulances to arrest the criminals and treat the injured. The police and several heroes were watching the Nomu. But Nezu and a policeman approached the boys. Police. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tsukaichi Naomasa. Nezu. Naomasa, and I want to know what happened. Everyone very simply answered that some villains broke in and knocked out the teachers, but that Izuku defeated the strongest one who they claimed was made to defeat All Might. Tsukaichi. Con Mineta in el air. Mineta. In the air, dude. Nezu. Well, thanks for telling us. Get on the bus and go back to school. Classes are over for today, so you can go home. The students left and only the teachers remained. Nezu. So Sukaoichi, do you know what quirks the Nomu has? Sukaoichi. Yes, and it is somewhat worrying because there are 4. Nezu. 4? Sukaoichi. We believe he is made up of different people, but his quirks were increased speed, super strength, damage absorption and regeneration. Nezu. This is very worrying. After the events at the U.S.J, we were all under the scrutiny of the press. The incident became famous and caused Class 1A to become famous. In a room. Nezu. I think it's the best thing to do to keep the students safe. This persistent approach has left us with a lot to think about, and I think the solution is here. Midnight. Director, don't you think that's a bit hasty? Aizawa. On the contrary. The students' health is very important, all bandaged. Nezu. That's exactly why. We'll also do it so the classes can bond more. Blad King. The problem is how we will make the parents decide that the best thing is to be in the UA. Nezu. I'll take care of that. What better security than the peace sign, haha. Then it's settled. Today we'll start the cement construction, and in a week, the class teachers and All Might will go in person with the parents. Aizawa. Well, leaving that aside, what will happen with the sports festival? Nezu. That's it. It will be done anyway, only with changes to demonstrate the unification of not only the UA classes, but this year we will have guests. Aizawa. Isn't he thinking? With broccoli. Izuku. UA has given us a week off because of what happened at U.S.J. Do you know what that means? Izuku. Yeah. Sleeping all day. Izuku's week had gone by normally, but with the exception that he went out with his teammates to train on several days of the week. On Saturday. Izuku. Okay, I think the boys have a good grasp of the principles. It just remains for them to develop them further under certain circumstances. Okay, let's go get something to eat. Izuku was walking down the stairs of his house. Here Izuku has better economic stability since his mother has a small business. Izuku. I wonder if Mom will be home today. I think it's her day off. Izuku. Mom, Inko. Send it, son, leaving the kitchen. Izuku. Nothing, I just wanted to know if you were home because I'm hungry _. Inko. You're hopeless. Come sit down, I'll make you katsudon today. Izuku. Yee. My favorite food, thanks Mom. Inko was putting the dishes on the table when the doorbell rang. Inko. Izuku. Can you open the door, please? Izuku. I'm going, Mom. He would open the door and see a homeless man in a suit and a muscular man standing in the hall. Izuku. We don't want insurance, thanks, closing the door. Aizawa. Putting his foot to stop the door. May I know what you're doing? You know exactly who we are. Izuku. Opening the door. I already told you that we don't want to. Sees Aizawa with his quirk activated. Ah, are you Professor? Come in. Aizawa. Did you really just recognize me? Izuku. With so many bandages I could barely see his eyes and hair, hee. Aizawa. Is your mom okay? Izuku. Right, come in. Aizawa and All Might entered. Izuku. Mom, we have visitors. Inko. Are they the insurance guys again? I already told you we don't want one, we already have one. Aizawa. Ma'am, we come from UA Inko. Ooh, excuse me, well, come in, we were about to eat if you want a little ahead. Everyone sat down in the dining room and Inko served them all katsudon. Izuku and All Might. Great katsudon. Enjoy your meal. Aizawa. Well, ma'am, we wanted to inform you of something very important for the students and their health. Inko. Go ahead. Aizawa. Well, you know about the recent incident, right? Inko. Yes. Honestly, I was a little scared that something might happen to Izu. Aizawa. In fact, your son saved us, but that's not the case. Well, given what happened, UA decided to build a place for students to live within UA, since we believe it's the safest place. Inko. But if it's safe, how did the villains get in? Aizawa. These things happen. You know, fellas. Well, the point is that security will be reinforced, and the teachers will also be living in a nearby building. Inko. Sounds good, but I think I'll have to turn it down. I know Izu is strong, but he's not immortal. He's taken a lot of risks since he was little, so I feel like if he stays at UA it's like I'm sending him to die. Aizawa. Ma'am, I know you might feel fearful about the future. And that's normal, but between us, let me tell you that I can recognize when someone isn't going to die easily. Midoriya has potential I've never seen in anyone but a person. He brings joy to everyone with his presence, and most importantly, he has the selfish desire to save. Aizawa. Being a hero is difficult, and I won't deny that. But I know Izuku is happy to see people laughing. I don't know him that well or anything. But I know he's worked hard, and you know that better than anyone. I wouldn't want someone who's worked so hard to make sure people are okay to not be happy. Inko looked out of the corner of her eye at Izuku happily eating his katsudon as if nothing was happening. Inko. Okay. Where do I sign? Aizawa. He always works handing out some papers. Some trucks will come here on Monday for Midoriya's things. Aizawa. Okay, thanks for your time. Okay, All Might, let's go. Stop eating. All Might. BB, but I was barely in the second round. Aizawa. Let's go, we have more houses to visit. A few minutes after Inko left, he was in the kitchen washing the dishes, but suddenly Izuku spoke to him. Izuku. Thank you, Inko. Why Izuku. From the moment they told me my quirk, you always supported me. Thank you for that, Mom, and even if we separate, I want to tell you that I love you very much. Inko. Crying. Izuku. Go prepare your things. Avoiding turning around so Izuku doesn't see her. Izuku. Yes, Mom. Inko. Thank you for being the best son. Whispering with a smile. On Monday, our-legged broccoli was arriving at his living room and saw all his classmates sitting down. Izuku. Hey guys. Everyone would answer so that he would then sit at his desk and then Aizawa would arrive. Aizawa. Okay, I finally got around to taking off these bandages. I wanted to let you know two things. First, the dorms are ready, and you can check them out now. Your things have arrived. Aizawa. Well, the second is that the battle is not over. Mineta. More villains. Aizawa. No, it's the sports festival. It starts in a month. Everyone. What a relief. Iida. Excuse me, Professor, but isn't it a bit hasty to hold the festival after a villain attack? Aizawa. You're wrong. The UA Sports Festival has become a huge national and international event. Heroes from all over the world watch it. You see, in the past, the Olympics had that symbol. But with the arrival of quirks, that was left behind. The sports festival has now become an opportunity to shine and show the world they're here. Plus, this year the festival will have a surprise. Aizawa. Okay, without further ado, let's go check out the dorms, buds. Yes, let's go. Minutes later, Aizawa. Welcome to the Heights Alliance. Imagine you don't have 1A. Everyone. It's huge. They proceed to enter, but as they open the door. Everyone. Hey, why are there people here? Class B. What are you doing in our dorms? Bakugo. Your dorms. They're ours. Monoma. Of you. You're very wrong, arrogant guy. Blad King. Enough. The two. Well, something that we don't explain is that both classes will live together. Bakugo. Why do we have to live with extras? Monoma. Why do we have to live with these people who steal all the attention and are irritating? Bakugo. What did you say? Monoma. That pisses me off. Aizawa. Silence. The reason they're living together is because the director decided that after the incident it would be best for them to live together so they'd get along and be able to work together. So starting today they'd be living together and doing internships together, so they'd keep quiet. Izuku. It's fine by me as long as there's food. Yaoyorozu. Okay, the president has already spoken. On your part. Kendo. I think there will be no problem except for those two looking at Monoma and Bakugo. Izuku. Calm down, Orange, they are harmless. Kendo. Why do you call me Orange? Izuku. Well, I don't know your name, hehe. If it's true with a ghost face. Kendo. True, let me introduce myself. I'm Itsuka Kendo, president of Class B. Izuku. Well, Kendo-san, it will be a pleasure to live with you. Extending his hand. Kendo. Likewise taking her hand. Aizawa. Okay, Now that you've made up your mind, even though you initially had no choice, you have a month to prepare for the sports festival. So I don't want to see you doing nothing. Without further ado, pack up your things. Today's class is over. Blad King. Same to you Class B. All. Yes. After a while, as everyone arranged their things, Izuku would put on normal clothes and go down with a soda in hand. All his classmates in Class B were in the living room watching a movie when he says, Izuku. Hey guys, everyone. Looking at him how good he looks. Momo. Are you going somewhere, Izuku? Izuku. Nope, I was thinking about going out to train for a bit, but I don't think so today, haha. By the way, how's your Haki coming along? Momo. Well, I can barely dodge some hits, but nothing yet. Izuku. And the others? Uraraka and Iida. Uraraka. I can now fight on equal terms with Iida. Iida. I've been training my physique and fighting with Uraraka. Izuku. So it's going well. By the way, appearing behind Mina, Hiroshima, and Hagakure, why are you guys hiding? How's it going? Mina. Poo well, it's going well, I think, haha, or not, guys. The three nod, you see cold sweat smile. Izuku. That's great grin. Although tomorrow we'll all train together to better see his progress. Hagakure. No, please, I promise to train for real, but no, please, I won't train with you. Loudly crying. Izuku. I knew it. But they'll do it anyway because the festival is only a month away. Everyone was looking at this until someone asked, Kendo. I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you explain something to us? Momo. You see, Izuku is teaching us Haki. Setsuna. Sorry to interrupt, I'm Setsuna Tokage, but what is Haki? Shoto. In simple words, it is the greatest power in the world. Monoma. So, if it's so great, what does it do or what? Izuku. Well, I can't really explain it well. Monoma. You see, that's pathetic, you can't even demonstrate. Izuku. Yes, I can look. Everyone felt an enormous pressure until Izuku stopped and out of nowhere a spoon was heard falling to the floor and everyone turned around to see Mineta passed out in his bowl of cereal. Setsuna. What was that? Jiro. Haki, but the most special kind. Kendo. So you can do more. Izuku. Yeah, that was just showing my will for a few seconds. Although I did it in smaller amounts so everyone wouldn't faint. What I didn't expect was that Mineta did. Monoma. Was it just your will? Fearful. Hey, how weak, I'm sure I could do better. Izuku. So you want to learn Haki? Monoma. You don't need it, much less from an arrogant Class A. Say no. If I do it I'll surpass you so yes. All. What a tsunere. Kendo. So you can teach whoever wants to. Izuku. No, only those who want the power to save. When I discovered Haki, I learned it's a power to help, so that's what I use it for. Girls. Where do I get one like that? Hiroshima. What great words Izubro. Izuku. I know, I heard it when I was playing. All. It can't be. Mina. Well, leaving that aside, we have to do something to integrate, so what do you think if we check everyone's rooms? Tokiyami. I prefer not to. Hagakure. See, and so everyone from both classes would go from room to room. Some very shady ones like Mineta's or some very strange ones like Yaoyorozu's because her bed was too big. Everyone was in good shape until it was Todoroki's turn to go to the room. Mina. It's very Japanese. Why is it decorated like that? Shoto. In my house we are very traditional. You know traumas XD. Melissa. Well, I really like it. I think this is the best one so far. It looks very peaceful. After that everyone would go to Sato's room where he prepared a cake for everyone celebrating that they were all united. Only one was missing. Izuku. I'm missing. Taking the knob. Okay, let's go. Everyone. It's quite normal. Everyone tried to look more closely, but some only saw the best part of the room. Kaminari. Great Midoriya, you have a PC. Izuku. Ah yes, my mother gave it to me, she said it was in case I got bored when she wasn't home, although I prefer to train. Izuku. And what do you think? Girls. It's very pretty. Momo. One day we're going to break that bed flushed. It's not enough that you're thinking Momo. Guys. That's great. Can we come more often? Izuku. Sure, you can come, but only when I'm there. Okay. All. Okay. Izuku. Okay, let's go to dinner. They all got off, but when they got to the table they realized something very wrong. Mineta. But we don't know how to cook. Shoji. True. Class B. Shota. And now what will we do? Kaibara. We ordered a pizza. Pony. I liked. Izuku. Don't worry, it's my turn today. Kirishima. Do you know how to cook Izubro? Izuku. I think a little. I don't promise it'll be that good, but I think it's better to eat something we made ourselves. Izuku rolled up the sleeves of his hoodie and started chopping vegetables and meat. He also noticed some dough, so he figured out how to make some. After a while Izuku shouted from the kitchen. Izuku. Okay, I'll serve you 3 each, but if you want more, it'll take me a little longer to make them. Placing the plate on the table. Izuku. I present to you the wonderful tacos. Everyone. Wow, what is that? Pony. Mexican food. Yaoyorozu. Is it Mexican food? Izuku. Yep, well I hope you like them. Izuku started eating left and right, but he ate in a way that didn't use chopsticks and everyone looked at him strangely. Izuku. Something's wrong squeezing the lemon. Abara. You're not using chopsticks. Izuku. Tacos are not eaten with chopsticks, you have to put them in your mouth and bite into them, biting like this. After that demonstration everyone started eating, but when they took the first bite they all thought something together. Everyone. They're great. Girls. It's definitely perfect. And the tacos too. Boys, Bakugo, Monoma. Food of gods. Pony. Where did you learn to cook tacos? Trash flipping with Monoma. Did I get that right? Izuku. What, Momo? Where did you learn to cook tacos? Kendo. Sorry for the last thing, is that she is a foreigner. Seeing Monoma angry and you told you not to teach her that. Izuku. Well, the taco thing just happened one day when my mom and I went on a trip. We went to Mexico, Cancun to be more precise, and there I tried all kinds of food. After that, we came back, but my mom had asked for the recipes for several dishes, so we made them together. And don't worry about the rest, Kendo-san. Reiko. Sorry Midoriya. Izuku. Dime Reiko. Reiko. I know we only just got to know each other this afternoon, but what you've said about yourself always includes your mother. I wanted to ask you what happened to your father. Izuku, upon hearing that word, lost his smile but answered anyway. Izuku. You see, when they told me what my quirk was, a few months later a misfortune happened. It was my mother's birthday and my father was coming to visit because he lived in another country for work. His quirk was being able to generate water. But when we were celebrating he asked about my quirk since he didn't know. My mother told him, and his smile faded. That night, as I went up to the bathroom to brush my teeth, I could hear my father saying something to my mother. Flashback. Kenji. Inko, why are you useless? Inko. Excuse me. Kenji. I married you thinking my son would have the hydrokinesis quirk and that I could fulfill my dream of becoming a hero. You can't even do that right. You just gave me a useless son. Inko. Well, excuse me for that, sarcastically. Besides, my son is not useless. I know he will be the greatest hero. Kenji. Please. Do you really think someone with that quirk will even make it through the hero exam? You're seriously mistaken. Kenji. You know better than anyone, he's useless. And if you continue with your retorts, I want to tell you something. I want a divorce. Inko. What? But why? Kenji. I already told you, I don't want a child like that. Inko. Okay, go. I don't want my son to live with a father like you. If you married me just for that, I don't care. We don't need you. I know Izuku will be the best, and I have no doubts. Inko. Besides, Izuku doesn't need someone so miserable like you in his life. Kenji. Don't talk to me like that, damn it. Hitting them, without me they're nothing. I'd better go. Inko. Go away and I don't want you back in my son's life. Kenji. I don't need garbage in my life. Izuku. Wait, apologize to my mom. Kenji. And why would I do that? Izuku. I'm telling you to do it. I hate you. You're not my father. My mother is the best in the world, and if I tell you to apologize to her, you'll do it. Kenji. Don't talk trash to me like that. Taking a knife. Izuku. Then I'll force you to apologize. Izuku ran, but his father, being stronger, kicked him. Izuku recovered, but his father slashed him with the knife across his cheek, leaving a scar. Izuku. Ah, M.I.O.J. Kenji. Ha 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 trash. He was going to stab but Inko got between the knife and Izuku and the knife went through her arm. Inko. I'm a veterinarian. Kenji. Kicking Inko, get out of the way. He said, heading straight for the door. Izuku. Next time if you don't want to see someone suffer because of you, you'd better die. That way no one will suffer. Izuku. It can't be. Taking his left eye and turning to his mother. Mom, tell me what I do. Inko. Give me the phone and I'll call an ambulance. End of the flashback. Izuku. That day I was left with this scar, and my mother's arm was badly injured. Luckily, she can move it. Standing, I'm going to the kitchen to prepare more. If anyone wants to grab me, I'll go to my room from there. Sorry to interrupt your dinner. Everyone had their heads down and even stopped eating. But someone spoke up. Yui. Wait, what's your quirk? Izuku. Rubber. I am a rubber man. We meet again in the dormitory's dining room where we see everyone gathered except Izuku. Bakugo. Tisk damn, Deku thinks he's so important. I'm already done, good night. Everyone fell silent. No one expected the atmosphere to suddenly become so tense. Suyu. Why is it that everything he's told us is always disregarded because of his kosei? He's very strong. Momo. I don't think so from the name. Kirishima. You're right, but what he did at U.S.J. is incredible. Kendo. Excuse me, but what exactly happened? Melissa. Some villains attacked us, and he helped us a lot. He and Professor Aizawa literally listened to everything. Momo. But the surprise comes when the Nomu attacked Aizawa. Setsuna. Name, Shoto. A biological weapon that was made to kill All Might, that's what the villains said. Class B. K. Kill him. Uraraka. Yes, the Nomu confronted the teacher and left him seriously injured. But Deku took care of it. Shoto. Treating the Nomu like a doll. Joruda. Like a doll. What kind of monster is it? Tetsu. So his quirk is very strong. Momo. Yes, but that has to do with his brother. It would be best to ask him another day. Mina. Okay Midori, I'll leave more tacos, who wants more? To-dos, Izuku, Bakugo. You. On the other hand, Bakugo. Damn Deku, I swear I'll make sure you don't look down on me. 3 weeks later, we see a broccoli in front of a hagakure. Izuku. I told you that you must hold her until you get her there, otherwise it's no good, and that's why I asked for the handcuffs. Monoma. You're a monster. Izuku. It's not that heavy, look, carrying the huge stone. As stubborn as ever, aren't you? Izuku. Hey, who said that? Turning around, get out of wherever you are. Question mark. Seriously, don't you remember your great brother? That makes me so sad. Coming out from behind a tree. Izuku. Isugi, is that you? Wow, you've grown so much, you're almost my size. He. Isagi. What did you say? Damn, I was just growing. Kendo. Excuse me, but your name is Isagi, right? I don't understand anything. Isugi. Yeah, sorry. Let me introduce myself. I'm Izuku's older brother. Bowing. All. Nice to meet you. Izuku. And what are you doing here? I thought you were in a place isolated from the world. Isagi. Well, it's not that much, but anyway, the fact is that they let me out for a day. Although I can go out more than one, but I will only come when it is the festival to see my amazing little brother win it. Monoma. Sorry, but the festival will be won by the grade Class B. Isagi. And who is this? Izuku. He's a partner. But that's how it is, and excuse me for what? By the way, thanks for coming, I thought it would take a while to see you again. Isagi. With fake tears, you've grown so mature. Then Aizawa arrived. Aizawa. Midoriya, the principal is calling you. Stop talking and go. Izuku. Right away. Turning around, excuse me, I'll be back in a moment. Turning around with the boys. And you guys rest easy because now that he arrives it will be worse. Izuku went straight to the principal's office, and when he was in front of the door he waited for a moment. Izuku. Isagi said to always knock on more doors before entering. Knocking, can I come in? Nezu. Go ahead, young man. Izuku. Entering. My name was Director? Nezu. Yes, young man. Well, I wanted to tell you that on the day of the festival I need you to accompany us hours before, along with your kendo partner, as class representatives. We'll go for the surprise of the festival. Izuku. Surprise? Great, starstruck. I love surprises. Nezu. I believe it, so do I. Well, young man, you can go, but don't forget to remind your partner. Izuku. Okay, well, bye, principal. See you tomorrow, but at what time exactly? Nezu. Aizawa will pick you up, just make sure you look presentable. Izuku. Okay, about that, Director, could I ask your brother to stay in my dorm today? Nezu. Who is your brother? Izuku. I will write to Isagi Yoichi. And Nezu. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Excuse me for interrupting you, but he will be able to stay until after the festival. That was already planned. Izuku. Really? It's even cooler, thanks. Well, goodbye. Leaving the room. Nezu. Haha, who would have thought? Those two brothers. All good with that, but let's go back a few minutes, more specifically when Izuku left. With his companions. Mina. So you are Midoriya's brother? Isagi. Excuse me, what is your name? Mina. I'm Mina Ishido. Isagi. Nice to meet you, and yes, we are brothers. Kendo. It is unexpected that they are brothers, they do not look alike. Momo. I understand that they are not blood related. Isagi. That's right. We met in elementary school and have gotten along ever since. But we have a bond stronger than blood. Sworn. With his hand on his chest, Melissa. Excuse me, Mr. Isagi, do you also know Haki? Isagi. Haha, don't call me sir, even though I'm 16, it's just because I'm older than Izuku by months, and to answer your question, I don't know anything about that. Awase. Not to be rude, but why are you here? Isagi. Don't worry, I'm only here because I was given the chance to leave, but it'll only be for a short time. Just until the day after tomorrow. Jiruda. What do you mean they gave it to him? He's not here, why can he? Isagi. That's exactly why I can't leave, but I heard the UA festival was coming up, and the director gave me the chance to be here. Momo. But you are so important. Isagi. Well, I don't think I'm important, to be honest. I'm just a soccer player. All. Footballer? Setsuna. Excuse me, but what is your full name? Isagi. Isagi Yoichi, present mic voice. Isagi Yoichi. Nicknamed Selfish Quirk. Metavision. His quirk allows him to see and predict what people will do or see the things that are within this 100-meter area. He can also move things and exchange them in addition to knowing the properties of each thing or person within this area. Mineta. I found it. Looking at his phone, Bayern Munich U17 star currently in Blue Lock. Son of the founders of the Yoku Miru company. Isagi. Haha, you shouldn't believe everything you see on the internet. The truth is, I'd be nothing without my brothers. Kaminari. Why do you say that? You're amazing, man. I'm sure you have a lot of girls after you. Kendo. But why do you say without my brothers? It's not just you and Midoriya? Momo. I understand that you had another brother called Rin, right? Isagi. Yes. Sitting down, the three of us became sworn brothers when we met in elementary school. He and I protected Izuku from those who bullied him. Isagi. When Rin died, Izuku and I were devastated. It's not easy watching your brother die in front of your eyes, but Izuku and I promised to fulfill our dream. My duty as an older brother is to help Izuku, so, standing up and bowing. I ask you to take good care of him. He's very silly, but he's the most valuable thing I have. He helped me accept the opportunity to enter where he's brought me here now, please. Isagi. Don't say anything about that, then it'll only get to your head. Kanoko. By the way, why do you say Midoriya has a silly dream? Isagi. Well, you see, for his part, Izuku was arriving where everyone was to see everyone laughing. Izuku. Did something happen? Melissa. You and your brother are so awesome. We're so glad to have you.
Izuku. Really, I'm glad you liked him. By the way, looking at Isuku, you'll be staying until the day after tomorrow, right?
Isagi. They already told you, Sai. That's right, I'll stay to see you at the festival. Izuku. Brilliant. Already at dinner time. Izuku. I think I look pretty good. Izuku. Okay, let's go downstairs. The others should already be waiting for me for dinner. He went down to meet everyone in the living room watching the Nemo movie. Mina. No, don't take it away. Izuku. Hey guys. Everyone. Hello Midoriya, what are we having for dinner? Izuku. With a drop of sweat, well, I don't know, Isagi. Can I help cook? He was coming down the stairs and said hello. He was dressed in somewhat tight blue pants and a white shirt with a red jacket over it and a fanny pack hanging from his shoulder. Isagi. Hey, so you're still wearing the clothes I bought you? Izuku. Yes. I like it a lot, although I wore it because you bought all the clothes I have. Monoma. Seriously, does the class president need someone to buy his clothes? What the hell? Gets hit.
Kendo. Shut up, but it's true, why do you buy her clothes? Isagi. He has very bad taste, literally one day he bought a beard. Izuku. He looked really good in the cape pouting. All the girls. He's very cute. Isagi would see that and just laugh. Isagi. I see, haha. Izuku. What? Isagi. My quirk allows me to see beyond a person. I'll just say that. Okay. Let's cook. The girls tensed up because of what Isagi said, but everyone was happy because they cooked, so they didn't give it any importance. Already at dinner. Izuku. I present to you the dino quesadillas. Isagi. They are made in different flavors depending on the color. For example, the red ones are chorizo and cheese, the brown ones are just cheese. You can take whatever you like. Everyone would take one of each and began to eat happily and chat quietly. Izuku. By the way, Isagi, how are you doing with Anri?
Isagi tensed up at the question but answered anyway. Isagi. Well, he sends his regards, although it's a bit difficult for me. Melissa. Is she your girlfriend? Isagi. Yes, but it's something special, so to speak. Isagi. Leaving that aside, when are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend? Your mom and I are waiting. Izuku. Girlfriend? What's that? Isagi. Charging the table, I should have imagined. We never told you about it. Isagi. You see, when you like someone it's because you have special feelings for that person, and then when you tell them and they accept them you become boyfriend and girlfriend. Izuku. I understand, so if I like him I'll tell him and we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend. Isagi. Yes, but it's a little more difficult. Everyone would see this as if it were a conversation with a child. Izuku. Then I like Momo. The aforementioned woman choked and began to drink water excessively. The girls. Lucky. Izuku. Why Melissa, she choked too. Izuku. And Kendo. And all of them actually, I like them as friends. Isagi. I give up, you don't understand anything. A girlfriend is. Be more than friends. But just don't say you like someone so lightly. Things get misinterpreted. Looking at the three Izuku had mentioned. Isagi. More importantly, will you be using Gear 4th at the festival? Izuku. I don't think it's necessary. Isagi. I wanted to see him in action. Sad face. Suyu. Is that what you became when we were in U.S.J? Izuku. Yes. Isagi. Have you really used it? I thought I'd see it in action first. Izuku. I used it because I had to. That thing wouldn't give up. Reiko. So that's what you used to fight the thing made to kill All Might? Izuku. Yeah, but that thing wasn't very strong. It's just that its regeneration was a problem. It withstood a red rock. Isagi. I still remember when you used red rock for the first time. You almost killed me. Izuku. If it's true. Isagi. But you should know that I've become better now. Izuku. I'd like to see that. By the way, you're going to join me for Kendo tomorrow. Everyone went blank and Kendo spat out the water he was drinking. Kendo. Poo-poo, well, okay. I accept your date. Izuku. Date? We're not going with the principal as class representatives. He said it should be between casual and formal. And Aizawa and Blad King Sensei should accompany us. Kendo. You're a fool whispering okay Isagi. It can't be. After that, everyone went to sleep, thanking everyone except Bakugo for dinner, and everything would be fine until the time came. Izuku was awake, looking in the mirror. Izuku. Well, just wait for Aizawa to knock on the door. And that's exactly what happened. Izuku. I'm going. He opened the door and Aizawa was there with Kendo and Blad. Izuku was dressed in a white shirt with a jacket over it and tight black pants, and behind him he wore a coat from the shoulders. Izuku. I'm ready. Aizawa. Okay, let's go. The festival starts in 2 hours and we still have to go and then go back to get ready. They left the UA and got in. Still, a black car would arrive at their destination after a half-hour drive. Kendo. Excuse me, but why are we here, Aizawa? We came for the surprise of the festival. Everyone got out of the car. At that moment, some men came out and greeted Aizawa and Blad King behind them. 5 more students. Insert present mic voice Nagamasa Mora Quirk. Hair extension. Nagamasa is able to extend and manipulate his own body hair. This quirk is effective at incapacitating large numbers of enemies. Inasa Yorashi Quirk. Whirlwind. Allows you to create powerful gusts of wind. Kami Utsushimi Quirk. Glamour. Can create visual and auditory illusions for a short period of time. A fog-like substance is emitted from the mouth, allowing the illusion to be created. It is unknown whether the illusion dissipates at the user's will or not. Seiji Shishikura Quirk. Meatball. Allows him to manipulate human flesh and change its shape. My favorite, Mayoi Quirk. Portal creation. Mayoi can open a hole in the universe connecting 2 non-adjacent locations. She can also create portals that can emit bursts, either short energy blasts or long-distance beam blasts. End of present mic voiceover director Shiketsu. It's a pleasure to have you here, Eraserhead and Blade King. Watching Izuku and Kendo. I suppose you are the class representatives. Kendo. Nice to meet you. My name is Itsuka Kendo and my partner's name is Izuku Midoriya. Shaking his hand. Director Shiketsu. Taking the hand. Nice to meet you. I present my boys, they're the representatives of our part. They are already up there Izuku. Excuse me, but where is the surprise? I haven't seen it. The director was going to speak but Aizawa spoke first. Aizawa. The surprise is that all the first graders of Shiketsu will be participating together in the festival. I can't believe I didn't tell you that, Nezu. Izuku. UHH, then. Even cooler Izuku. I'm so happy. It would have been boring otherwise. Bowing, thanks for coming. Director Shiketsu. Ha 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 I like this guy Aizawa. You're hopeless. Director Shiketsu. Okay, guys, say hello. The tallest one came forward. Inasa. My name is Inasa Yorashi. Nice to meet you. Offering his hand. I'd like to see how strong the UA people are. Izuku. Well, I'm not one of the strongest, but I hope you have fun, that's what matters. Inasa. You're right haha Nagamasa, Ankoku, Kami, Seiji, Ungusto. Izuku. Okay, let's all go to the festival, walking away. Aizawa. Wait, Midoriya. We have to go with them in the trucks. Pointing at the trucks. Izuku. That's true hehehe let's go. Ankoku, Seiji. Is this your representative? He's so stupid. They all got on the trucks and from there they left for the UA and after a few minutes they arrived. Aizawa. Okay, hello everyone. The festival starts in half an hour, so get ready. There'll be a box for the executives at the stadium. Some from UA will be there. Students will have their own space to rest. All classes can participate, and don't worry if you fail a test. There will be games for those who are disqualified. All. Yes Aizawa is now the director of affairs. Aizawa and Blad King. I hope you like UA and that we can do this again next year. Without further ado, we'll be leaving. We'll see you in the box. Director. Rest assured. Aizawa. Okay, turning to the right Midoriya, don't suffocate them and see it's time for the festival. Without further ado, they left so that everything could continue as normal. 30 minutes later. Midnight. Good morning, beautiful people of the world. Today is the day to celebrate the sports festival, but this year it won't be anything like last year. We have guests today. Midnight. Give them a warm welcome to Shiketsu Hero Academy. This year is special, and I hope next year will be just as special. These are the boys from Shiketsu Academy. Thank you in advance for being here. Thank you, Professor. Midnight. It's time to introduce the kids from UA. They're the hero class, the support class, and, last but not least, the general classes. Welcome, kids. Minutes before. Shoto. Midoriya, being objective, I am stronger than you, so I will destroy you and win this. Bakugo. Don't get ahead of me, damn half and half, Deku, I'll defeat you today and you'll know that you're no better than me. Izuku. Do what you want, guys. I'm just telling you, I won't let you. Someone very important is watching me, and I can't lose. Not now, not ever. I've already lost a lot, and I won't lose anymore. Speaker. Please come to the playing field. Upon hearing that, Izuku left without saying anything else to anyone or anything. Present. Midnight. Now let the representatives of both schools come in. On Shiketsu's side, Nagamasa went up. Nagamasa. I hope you enjoy whatever happens. Whoever wins, I hope you enjoy it. And that everyone gives their best, not just from Shiketsu but also from UA. Thank you. On behalf of UA, Izuku went up. Ankoku. Seriously, that stupid again? Izuku took the microphone. Izuku. First, thank you for being here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, Professor. Now, regarding my words. I think the same as Nagamasa, but with one exception. If it matters who wins, I will do it. He began to receive boos from many students, but suddenly a current was felt that made everyone fall silent. Ankoku. It can't be, he's a monster. Izuku stepped down from the podium and handed the microphone to Midnight to return to his place. In the stands. Mirio. Seriously, that kid is awesome. His Haki is incredible. Najire. He's also very handsome. Tamaki. Wow, Najire, I didn't know you liked minors. Taking his phone. Hello? FBI? Najire. Enough, Tamaki. Besides, she's not that young. Tamaki. Okay, but we're right about something. The 3. He is a monster when he fights. On the teacher's site. Nezu. I hope this can be done more often, I'm delighted. Director Shiketsu. Me too, especially with that kid Izuku Midoriya. Isagi. Does my brother also catch your attention? Nezu. Welcome, young Yuichi. I was also surprised when you told me you were brothers. Is there anything you'd like to tell us about him? Director Shiketsu. But how are they brothers without the same last name? Isagi. Long story, but I hope you enjoy watching the festival. And if Principal Nezu, don't make him angry. On the playing field, Midnight. Wow, strong statements from the good young man. Let's introduce our commentators. Present Mike. Yeah, people, aren't you excited? A racer is something unique since the sports festival started. Aizawa. Don't shout so much, and yes, I'm excited. Present Mike. You've already heard it, people. The most bitter one is excited about the festival. Show that you shout too. Put it on for a few seconds. Midnight. That's the attitude. Let's go with the first game. A roulette wheel behind her started spinning. Obstacle course. Present Mike. The boys will have to run towards a mint, overcoming obstacles. Midnight. Okay, that's explained. Let's all give the go signal. PLUOS. After the first test was announced, everyone would line up at the start waiting for the starting signal. Present Mike. What part of the race do you think we should focus on? A racer head. Aizawa. At the beginning. Present Mike. You heard it right from the start, people. There's going to be a lot of action, so keep your eyes open. Aizawa. No gripe, Tonto. Midnight. Okay, everyone is ready now. All. Yes, Midnight. Well then let it begin, with a whipper against the floor. Everyone ran out, but when they were in the exit tunnel everything was a big crowd and they could barely get out, but out of nowhere the atmosphere was getting cold. Shoto. It's time to turn up the heat, freezing the tunnel floor and getting out. Present Mike. I see him and I don't believe it. Dr. Garcia. Shoto Todoroki just froze the entire tunnel. This guy is impressive. Aizawa. It is, but I think you should focus on the goal.
Present mic. I don't believe it. We already have a winner, gentlemen. Enkoku Mayoi from Shiketsu High School just used her quirk and appeared at the finish line. Present mic. And again, These kids today are really cool. She even said, nah, I'm here. The audience. Woo, congratulations. Mayoi. Tisk, this is for fools, all that remains is to see who comes second. In the tunnel. Extra. It can't be, we're trapped. Shoto. Well, this is my chance to get ahead. Inasa. Not so fast, son of number 2. Momo. You won't leave us behind. Todoroki. Bakugo. Damn, half and half. Todoriko. Tisk, I knew they weren't going to be that easy to leave behind. Just then they hear footsteps behind them. Izuku. Running. I didn't expect you to do that, hehe. Todoroki. How did you get out? Izuku. I broke it and then ran over everyone, hehe. Present mic. Finally, everyone made it out of the tunnel. What's this? We have several contestants fighting for second place. On the one side, we have Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugo, and the newly minted first-year star, Izuku Midoriya. On the Shiketsu side, we have Inasa Yoarashi. I think this guy is great. Aizawa. All of them are very interesting. Present mic. I believe it, but this test couldn't be that easy. We've reached the first obstacle. The giant robots. From the entrance exam. Todoroki. Seriously, how do they get so much money? Izuku. Stopping great, star struck. Okay, let's go. Everyone watched as Izuku ran with a big smile on his face when the robot threw a big punch that went straight towards Izuku, but he dodged it by jumping. Izuku. Oh, almost. Well, bye. Everyone saw how he inflated his fist and stretched it back a little and gave a big color that knocked 3 robots to the floor. Present mic. I am pre-Conte. If I were a woman, this guy would be the one I'm currently paying for. He just defeated 3 robots with a single attack. And he did it like it was nothing. This guy is a monster. Izuku Midoriya, remember that name. Izuku. See you guys at the finish line. After saying that, Izuku ran off as if nothing had happened, leaving everyone behind. Todoroki. I won't lose, Midoriya. Running and freezing a robot. Inasa. Wait, son of number 2, flying out and knocking down a robot with a very strong blast of air. The others. It's frozen, let's go through. Todoroki. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I froze it at an unproportionate angle, it'll fall. The giant robot fell on 2 people. Present mic. Did we just kill 2 people? No, they are the strongest spears and shields, they are Kirishima and Tetsu. From the UA Heroes course, they got out of the robot and started running over the robot. Kirishima. That's all Tetsu, bro, bumping fists. Above them was a Muslim. Bakugo. Deku, half and half aren't going to leave me behind. Present mic. It's certainly a festival like no other. We've had many surprises. First, the quickest victory. Then, the gigantic blow. And now we have the fight for second place. They are Japan's future heroes. Show the world what you can do. The whole stadium would scream with excitement. Audience. They are great, give my wife a child and I will support him. Present mic. It seems the audience is acting strange today. Well, Aizawa, what can you tell us about the contestants? You're the analytical one. Aizawa. Don't call me that. And some facts about Inasa Yoarashi. He applied to UA for the exam and passed, but for unknown reasons, he turned down the spot. Present mic. Wow, I didn't even know that. Anything else? Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya, the sensation boy. Look, I found out something surprising today. Do you remember Isugu Yoichi? Mike. The Japanese soccer star. Aizawa. That's the same one. He's Izuku Midoriya's older brother. Mike. Oh, my mom's going to give me a heart attack. I've seen that kid play soccer, and he's a monster at it. I can't wait to see what his brother can do. Isugu. That wasn't necessary. Director and Chief Executive Officer. Present mic. Let's review how the standings are currently going. Primer lugar. Enkoku Mayoi. Second place. Izuku Midoriya. Third place. Shoto Todoroki. Fourth place. Inasa Yoarashi. And fifth place. Katsuki Bakugo. Present mic. Except for Enkoku Mayoi, the other four are very close and fighting for second place. But the time has come, Doctor. The moment of the fall. Aizawa. That's right, it's a 30-meter drop. Contestants will have to navigate the obstacles on the ropes that connect the cliffs. Present mic. But wait, someone already Totemo, the lead of the other four. Inasa Yoarashi is flying through the fall and behind him come Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. It seems that the Wonder Boy is left out. Izuku. Okay, it's time for the rocket. He positioned his hands so his fingers would catch on the farthest cliff and let himself fall. Present mic. What is this? Izuku Midoriya just stretched his arms and threw himself down. What is he thinking? Out of nowhere Izuku flew like a rocket through the skies. Present mic. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's not Izuku Midoriya, he's flying. Izuku quickly went down to the ground to continue running, having already gotten over the fall. Present mic. What do you feed them? Eraser. Aizawa. In fact, that boy feeds us. All audience. Ha ha ha. Present mic. Jaja. Izuku continued running, but now he was a few meters behind those fighting for second place. Izuku. Time to get serious. Stopping. Present mic. What's going on? Did Izuku Midoriya just give up? Aizawa. No, I'm serious now. Izuku bent down and placed his hand on the floor and his skin began to move in a strange way, causing smoke to come out of his body. Izuku. Second gear. Izuku ran off and in a flash he disappeared and appeared with the leaders. Izuku. It was a lot of fun, but I have to get there fast. I'm hungry. Todoroki and Bakugo. As if we were going to let you get ahead of us. Izuku. I don't need permission, I'm already doing it. Izuku disappeared again and out of nowhere appeared at the last obstacle. Present mic. You'll be fast, kid, but fast ends here. Welcome to the minefield. Izuku. So this is to help those behind. Serious look. I don't care, I'm faster. In a blur of speed, Izuku disappeared again, and the minefield was only visible as mines exploded one after another, hitting nothing. Until Izuku was seen at the end of the field. Izuku. They won't be able to stop me. Present mic. This guy can't be, he's completely crazy. He drove me crazy, crazy, crazy. Isuku. He still keeps sticking his tongue out, ha ha ha. Nezu. And that's a good sign. Isuku. Yes, it means he enjoys it. In a burst of speed, Izuku crossed the finish line. And he deactivated Gear 2. Present mic. We have the second one. The Wonder Boy does it again. Izuku paused for a moment and then returned to his previous state. Without sticking his tongue out. Enkoku, who saw all this, was in shock. Enkoku. Is he really that fast? And he doesn't even look tired. Izuku realized he had reached the goal and just started laughing and jumping until he lay down on the floor. Izuku. I did it. Izuku turned to his right and saw Mayoi leaning against a wall. He stood up and started walking toward her. Enkoku. It can't be, what do I do when I come here? Asterisk. Izuku. Hey portal girl. Enkoku. Dime. Izuku. You're so cool, with a big smile and offering his hand. Tell me your name, I forgot. Cold sweat smile. Enkoku, who saw all this, was in shock and thought that a declaration of war would come against her, but she was totally wrong and now she didn't even know how to respond. Izuku. Understanding, understanding. Understanding. Enkoku. Yeah. Izuku. Are you okay? Enkoku. Yes, of course. Indifferently. God, this boy is very different from me. Izuku. So tell me your name again. Enkoku. Mayoi, Dime Mayoi. Izuku. So Mayoi, your great grin taking his hands. I never expected you to arrive first. Mayoi. It can't be, he's touching me, I don't know what to do. A little blushed. Thanks. Izuku. Letting go of his hands. Can I sit next to you? To wait for the others. Enkoku had regained her bad girl composure. Enkoku. Why are you asking me? Just do it. Izuku. Hee, I thought it might make you uncomfortable. Enkoku. I'm not bothered, but a guy flattering me so much makes me a little nervous. I don't care. Present mic. That boy is a beast. Pim pam pum, he nails it where the spiders weave their nests. They both realized that they were being watched on the stadium's big screen and turned very red, finally turning to the side. Let's get back to the race. Bakugo. Damn Deku, he's here. Inasa. Todoroki and he arrived just at the last obstacle. Inasa. See you, son of number 2 starting to fly. Bakugo. Not so fast. Flying with his explosions. Todoroki. Tisk, what's he up against me? This will give the guys behind an advantage, but if I don't want to lose, I have to do it. Freezing the ground beneath him. The three of them once again began a fierce battle for the lead. They even traded attacks to slow the other two down. The three of them reached the tunnel. Present Mike. Who will be the third? Seeing one come out. Present Mike. Third place goes to Shoto Todoroki. Ladies and gentlemen, Winter has managed to position itself in third place on the list. Behind him are the Gentlemen of the Air and finally the Chinese Firecracker. This was a close fight, congratulations to those who made it. Bakugo. Damn, I arrived in 5th. After a while everyone arrived and managed to occupy the first 42 places. The part about this is about Kambi, Inasa, Nagamasa, and Ankoku. From UA, several from the hero course of classes A and B remained, leaving only one from support and another from general courses. Mei Hatsune and Hiroshi Shinszo. Present Mike. What did you think of this race? I'm so excited. I dare say this will be the best festival we've seen so far. Aizawa. You're right. Present Mike. Okay, young people, you'll have a half-hour break so you can eat, and then you'll have to come back here to continue the festival. After that everyone went straight to the UA cafeteria. Izuku. Great, I'm already really hungry, but I'm going to the bathroom first. He was going to the bathroom and then to eat but he ran into Isugu. Isugu. So you keep sticking your tongue out. Izuku. I think I still do it even though you told me it was still a little strange. Isugu. Don't worry, Izuku. Okay, let's eat. Isugu. You don't change. They went to the cafeteria and Izuku ran to the counter to serve himself some of the delicious lunch rush food. Izuku. Excuse me, can you give me cooked meat? Lunch rush. Solo carne. Izuku. Yes, meat is of vital importance right now. Lunch rush. Okay kid, I like your attitude. After receiving his meat, he headed toward his friend's table, but he looked away and saw Mayoi alone at a table. With no one around, his gaze lowered. Isugu. Come on, let's go. Izuku. You go, I'll go with my friend going in Mayoi's direction. Isugu. Well, it's done. Izuku. Hello Mayoi, can I sit down? She looked up. She looked a little sad but she only responded bitterly. Mayoi. The table is empty, do it if you want. Izuku. Fine grin. Starting to bite his piece of meat you isn't going to eat. Mayoi didn't know how he did it but he understood. Mayoi. I'm not very hungry. Izuku. Eating and why are you soda? Why are you alone? Mayoi. I don't have any friends, gripping her chopsticks as she held her ramen. Izuku. You're wrong. Mayoi looked up and saw Izuku who stopped eating. Mayoi. Yes and why? Izuku. You and I are friends, hee. Now let's eat together, we don't have much time. Mayoi just looked back at her ramen and the little bit that was heard was a, thank you. Mayoi. I guess you're right. They both didn't realize it but they were being watched by the entire cafeteria not because of the conversation but because of the fact that they had both been in first place. After that event in the cafeteria, all the students would return to the field to watch midnight again with the giant screen behind them. Midnight. Okay, time to announce the next event and that is Capture the Flag. Present Mike. This game will take place in a fake city on the UA campus. The game consists of forming groups of 3. In the fake city, there will be 2 flags, one for each team. Here, your team will have to capture the opponent's flag and take it back to their base, avoiding having their flag taken away. You will have 10 minutes to form your team. Considering there are 42, there will be 12 teams and of those 10 only 6 will pass. Well, form your teams. Izuku. Gosh, I don't know who to team up with. It's very difficult. Then he feels someone touch his back. Izuku turned around and saw Mayoi. Izuku. Can you help me? Mayoi. Well, I was wondering if we could be a team, I don't have anyone else to team up with. Izuku. Do you really want to team up with me? Sees how Mayoi nods great, hugging her and spinning around with her. Mayoi. Why is he so lively? He's moving me a lot and he's also hugging me. Just don't shake me so much please. Izuku. True. Mayoi. By the way, since we are friends, can I call you by your name? Izuku. Of course. Well, we're missing one more. To make the team feel more comfortable, taking his hand, let's go find him. Izuku. I know, Mayoi. You can make portals, and I can fight. All we need is someone who can take care of the bomb. Mayoi. Makes sense. Izuku. Then I know who. Izuku. Monoma. Do you want to be part of my team? Monoma. Go ahead, the class president wants me to be on his team. Izuku. But yes or no? Monoma. Say no, yes no yes. Izuku. Okay, first copy cements Quirk sensei. Monoma. Understood. Monoma went to copy the cement Quirk, and just as he did, the loudspeaker rang. Present mic. Time's up. The teams are ready, go get ready. Present mic. Because she is first in the race, her team will participate first. The first teams will be Equipo Ankoku Mayoi, consisting of Mayoi, Izuku Midoriya, Nito Monoma. They will face the team Team Tsuyu Asui, consisting of Minoru Mineta, Mezzo Shoji. Why Tsuyu Asui? Present mic. It will be interesting to see what the first two can do together, don't you think Aizawa? Aizawa. It'll be very interesting. But on the other hand, we have guys who, while not as prominent, can make a strong combination. Present mic. You will have 5 minutes to prepare. And we in the stadium will be able to see all of this from the cameras. Also, remember that once it starts, we'll be able to talk, and they won't hear us, but we'll hear them. On the field we see the two teams each at their base. With Izuku. Izuku. Well, I'm not very good with plans, but I think we could cover the flag with Monoma's Quirk, and Mayoi and I can go for the flag. Mayoi. I think it's fine. I think we can finish this quickly. Monoma. I'd like to attack, but I think it's also important to defend. Plus, the opposing team has no destructive power. Izuku. True, but we shouldn't be overconfident. Okay then. Monoma surrounds the flag with several layers of cement. Mayoi, get ready. Both. Yes. Kon Tsuyu. Mineta. It can't be, we had to face Midoriya. Tsuyu. It's a shame, but we can't let them win. This is our chance to show what we're capable of. Shoji. You're right, I think I have a plan. Tsuyu. Dillo. Shoji. Mineta will use his balls to scatter them around the room. I'll go attack, and you, Tsuyu, will stay here, covering the flag with Mineta. Tsuyu and Mineta. See. Present mic. Wow, both teams are going all out. Speaker. Begin. Mineta started throwing balls all over the room to stop Midoriya. Tsuyu, for her part, was taking care of the flag. What they didn't expect was that a portal opened in the ceiling of the room and Midoriya came out. Mineta. It can't be. Out of nowhere, Izuku, in second gear, gave him a huge blow that sent Mineta unconscious against the wall. Present mic. We're off to a strong start with this battle. Tsuyu. I'll stop you here Midoriya, besides Mineta's sacrifice was not in vain. Izuku. What are these things? Moving his hand to try to remove the balls. Izuku. It doesn't matter, I've already played my part. Mayoi, let's go. Ankoku. See, she opened a portal under Izuku in which he disappeared and appeared with Monoma. Tsuyu didn't understand anything, but when she turned around to see her flag it was gone. Tsuyu. Collapsed on the floor. It can't be. Everyone in the stadium was very surprised. Present mic. There we have the first two. It was such a huge deception that it even reminded me of my ex-girlfriend. Saying that, everyone could see how Ankoku appeared with the enemy flag in his hands in front of his companions. All three. We win. Present mic. The Wonder Boys, those are the future heroes. We have the first ones to advance to the next phase, which seemed to the public. Audience. Great, I'm excited, they did great. Present mic. Undoubtedly spectacular. With the boys. Izuku. Mayoi, can you open a portal to the other base? Mayoi. Yes, but why? Izuku. I don't like seeing sad faces grin, I want to cheer them up. Monoma. Will you always be like this? Izuku. It's not right to disregard the efforts of the rival. Mayoi, can you open it for a moment? Mayoi. Good. Wow. This guy is so weird. She opened the portal and walked in to see Suyu on the floor. He approached and offered her his hand. Izuku. Let's go. Our classmates are waiting for us. Don't feel bad, we'll have other years. Suyu. You're right, hero. They were about to enter the portal but Izuku stretched out his arm and grabbed Mineta. Izuku. I'm back. Okay. Now let's go. Izuku started walking with Mineta in his hands but someone spoke to him. Monoma. Aren't you going to the portal? Izuku. I forgot he. Mayoi. I still think it's super stupid, I don't believe it. They entered the portal and went straight to the hero class box where their classmates in the Shiketsu hero class were. Present Mike. I'll never tire of saying it, the Wonder Boy. If I were a woman, I'd be pushing that man away. Present Mike. Without further ado, let's move on to the next matchup. Team Todoroki, consisting of Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Tenya Iida. They will face the Kado team, consisting of Setsuna Tokage, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai. Present Mike. Class A vs. Class B. I expect a lot of excitement. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu. I have a plan. First, I think it would be good to surround the room with ice. Iida. Yes, but what will we do with Tokage? She'll definitely come for the flag. Todoroki. We'll have to close doors and windows. Yaoyorozu. You're right. Well then, we'll cover the entire room with ice, and I'll create another false flag. We'll move this one somewhere else. They never said it couldn't be moved. Todoroki. Okay, Iida. You take her somewhere else and come take care of her while Yaoyorozu leaves you some blinding grenades and she and I will attack. Iida. Okay, come on, guys, with Kendo. Kendo. Todoroki will definitely come. Setsuna. We had a very difficult team. Kendo. Well, I think you, Setsuna, will be in charge of bringing the enemy flag, and Yui and I will have to stop Todoroki and whoever comes. Speaker. Begin. They all started moving and Setsuna split up and started heading straight for Todoroki's team's base. For their part, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were skating towards the enemy base. Kendo and Yui were in the room taking care of the flag but they didn't expect Todoroki to start freezing the entire building trapping the two of them. Kendo. I'll break the ice so you can have ammo. Yui. Yes. Said and done, she hit the ice with her enlarged fist, breaking it and leaving Yui to pick up the ice. Here Yui's quirk allows her to make things smaller and also to make them bigger, but only inanimate things. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were entering the room and as soon as they entered they were greeted by a large piece of ice that Todoroki barely managed to create a wall of ice. Todoroki. Tisk, I thought it would be easier. Let's go in quickly and separate. They entered and Todoroki went to the right and Momo went to the left. One against Kendo and another against Yui. Todoroki launched a stream of ice at Kendo who barely dodged it. Kendo. I can't cut it like this, it will hurt my hands. For her part, with Yui, she didn't even let Momo breathe with the pieces of ice she threw. Yui. I can't allow him to create something. Asterisk. What he didn't expect was that he created a flash grenade earlier and threw it in the middle of the room. They both turned to look at the Granda and were stunned. Todoroki. Now, Todoroki slid against them, freezing her Kendo hands, making her scream in pain. Momo created a tube and punched Yui, knocking the wind out of her. She ran toward the flag and grabbed it. Momo. Let's get out of here. She ran to a window and with the same tube broke the ice in the window so that Todoroki created an ice bridge on which they both slid to run to their base. Yui and Kendo. Damn. While they were lamenting, Setsuna arrived with the flag. They were happy to see this, but out of nowhere, a sound was heard. Speaker. Team Todoroki wins. They looked at the flag and realized it wasn't the other teams and they became depressed. Present Mike. It's proven here that the one with the best brains wins. It was a spectacular battle, with a lot of strategy on the part of Todoroki's team, who ultimately won the match. Present Mike. While the battlefield is being arranged, remember this is just getting started. Don't tune out. There will be many more surprises at this, our first joint festival. We'll be back for a break. Remember we have two teams in the next round, the Wonders team and the Mayoi team. And the Winter team, Todoroki's team. Present Mike. We're back from the commercial break. Let's get back to the battles. After a long hour of battles without much relevance, the 6 promised teams managed to pass, these being Present Mike. Teams and qualifiers are Team Mayoi, made up of Izuku Midoriya, Mayoi, and Nito Monoma. Team Todoroki, made up of Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, and Tenya Iida. Shield Team, made up of Melissa Shield, Ochako Uraraka, Y Fumitake Tokiyami. Inasa Team, made up of Nagamasa Mora, Inasa Yoarashi, Y Kami Yutsushimi. Team Abara, made up of Tetsu, Abara Shiozaki, Y Mei Hatsume, and Team Bakugo, made up of Katsuki Bakugo, Mina Ashido, and Ajiro Kirishima. Present Mike. Those are the qualifiers so far, but for even more surprises and excitement, there will be an extra test for those who didn't make it. The 2 winners will be able to advance to the next round. Everyone was surprised by the news, but the teams that lost gave them a lot of hope. Present Mike. And the game is Treasure Hunt. We've hidden different things around the stadium. The goal is that without being able to use their quirks, they'll have to find the object requested. They'll each be given a camera. There are no more teams here, and everyone goes their own way. There'll only be room for 6 more people. Give it your all. Aizawa. This year it seems like a 6-year-old invented games. Present Mike. You're not that far from reality. But that doesn't mean they're not entertaining. After a while, everyone was given a camera so they could see what they were doing all the time. Midnight. You can go through your paper to know what you have to look for. Primer. Shinszo Hatoshi. Second part. Tsuyu Asui. Third. Itsuka Kendo. Quart. Setsuna Tokage. Quinto. Yuga Aoyama. Sixth. Honta Siro. Seventh. Minoru Mineta. Octavo. Kanoko Komori. Noveno. Yanagi Reiko. Decimo. Manga Fukudashi. And many more extras that I'm too lazy to include since I'll focus on these. Present Mike. Okay, since everyone has their papers, go get them. Remember to show them at midnight so it's official that you passed the test. Mineta. Great, I got the All Might figure, why didn't I get something from Professor Midnight? Tsuyu. I got Present Mike's muzzle. I think I'll look in the locker room. Shinszo. I got Aizawa's glasses, they'll be easy. Setsuna. I got Midnight's fan. It'll be a little difficult to search without my quirk. In the stadium, only the cameras of the different participants were visible. The audience was excited by everything they saw, not just the fact of the search itself, but doing it without a quirk is more interesting. Present Mike. By the way, someone must have gotten the superstar. Reiko. From what little I hear of what Present Mike says, I think I got the superstar. Showing her paper to the camera, and now I know where to find him. Running up the stairs. The entire audience was incredibly excited when it was time to show the paper. Present Mike. That's right, gentlemen, from our sponsors, Blue Lock TV. The most intense soccer in the world can only be found there. They gave us the opportunity to have superstar Isugu Yoichi here, so we turned it into a treasure hunt. Suddenly, laughter began to be heard in every stadium. Please watch the video, it's God, just ignore the subtitles. Minute 0:05 to 1:03. Momo. Enough, Izuku, you're attracting too much attention. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, is that idiot a superstar? Ha ha ha. And he's an object, ha ha. Isugu. Damn you, you'll pay for this later. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, stop it, ha ha ha. This made the whole audience laugh, and they started laughing too. Isugu. Tisk, what can you do to that fool? At that moment he feels someone touch his back. And he turns around. Reiko. Excuse me, can you join me for the next round? Isugu. See, Reiko. Okay, let's go up the stairs. Isugu. No need, I'll take us. He took out some stones and threw them in the center of the stadium. Isugu. Change. Out of nowhere he and Reiko appeared in the center of the arena to the surprise of everyone except Izuku. Reiko, what just happened? A second ago we were in the stands. Isuku. It's my Quirk. Okay. Let's go to the teacher. Reiko. True. After that they went with Midnight and it was officially announced. Present Mike. First participant to qualify for the next round. Yanagi Reiko. Let's go with Shinszo. I've already looked in the locker rooms. I think they might be in the stadium bathroom in one of the boxes. I'll go check the boxes. After a while he arrived at the hero class box until he saw someone with something unusual on his neck. New Year. Oye Rubia. Melissa. Are you talking to me? Shinszo. Yes, could you give me what you have on your neck? She turned around and saw that he had Aizawa's glasses. Melissa. Oh yeah, sure, I hope to see you at the next test. Shinszo. Thanks. He ran straight to the vampire to give the glasses to Midoriya. I gave him the thumbs up. Present Mike. Second place. Hitoshi Shinszo. Present Mike. But wait, here comes one more. That was Kanoko. She had to bring a photo of Nezu that was hidden. Kanoko. Breathing deeply as the photo. Okay, teacher. Midnight. Perfecta. Present Mike. Kanoko Komori in third place. Kendo. Damn, there are only 3 more spots left, and I haven't found the power loader teacher's toy excavator I got. I think I'll look in the stadium's cleaning room. Said and done, she started running towards her. With evening. Zero. Well, I got a bottle of oil. I guess it's for the lunch rush. I'll look in the locker room. He ran very quickly towards them. With mint. Mineta. Damn, where could that figure be? Taking a stool to see the top of the locker room. Then you hear the door open and he turns around. Zero. Are you also looking for someone? Lie. Yes, I've been here for about 10 minutes and I haven't found the All Might figure that I got. Zero. What if we look together? I'll help you look at the top of the lockers and you tell me if you saw the bottle. Mineta. Good idea, Mineta. Now that you mention it, yes, on one of those sides down there, looking up, I already saw the figure. Could you throw me towards the fan? Zero. But that's not very dangerous, otherwise we can't use quirks. Mineta. It is, but I have to move on to the next round, so did and I'll help you find the bottle faster. No sooner said than done. Zero threw it into the sky near the fan so that Mineta could grab it and take the figure to drop to the floor. But before he could touch it, Zero caught it. Zero. Now help me. Said and done, Mineta opened the first locker and found the bottle and gave it to Zero. Then they heard Present Mike. Present Mike. Itsuka Kendo finished fourth. Only 2 more places left. They would start running at full speed to try to arrive before everyone else. Mineta. Damn, my body can't run that fast, I'm a failure. Asterisk. Then he had a flashback. A month earlier. We see a guy sitting on the dormitory door, looking at the stars with a face like a stray dog. But then someone sits down next to him. Izuku. Is something wrong, Mineta? Mineta. No, nothing. I just thought I was a failure. I'm bad at fighting and anything physical. I entered UA to get girls' attention and feel loved. Although at this point, I don't know if this is the way to do it. Maybe I should quit. Izuku. I see. Mineta. What do you think, Midoriya? Izuku. You are pathetic. Mineta. I already knew it. I'm not strong or anything like that, nor do I know how to fight. Izuku. That's not what I meant. Mineta. Then, Izuku. You're pathetic because you don't even try to earn love. If that's your reason for being here, do whatever it takes to make it happen. Regarding your physical strength and all that, no one is born strong or knowing how to fight. Look at me. For part of my life, I was treated like crap just for being made of rubber, but with the right people, I was able to find a way to become a hero. Mineta. But I don't have anyone, that's the difference. Izuku. Well, I don't think so. You have me. I can help you improve your physique and all that, hee. Besides, I'm your team captain. Just let me know if you need help. End of flashback. Mineta. He trusted me, I can't let him down. I can still run faster. Asterisk. Everyone was waiting to see what was going to happen. 2 contestants came running with their things to move on to the next round, but on the other hand, Manga and Aoyama came. Present mic. Which group will arrive first? Mineta. Just a little more. Come on, seriously. They ran as fast as they could and arrived at midnight so I could evaluate their things. Midnight. They are perfect. Present mic. In an unexpected twist, Minoru Mineta and Hontasiro make it to the final round. Congratulations to the 6 who made it, and don't be discouraged for the rest, you might have a chance next year. Mineta hadn't realized it but she was shedding tears. Siro. Are you okay? Mineta. Yes, I'm very excited. In the box. Izuku. That's what I expected. There are no failures, only people who don't try at all. Asterisk. The whole class was very happy because several of their classmates managed to pass. Present mic. What do you think of this public sports festival? Public. Genius. Present mic. Okay, we'll have a 30-minute break so the students can eat and so the students who didn't make it to the finals can make an appearance here. We see Izuku again at the cafeteria table, with a huge plate of meat on the table. Mineta. Midoriya, thank you. Izuku. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Mineta. For helping me. Izuku. You did it alone. You did it alone. Mineta. You know it doesn't matter, I know you're not going to let me thank you so I'll just leave walking to the table with his other companions. At that moment, someone who was watching all this from nearby approached Izuku. Mayoi. Can I sit down? Izuku Mayoi de lado. Claro. Mayoi. You should avoid talking while eating taking a napkin it's very strange but I feel like doing that is very you wiping part of the broccoli off his face. Izuku. Thanks, I've heard that a lot. By the way, how are you feeling? Mayoi. Well, I'm a little nervous about the fights, but I hope to do well. Although my quirk isn't primarily an attack quirk. Izuku. You'll be fine. If you need anything just let me know. Enkoku. Why are you like this with me? Izuku. Like that. Enkoku. Why are you being so nice to me? You see me weak and that's why you approached me, eating ramen with chopsticks. Izuku. Well, I don't quite understand, but I think it's the opposite of what you're saying. You remind me of someone I loved a lot. In fact, you have the same eyes. Enkoku. Eating his ramen. Izuku. Yes, princess eyes. Enkoku was overcome by a unique feeling in her life. For the first time, she didn't feel the urge to leave a person's side. She also choked on her ramen. Izuku. Mayoi, is it good? Speaker. In 10 minutes you must return to the playing field. Mayoi. Yes, I'm fine. Izuku. Well, let's eat so we can go to the countryside together. Mayoi. Okay. After a few minutes, they both finished eating and headed towards the field, but before doing so, they met a blonde-haired woman with a white streak in her hair. She ran towards our protagonist and Mayoi. As soon as he saw her he knew she was Mayoi's mother. Kuyu. Kokurin. They turned around even though Izuku had already seen her before with his Haki. Enkoku. Mom, what are you doing here? Besides, I told you not to call me by that name. Izuku. Gigi Suena Lindo. Enkoku. Don't call me that. Kuyu. I didn't discuss it. Mirando a Izuku a guy and I got Enkoku. Izuku. The pleasure's mine, ma'am. Well, I'll leave you two alone. I'll go see my brother. I'll see you on the battlefield. Enkoku. Yes, see you. Kuyu. Are you an ally? Enkoku. See. Kuyu. How exciting, your first friend but from what I see he's in UA right. Enkoku. Yes, although he's very stupid, absent-minded, and innocent. Blushing a little. Kuyu. Haha, you never change, you just see the bad side of people. Enkoku. That's not her bad side. I couldn't find it, no matter how hard I tried. That's got me all kinds of doubts. Kuyu. That'll be resolved with time, daughter. Well, it's time for you to go to the field. I'll be watching you from the stands. Enkoku. Thanks mom, hugging her, see you. Present mic. Good rough diamonds. For the final test of the festival, we'll have individual battles, and our special guest will explain them to us. Isugi. Thanks for the introduction, present mic. Well, the battles will be divided into groups. There will be 3 groups, each with 4 fights. The winners of those 4 will fight again against another of the winners, and so on, until each group has a winner. The winners of each group will face off in a battle. Remember, to win, you must make your opponent surrender or leave the platform, and avoid deadly attacks. I expect the best from each of you. Now, let me introduce the groups. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Isuku. Those would be their groups. Removing his smile. Isuku. Prove that you're worth it and you're not a bunch of useless people, show me your ambition. Everyone felt a chill run down their faces, except Izuku. Present Mike. You heard it, well let's start with the first battle of Group 1. Minoru Mineta vs Izuku Midoriya. Everyone else would go to the boxes to watch the battles while the two of them stayed there. Midnight. Okay, are you ready? Izuku. Professor's list. Mineta. Series, list. Midnight. Begin. Izuku would start by releasing a large wave of King's Haki. Several people in the stands were reportedly fainting and a few were starting to feel very nauseous. Izuku. Stopping. Wow, you can resist my Haki now. Mineta. It's hard for me to do it, but yes. I've been training very hard to be able to endure it. I'll show you that everything I've done hasn't been in vain. Mineta started running towards Izuku, throwing his balls to try to hit him with 1 minute 1 o'clock to 1:22. Izuku. I'm trying very well. But that's not enough. The one from nowhere ran and appeared in front of Mineta to give him a blow that sent him to go back a long way. Everyone thought it was over, but Mineta surprised more than one person. He placed his balls in his hands and managed to stop himself from leaving the platform. Mineta. Breathing heavily if you hit too hard. To be honest, I knew I didn't stand a chance from the start. My Kosei isn't good for battles like this, but I didn't want to give up. I liked thinking I could beat you, and if you're going to take me down, do it with your best and don't underestimate me. Izuku. You pointing at Mineta live and prove that you're more than just a perverted dwarf. If you resist, I'll help you myself. Izuku. Ryuo. Both would run against each other. Mineta used several of his balls in his arms to try to cushion Izuku's blow. They would both punch each other, and the balls of ammunition would explode. He would then fly against the wall, crashing very hard. Everyone watched this in amazement. Imagine something like this crashing. Midnight. Ganador Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike. And there's the Wonder Boy. But honestly I was surprised by Mineta. Aizawa. They are undoubtedly a great force of will. Isuku. I see you saw that selfishness too, right? Izuku. In the box. Kaminari. I think he went a little too far with Mineta. Kirishima. Are you kidding? What he did was brilliant. You both acted like real men. Mayoi. Here is Izuku. Asterisk. Midnight. Pass in front of Abara Shiozaki and Nagamasa Mora. I'm going to summarize the fights of the rest of the group. And so on with each one. Abara and Nagamasa had a very similar quirk. Here the one who knew how to use the field to their advantage would win. Abara would start by burying a part of her hair in the ground without anyone noticing, and with another part she began to attack Nagamasa. He defended himself as best he could with his quirk, but he didn't expect a piece of Abara's hair to come out of the ground and love him completely, making him opt for defeat instead. The entire audience was ecstatic. The battles were starting with everything. Midnight. Ganadora Abara Shiozaki. Ahura Pasan Fumikage Tokiyami and Honta Siro. They climbed onto the platform, and Tokiyami brought out Dark Shadow. This immediately made everyone shout, "Bad chicken." Siro would try to throw tape to catch Tokiyami and throw him, but it was useless. Dark Shadow managed to cut all the tape into pieces. And in an attack by Tokiyami he would end up hitting Siro and making him come out. Midnight. Ganador. Fumikage Tokiyami. Moved to the center for the final match of the first group. Shoto Todoroki vs. Yoarashi Inasa. They passed by and Midnight gave the signal to begin. Todoroki would start throwing ice, but Inasa would break it. Inasa. Come on, son of number 2, why don't you use your fire? You're just like your father, just an arrogant man who underestimates others. Shoto. That's none of your business. We're not equals. I'll show him I don't need his power to be a hero. Inasa. I have no doubts now. You're the same. Shoto. I already told you no. He began to throw a large column of ice that trapped Inasa. He was trapped inside the glacier Todoroki had just created. He tried to break free, but it was useless. He could barely use his quirk. All his air froze too quickly. Midnight. Can you continue? Inasa. Unfortunately, no. I'm trapped. The whole audience was screaming with super excitement. Present mic. There you have it. The son of the number 2 hero. Todoroki started to defrost Inasa, and when he was about to finish. Todoroki. I'm sorry, but I can't use my fire side. I won't use its power. I'm sorry if you felt I underestimated you. Inasa. I don't care what you say. Until I see your fire. Understand, quirks don't belong to parents. They belong to children. Todoroki. Present mic. This group was definitely spectacular. Now let's move on to group 2. Midnight. Bakugo Katsuki vs Utsushimi Kami. Bakugo knew that Cambio was releasing a mist from his mouth. He certainly didn't know what he was doing, so he would try to breathe as little as possible. Both would step onto the platform and stand face to face waiting for Midnight to give the starting signal. Once this was done, the change began to release a mist and enter it. Kami. You'll have to come find me. Bakugo knew this was just a provocation, so he launched a strong explosion that dissipated the fog and also hit Kami a little. Bakugo. I won't fall for your game. Without warning, he launched himself at top speed against Kami, giving her several explosions that she narrowly dodged. That was until Bakugo put his hands together and sent out a huge explosion that sent the girl flying against the wall, causing her to be badly hurt and her suit a little torn. But before she falls unconscious and the smoke from the explosion disappears, someone covers her with a black cloak. She didn't see the person because she fell unconscious and the robots would take her to the infirmary. Midnight. Gundor Katsuki Bakugo. They pass by Ochako Uraraka's Reiki Center. They would go up to the center, and at the moment of starting, Uraraka launched herself to try to touch Reiko, but she activated her quirk and sent Uraraka flying off the platform. The entire audience screamed with excitement, but on Reiko's side, she felt bad for having done that, and on Uraraka's side, she was very sad for not being able to do anything. Midnight. Ganadora Reiko Yanagi. Passing Mei Hatsume and Tenya Iida. Here she would use Iida to show her babies to companies to eventually eliminate themselves. Midnight. Tenya Iida's runner. Present mic. Without a doubt the groups are being very exciting. Only one fight from this group and the fights of the next group are missing. Midnight. Adelante. Mayoi Ankoku vs. Mina Ashido. They would move to the center, and as they announced the start, Mina would use her acid to slide down to Ankoku, but she didn't expect her to open a portal at her feet and another above her, trapping her in a loop. Mina. Covering her mouth. I give up. The entire audience screamed euphorically. It was a wonderful play. Midnight. The Great Passage. Kuyu. That's my baby. Congratulations, daughter. Izuku. Bien hecho Mayoi. It wasn't noticeable, but she was blushing a lot. Present mic. A group of good contestants, but now let's move on to what will be my favorite, the star-studded group 3. First we will have Hitoshi Shinszo vs Melissa Shield. Midnight. Come downtown. They went to the center and would give the signal to start, but Shinszo spoke. Shinszo. It must be great to be in hero class and get attention, right? Melissa. Where? His eyes rolled back and Shinszo ordered him to leave. Present mic. Mind control, that's the quirk of this boy Hitoshi Shinszo. Melissa would obey the order and would be about to leave the ring, but in her subconscious she would see several shadows, and on her arm the one for all would be activated, causing her to break a finger but waking up from the mind control. New. Impossible. Melissa realized that she almost lost, so she activated her quirk throughout her body and ran against Shinszo to hit him and knock him off the platform. Midnight. Ganadora Melissa Shield. She ran to Shinszo and offered her hand to help him up. Shinszo re-entered the tunnel and entered the locker room. There he sat in a corner and began to shed tears. Shinszo. Why can't I become a hero? Suddenly someone spoke to him. Izuku. What is your ambition? Shinszo. Reach hero class. Izuku. Just that, it's pathetic. If you get to class, what will you do next? Shinszo. Well, Izuku. Tell me why you want to be a hero. Shinszo. My whole life I've been told that my quirk would be too useful for a villain or that I wouldn't use it on them. That bothered me. I don't want to use it for that. I want to be a hero to prove that there are no villainous or useless quirks. Everyone can be a hero. Izuku. And you'll do it being so weak. Shinszo. No, my quirk is not good. Izuku. Bad. The one who's no good is you. Have you thought about not relying on your quirk? Learning something that would help you fight without it? Or improving your physique to resist other people's quirks? Izuku. You're pathetic. You lack ambition and ego. Tell me your dreams and ambitions, no matter how silly they are. With power you can accomplish anything. Hitoshi Shinszo. If your dreams are far enough away for you and everyone makes fun of you, it proves that they are the fools for making fun of you. Izuku. Hitoshi Shinszo. I'll help you, but first, show me your ego and deepest ambitions. I'll ask you again, why do you want to be a hero? Shinszo. I want to shut the mouths of everyone who told me that my quirk was villain-like and would be useless on a hero. Izuku. Ha ha ha, you convinced me. After the festival, I'll train you. And you've become someone who can fight with or without your quirk. Shinszo. Thanks, but don't talk like that again, you're scary. Izuku. Sorry hehe. Present mic. Now Momo Yaoyorozu and Kendo Itsuka. Midnight. Begin. Kendo enlarged his hands and was trying to hit Momo until he landed a blow that made Momo stunned. She was near the platform's starting line. Momo. Damn. Kendo launched himself at her again, but then Momo remembered some words from Izuku. Izuku. Feel the haki. Don't rush it. From one moment to another Momo dodged the big fist of Kendo that went by and was close to the line, but in that Momo with her eyes closed gave a blow, but her palm turned black to release a blow that made Kendo fly off the platform. Izuku was still with Shinszo because he was going to give him his phone number. Izuku. Wow, it seems I'll go look for one more to accompany us, Shinszo. Shinszo. You scare me. Izuku. Okay, call me when the festival is over or tomorrow. Izuku left Shinszo alone and began to wander around the stadium until he reached the stadium's broom closet where crying could be heard from outside. He opened the door and saw Kendo sitting on the floor crying. Izuku. Itsuka. Kendo. Tell me why you think you failed. Kendo. She was stronger than me. Izuku. No, you are stronger, but she has trained a lot and just at the critical moment she awakened Haki. Izuku. How do you feel? What does your innermost self say? Kendo. Is sad. Izuku. I said the deepest part of you. Izuku. I know. You feel pathetic inside, don't you? You feel like you could have given more. The reality is that you can't. Your current self is not on par with the world. On this side, you are just a fish in a pond of small sharks. Izuku. What is your most selfish wish? Kendo. Being a heroine who only uses martial arts. Izuku. That's not selfishness. Why settle for being just one of the many who use martial arts and not being the best? Kendo. Well, Izuku. Don't answer. I already know why. You're not up to it. You can't be a hero in your current state. Kendo. Crying louder. So what do you want me to do? I feel devastated and you say those ugly things to me. I want to be the best, not only in martial arts, the best heroine. I want to save lives and make people happy. My quirk only allows me to make my fists big. What do you want me to do? Izuku. That's what I expected, Itsuka. Kendo. Come on, tell me. Do you think you're weak because of your quirk? Kendo. Yes, I think so. I've strived to excel, it's not enough. I want to be stronger. I want no other stupid people like you to yell at me again for my incompetence. Izuku. That's what I expected from the president of Class B, standing up and turning to the door. I will help you achieve your goals. But next time prove that you're the best. Kendo. Crying thank you. Izuku. Now wipe away your tears and let's go. To the boxes, the final battles must be starting. Said and done, they went out to watch the other fights. The fights between Tetsu and Kirishima had already ended, but it was decided by some forces in which Kirishima won. There was one battle missing. Nito Monoma versus Kanoko Komori. This battle would be normal except that Kanoko not having her sprinklers made it harder to affect Monoma, and using the quirk copied from Tetsu, Tetsu ran over and threw a punch that knocked her off the platform. Present mic. Without a doubt, the first battles of all the groups. They're outrageous. The next ones will be even better. Don't miss the next episode. I won't allow it. Battles Part 2. Present Mike. Welcome back. The first fights for each group are over. Now the winning contestants will fight again to see who makes it to the finals in their group. Let's go there. I will try to summarize the fights so as not to make them too long. Midnight. Let's go again with Group 1. Please come to the field. Izuku Midoriya and Abara Shiozaki. The entire audience was shouting euphorically at the upcoming battles, and the respective boys were just emerging from the tunnels. Present Mike. On one side, we have the Saint of Supplies. Representing UA's Class B, she is Abara Shiozaki. The entire audience increased their shouts and Present Mike spoke again. Present Mike. From the other side. Rubber Boy, brother of the Star, the person who took care of the villains at the U.S.J. It's Izuku Midoriya. The public shouted even more. Both boys arrived at the platform and stood in front of each other. Midnight. Are you ready? Both. Ready. Abara. I'm so sorry about this Midoriya, but my class trusts me, I can't lose. Izuku. You don't need to apologize. I will. Abara. Why? Izuku. For getting you out, Ryuo. Out of nowhere, Izuku appeared in front of Abara while she was still burying part of her vines in the ground. He gave her a hard blow that made Abara almost fall off the platform if it weren't for her vines stopping her. Izuku. Wow, almost. Abara. I have to take this more seriously. I have to avoid being hit. If he hits me again, he'll knock me out. Asterisk. Abara started burying his vines again, but faster. He also started attacking with them, but it was of little use. Izuku dodged everything. She, already tired, took Izuku with his supplies from his feet and lifted him up. Present Mike. Got it. Will this be the end of Spider-Man? Aizawa. Enough please. Izuku. Oh, sorry about this. With a swift movement, he cut Abara's vines. They were all in stock. But Class B, several had tried to cut them before, but it was impossible. That's why Abara had long hair. In a burst of speed, he would appear in front of Abara again and with a combo of many hits, he would send her flying, tearing her vines from the ground and causing Abara to fall off the platform, unconscious from the blows. Present Mike. Sensational Izuku Midoriya has just harvested it. Midnight. Ganador, Izuku Midoriya. The entire audience shouted loudly. It had been a demonstration of power to power. In the stands. Koyuo. Wow, that guy is really cool. I'll ask him for an autograph later. Najire. Why does his hand shine when he uses that Mirio thing? Mirio. I don't know either, I've never seen anything like it. Tamaki. Really? Mirio. Yes, and he didn't leave any marks from the blows on the girl. Midnight. Ahura Passan al Campo Shodo Todoroki y Fumikage Tokiyami. Present Mike. On one side we have the god of the night, Fumikage Tokiyami. Public. Let's go Batty Poyo. Present Mike. On the other side we have Winter and no, it's not a new season, he's the son of the number 2 hero. He's Shodo Todoroki. Both would enter the field, both had very serious faces but Todoroki was very angry. Minutes before, we see a Shodo walking towards the countryside but before leaving he met the person he least wanted to see. Endeavor. Stop acting like a Shodo kid. You need to use your fire. Shodo. I won't do it, I hate my fire side because of you and that won't go away. Endeavor. Shodo, it seems you don't understand. You have to surpass All Might. With your teenage tantrums, you won't make it. Shodo. That's all you care about. You don't know anything about me or any of my siblings, we're just tools to you. It disgusts me. Endeavor. Do what you want, there will come a time when you must use your other side and you will become perfect. Leaving. Shodo got even angrier, but he had to get out onto the field. Present. Midnight. Listos. They both nodded. Tokiyami. Dark Shaw. Shodo. Ah. Before letting Tokiyami attack with Dark Shadow, Hodo created a large glacier with a single movement. It trapped Tokiyami and left him cryogenically frozen. Midnight. The winner is Shodo Todoroki. But can anyone get him out of there? Endeavor had jumped onto the field and was about to heat the ice to melt it, but someone got there first. Izuku made the switch sign and Isuku saw it. Out of nowhere, Izuku appeared on the field and tried to get into the box seat. Everyone was shocked, but someone got them out. Izuku. I'll take care of it. Imagine that the tree is the glacier. The glacier broke into many small pieces, releasing Tokiyami. Izuku again made the sign and was changed again with endeavor. Everyone was impressed, not only by the fact that he broke through the glacier, but also by the fact that he did it without even touching his fist in the glacier. Present Mike. No need to say why he's the Wonder Boy. Endeavor. Damn brat. Isuku. He really likes the show. Present Mike. Leaving that aside. What a spectacular and dangerous way to knock someone out. The final of this group will be great. Now let's move on to Group 2. Midnight. Passed by Katsuki Bakugo and Reiko Yanagi. Present Mike. On one side we have the psychic type albino, Reiko Yanagi. On the other side of the Chinese fair firecracker, Katsuki Bakugo. They both entered the field but Reiko only had one thought in mind. Reiko. I don't have anything to throw and I can't throw it out either, it's heavier than me. Asterisk. Midnight. Listos. They both nodded and Midnight gave the starting signal in which Bakugo would fly away with his explosions getting closer and closer to Reiko. Reiko. I can only do one thing. Reiko waited until the last moment to finally dodge but the explosion hit the ground and they got up. Izuku. He did very well but he already lost. Monoma. Don't say something like that, conceded. Izuku. It's not because of that. It's a very good plan but Kachan already found out what he wants to do. You won't have many opportunities Reiko. On the battlefield, Katsuki would stand up with a blood-curdling look on his face as he looked at Reiko. Bakugo. Damn, he would come out against Reiko again, but she just did the same thing over and over again. Reiko. Perfect. Asterisk. She picked up all the pieces that Bakugo had broken with his explosions and sent them to the sky. While doing that, Bakugo attacked her strongly with 2 strong blows and a kick that woke her from her sleep and hit her with an explosion in the chest that knocked her to the floor. Bakugo. Creating small explosions in his hands. It's over, damn it. Reiko. I still have one more thing to do. Getting up. She lowered her arms to a large ball of pieces that had formed and quickly lowered it to the platform like a large meteorite aiming at Bakugo. Present Mike. Wow, she has used Dragon Meteor. Aizawa. Not that here. The meteorite came down very quickly without giving Bakugo a chance to react. A thick curtain of smoke rose and when it dissipated only a Bakugo was seen lying on the ground with many pieces of rock around him. Midnight. Canned. Bakugo. Creating an explosion. Not yet. Bakugo quickly got up and went after Reiko, who was tired of dodging and her body didn't react. Bakugo punched her in the stomach, knocking out some of her air and saliva, and making her kneel. Bakugo. Damn extra. He clasped his arms around Reiko's chest, creating an explosion that sent her flying against the wall, spitting out a lot of blood.
Midnight. Gundor Katsuki Bakugo. Everyone was excited and to some extent a little scared of Bakugo. Present Mike. Wow, that was a great show of power. Aizawa. Yes, although he left his rival very badly injured. In the field the robots were taking Reiko to the infirmary. Midnight. Okay, now please come in Ankoku Mayoi and Tenya Iida. Present Mike. This fight will be interesting. On one side, we have a girl who can create portals and can get a lot of interesting things out of them. Ankoku Mayoi. On the other side we have the youngest son of the Iida family, a very straight and fast person. He is Tenya Iida. Midnight. Please avoid attacks that severely damage your opponents. Get started. When the signal was given, both would look at each other but Iida would attack first. He would run at great speed and when he was close he gave a kick that Ankoku could barely dodge. Ankoku. Damn, I can't do anything. This time Iida ran again, but now his leg was turning a little black, or at least part of it. Ankoku, for her part, took the kick that sent her flying to the side as it hit her in the ribs, only she opened a portal to try to stay off the platform. Ankoku. It's the same as with Izuku, if that thing gives me more I'm out. Ankoku was in terrible shape. The kick had hurt her a lot, and using her quirk so much was mentally tiring. Iida launched himself again but now he threw a combo of many kicks that Ankoku could barely dodge or opened a portal to separate himself from Iida. Ankoku. Damn, damn. I can't dodge forever. I have to use it, but I'll be really tired. I think it's best to give up. In a small breath Iida gave her, she could see that using that black thing was tiring him out. She was hesitant until she heard two screams. Kuyu. You can do it, daughter. Izuku. Vamos Mayoi. She couldn't help but smile and remember something. Flashback age 13 years. We see a younger Mayoi sitting under a tree at her high school, lonely as ever. That's what some girls are doing. Girl 1. Look, there's Zankoku again. Girl 2. Yes. It's a good thing we don't talk to her, she's always so rude. Girl 3. That's why she doesn't have friends. Girls. Zankoku will always be her, someone lonely, haha. All the girls went their way and alive what they said, Mayoi heard it. That's why they said it. Mayoi. Why are they like that? I'm just very direct but I would like to have friends shedding tears I think I'll always be alone. Why doesn't anyone approach me? Am I ugly? I just try to be direct with them. Mayoi was under the tree, crying her eyes out. Just then, her mother appeared, as it was time for them to go home. Kuyu. Where can I go? Ankoku. Mom, do you think I'll ever have a friend? Kuyu. Why do you say that? Ankoku. Crying I've never had a friend. Besides, other people call me cruel. I just don't want anyone to live with lies. That's why I'm very direct. Ankoku. But that doesn't work. I always feel alone, not even in school groups, not even outside of school. Kuyu. I know why you're doing all this, and I'm sure it's not a bad reason. Others don't know why you're like this, but I can assure you of one thing. Ankoku. What? Wiping away tears Kuyu. You'll always have me to lean on for support. And I have no doubt that one day you'll have a friend who, no matter what you look like, will love you very much. Ankoku. Thanks, Mom. End of the flashback. Ankoku. Despite my mother's words, I became indifferent to everything. I stopped caring about the reason why she was so direct with everyone, and I shut myself away in my own world. After a few moments of breathing and recovering from the enormous strain of using Haki so hastily, Iida attacked again. Ankoku was just standing there. Ankoku. I locked that world, but some fool opened it again. Thank you, Midoriya Izuku. Iida ran straight toward her and kicked her directly in the abdomen. What no one expected was that when Iida's leg touched the girl's, she would begin to absorb Iida. Ankoku. Black hole saying that, the girl's abdomen swallowed Iida completely. Everyone was in shock. They thought I had killed him. The reality was different. Ankoku walked as best she could to the edge of the platform and from nowhere came a great explosion of energy from her abdomen that threw Iida off of her and off the platform, surprising everyone. Midnight. Ganadora. Ankoku Mayoi. She was about to collapse on the floor but was caught in someone's arms. Izuku. You did very well Kokurin. Ankoku. I told you not to call me that. But it doesn't matter now. Take me to the infirmary. I feel very tired, I can't walk. Izuku. Right away. So he retreated with an Ankoku in his arms and with Iida being carried by robots from behind. Several girls from Class A and B were jealous of how Izuku carried Ankoku but they didn't care so much because they knew she was tired. Present Mike. I'm pre-Seo Nante, even I don't know what happened. Did she eat him? That doesn't matter. The important thing is that there are already finalists from Block 2. Ankoku Mayoi vs Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku and Mayoi were entering the infirmary and there they saw Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl. Leave them there. I'll get to them in a moment. Izuku. Okay thanks. Within minutes the door is forcefully opened. Kuyu. How is my baby? Recovery. Wow, after so many years, that's the only thing you've come to tell me. Kuyu. I'm so sorry bowing it's been a long time hee. Recovery Girl. I think so. Well, your daughter's with the green-haired boy. We can catch up later. Kuyu. Count on it. She ran to where the old woman had pointed and saw a Mayoi. Lying on a bed, asleep from exhaustion. And Izuku was still sitting next to the bed in a chair. Kuyu. Wow, I'm a little late. Izuku. Yes. She fell asleep as soon as I put her in bed. Kuyu. Looking at his daughter, thank you for doing that for her. Izuku. It's a pleasure to help my friend. Kuyu. Ooh, by the way, taking out a paper and a pen, would you give me your autograph? Izuku. Huh? The city is not clear. Grin. Order of motion. Kuyu. By the way, can you tell us why you're doing all this? Izuku. Do what? Kuyu. Well, you see, my daughter is a little difficult. To be honest, I also find it a bit difficult to deal with her sometimes. Izuku. Is it difficult? Kuyu. Yes, you see, she's been very lonely. And she's become very closed off to people. That's why I liked asking you why you do it.
Izuku. I don't know. Kuyu. How come you don't know? Izuku. Well, that's it. I don't do it for any specific reason. But if you want a more concrete answer, I think it's for 3 reasons. Kuyu. For 3, Izuku. Yes, you see, you say she has a difficult personality. Kuyu. What, Izuku? I don't find it difficult. In fact, I like it that way. I think that no matter someone's personality, if they find the right people around them, their world changes. Kuyu. Izuku. Once upon a time, my world was also reduced. I lost my ambitions, I felt empty. I didn't understand anything in my life. That's when I met the people who opened my world and gave it color. I want to do that with her. Kuyu. And what are the other 2 reasons? Izuku. I liked how he won the race, hee. Kuyu. Seriously, just because of that? Izuku. Yeah, I thought no one could beat me. Kuyu. And the 3rd? Izuku. I already told her this, although the truth takes away some things. Izuku suddenly became more serious. And Kuyu noticed that. Izuku. I lost one of the people who opened my world. I was devastated, and I still am. He died before my eyes. I couldn't do anything to prevent it. Izuku. I don't really care much about people. But after the 2nd test, I started to look at her more closely, seeing Midoriya sleep. Izuku. I feel like she suffered a lot. I don't know for 100%, but I want to help her bear her pain. Izuku. Before my brother died, he left me in charge of his dream. Izuku. Make everyone smile and laugh. May they have the freedom and confidence to do so.
Izuku. It's very silly, but that's my dream. Staring at Kuyu, I want her to smile a lot and feel free to laugh. Izuku. I also think he reminds me a little of my brother. Cold sweat smile. Kuyu. In what? Izuku. Princess eyes. Kuyu wasn't noticing, but she was crying a lot. Izuku. Ma'am, are you okay? Kuyu. Yes, drying his tears. I was just thinking that you are someone spectacular. Izuku. Well, thanks. By the way, I have to go watch the other fights. I'm facing someone from Group 3, so I have to get ready. Kuyu. And why do you say that? Izuku. I will win this festival. Kuyu. Ensemble? Izuku. Underscore, didn't you see my statement at first? Kuyu. I got lost in the stadium, I haven't been there in a long time. Izuku. Never mind. Just tell Midoriya that I want her to recover and that I want to face her in the finals. Kuyu. I know, I'll say it. Izuku. Okay, ma'am. Bye, take care of her for me. Kuyu. Izuku left the infirmary and then Recovery Girl arrived where Ankoku was. Kuyu. Thank you for healing her. Recovery Girl. You're welcome, bringing her lips closer to his abdomen to give him a kiss. Kuyu. By the way, you can stop pretending to be asleep, Kokurin, or should I say, Princess eyes, ha ha ha. Ankoku got up very quickly. Ankoku. Blushing, forget that please, mom, loudly crying. Recovery. Don't move, girl. Ending the kiss, Ankoku. I'm sorry. Kuyu. Ha ha ha, you found it, daughter. Hugging her, congratulations. Recovery Girl. You can tell they're mother and daughter. They're equally rebellious. Although I have to admit, princess eyes are a huge compliment. Kuyu. Verdad? Ankoku. It can't be. Covering himself with the bed sheet, you too. Recovery Girl. Things as they are. Kuyu. Ja ja ja. Ankoku. Blushing under the sheets, you're an idiot, Izuku. Midoriya. In the field. Present Mike. This fight was amazing. Momo Yaoyorozu managed to pin Shield against the ropes. However, it wasn't enough for her to win. Shield sent her flying with that huge punch. Izuku was arriving at the boxes when he heard that. Izuku. It can't be loudly crying, I missed it. Mina. Ah, you're here, Midori. Izuku. Okay, Mina. Was that girl your girlfriend? Izuku. Nope, I don't have a girlfriend, she's just my friend. Kirishima. She fought amazing. Izuku. Yes, by the way, I'm sorry you lost, Iida. Iida. Don't worry, I win fair and square. Izuku. And how was Momo and Melissa's fight? Kaminari. Well, it was good, although Yaoyorozu became very strong with that black thing. She almost beat Shield. Jiro. But he still lost. Izuku. I would have liked to see. Kendo. Well, now it's Kirishima's turn against Monoma. Izuku. That does interest me. Midnight. Enter the camp of Ajiro Kirishima and Nato Monoma. Present Mike. On one side, we have the toughest spear or shield, and on the other, we have the copy boy. They both entered the field and Midnight gave the starting signal. They were both looking at each other until Monoma spoke first. Monoma. How does it feel to be targeted just for being in Class A? Kirishima. Well. His eyes rolled back and Monoma gave him an order. Kirishima. Salt of the platform. Everyone would see this in amazement, no one expected that. Present Mike. What I see is that Monoma just copied where Shinszo and used it. Kirishima left the platform and Midnight declared Monoma the winner, the entire audience erupted. And Monoma started posing. Monoma. That's it, admire the great Class B. Present Mike. We now have the finals for each group, ladies and gentlemen. Group 1 Izuku Midoriya vs Shota Todoroki. Group 2 Ankoku Mayoi vs Katsuki Bakugo. Group 3 Melissa Shield vs Maiden Monoma. Present Mike. Screaming endings are coming, don't you believe it, Aizawa? Aizawa. Without a doubt, we have some big names among them. Present Mike. Take a 10-minute break. We'll set up the platform. Also, at the request of our special guest, those who made it to the finals can decide whether to wear their hero costumes or not. It will depend on their opponent. If one wants them and the other doesn't, they won't wear them if both agree. Without further ado, you can do whatever you want in those 10 minutes. Izuku. Okay guys, I'm leaving. Kaminari. Where are you going? Izuku. Avir Amayoi. Mineta. Damn lucky. Todoroki. Do you want to wear your suit? Izuku. You decide. He said to leave and go to the infirmary. A few minutes later he knocked on the infirmary door and saw Kuyu and Recovery Girl drinking coffee with cookies. Izuku. Hello, how is Mayoi, Recovery Girl, your boyfriend again? Izuku. Yes. I know I just left but we were given a break and I wanted to come visit her.
Kuyu. Haha, don't worry. She's still lying down, but she's already awake. Izuku. Great, I'll pass. He walked in and saw an Ankoku playing with her cell phone. Izuku. Hello, how are you? Ankoku. Wait, I'm almost done. Izuku. Okay, Ankoku. Ah, Izuku. You're welcome. I have to worry about my friend, and I also wanted to ask you if you would fight.
Ankoku. Well, I still feel a little tired but I'll fight, I want to win. Izuku. Well, it won't be so easy for you to beat me, hehehe. Izuku. By the way, they gave the option to use the hero costumes if they wanted. Ankoku. Well, I think I'll use mine, and you? Izuku. It's up to Todoroki. I told him to choose whether to use them or not.
Ankoku. Oh you. Izuku. But don't get depressed. You'll see me in the finals with him. Ankoku. We'll see about that. Speaker. Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Please advance to the playground. Izuku. It's my time to shine, don't miss it. Leaving. Answer. I don't know. Izuku left the infirmary and went straight to the field, but just before leaving someone was waiting for him. Izuku. Excuse me, dude. I have a fight to win. Walking. Endeavor. Don't think you're such a brat. Shoto is my perfect creation. He has to surpass All Might. Right now he's going through a rebellious phase, so I wanted to offer you money in exchange for making him react. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks and turned to look at Endeavor. Izuku. You are just like him. Endeavor. Well, I'm his father. Izuku. I'm not talking about Shoto. And I'm going to tell you two things, old man. I'm going to help Shoto, not for you, but because what he's doing isn't right. Second, don't talk to me about guns or anything like that again. Your children aren't yours. I'm disgusted by people who think that if they couldn't accomplish something, it's their child's responsibility to do it. Those people are incompetent and inept. Izuku. Endeavor, accept that there will always be people above you and don't look for a way to fulfill frustrated dreams. You make me feel sorry for you. Endeavor. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that, stopping in front of him? Izuku. I'm nobody to tell you that and you're nobody to decide what Shoto wants to do. Endeavor. He is my son, he must listen to me. Izuku. You're wrong about everything except one thing. Shoto must use his fire, and I'll make him use it. Because he's my friend. Midnight. Passing by Midoriya and Shota. Izuku. Get out of the way. They're calling me. Think about everything I told you. Maybe you'll learn the reason why All Might is all over you. Exiting the tunnel. Endeavor. Damn brat. Endeavor didn't know but Shoto was listening to everything. Present mic. On one side, we have the sighing boy, the fan favorite broccoli, Izuku Midoriya. On the other, we have winter and spring together, son of the number 2 hero, Shoto Todoroki. They both climbed onto the platform to wait for Midnight to give the starting signal. Midnight. By both parties' decision neither will use the hero suit this round, so start off right. Todoroki would start throwing a large amount of ice to try to hit Izuku. The latter only activated Haki in his arm and with a punch broke the entire column of ice that Shoto had made. Izuku. I won't even have to try hard, thanks for making it so easy. Shoto smiling and sitting down. Present mic. What is this? Midoriya just sat down. Everyone was in shock. This angered Shoto a little and he continued throwing many more blasts of ice that Izuku broke as if nothing had happened even while sitting. Shoto. Get up, fight with his frozen arm. Izuku. Why? Shoto. Well, you're at the festival. Izuku. I'm just doing the same thing as you. Shoto. What are you talking about? Izuku. You don't use your fire, I'll do the same and I won't use my quirk, I won't make an effort and I'll wait for you to be frozen out. Shoto. Well, sorry, I didn't know you were so childish. In the infirmary, recovery girl. But why does that boy do that? Looking at the screen. Enkoku and her mother were just as doubtful as the old woman. In the field, Izuku. You're the childish one. Limiting yourself because of old problems. Does that seem too mature to you? Shoto. And what do you care? Izuku. I feel so sorry that you and your father are equally inept and childish. Shoto. You already made me angry. Goodbye. Shoto would again release a large glacier in the direction of Izuku, which would leave him trapped inside. Shoto. Tisk with his whole arm frozen and a sideways look on his face. Midnight. Gana. When she was about to declare Todoroki the winner, the ice began to release black and red rays everywhere and began to crack. Present mic. What's up? Out of nowhere the great glacier turned into dust that flew all over the stadium. Izuku. I must admit I like that, but don't run away from your problems anymore, Todoroki. Everyone was in shock. That big thing was reduced to pieces in seconds, no one could believe it. Izuku. My victory is already beginning. I would like you to use your fire side, but with how pathetic you are I have already lost my illusions. Shoto. Why are you doing this? This has nothing to do with you. I will never use it. I promise never to do it. I don't want to hurt anyone like him. Izuku. There's the first problem, appearing in front of Todoroki with Haki activated and giving him a huge blow, which barely missed Shoto. Izuku. So you don't faint. That power is yours. You decide whether to harm or not, you decide whether it's useless or not, you decide your own path. Otherwise, I don't know what you're doing here. Izuku. Thousands of people would kill to have your place. Millions of people who give their all, not half. I don't care what you've been through. Just realize that limiting yourself because of it isn't right. Izuku. That's what I'm here for. You're my friend and if I have to hit you to make you open your eyes, I will. Izuku appeared again but now behind Shoto, hitting him and sending him to the other side. And so it was, Shoto looked like a ball bouncing from side to side on the field until Izuku threw him into the sky, where out of nowhere he appeared and kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground, leaving a small crater and causing Todoroki to bleed from his mouth and head. Izuku, sitting to the side, did you understand? Shoto raised his arm as best he could, throwing an ice projectile at Izuku's head, which he dodged. Izuku, it seems not. It doesn't matter, you're about to faint. He stood up and started walking off the platform. Shoto was closing his eyes more and more, falling into unconsciousness, but then several memories came to him. Flashback. We see a little Shoto with his mother watching TV. Shoto. Mom, can I be a good hero? Ray. Why do you say that? Shoto. With my power I can hurt people like Papa with you, and I don't want that. Shoto. I don't want to use my power. Ray. Son, just because your power is equal to your father's doesn't mean it's the same. The same goes for you. Even if you're father and son, you won't be the same person. You can do whatever you want. After all, it's your life. You decide what you want to be, or who you want to be. End of flashback. Out of nowhere Shoto turned on his fire side and the whole stadium started to heat up. Izuku. Finally whispering and smiling. Shoto. Wait there. This isn't over yet. Izuku. Actually yes. I'm hungry, so bye. Izuku. Ryuo. Before Todoroki could react, he had received a punch that made his fire disappear and sent him flying against a wall. Present Mike. I expected more from this fight, but I still liked it. It showed the camaraderie that exists in Class A. The whole audience was excited. That punch was simply great. Isuku. Ha ha ha, he did. Nezu. Something's wrong, young man. Isuku. I just realized that I have the best brother. Midnight. In what they repair the platform, please pass Enkoku Miyoi and Katsuki Bakugo. Both entered the field with their suits on. Present Mike. On one side, we have the girl from the portals, representing the Shiketsu school. Enkoku Miyoi. Both entered the field with an indifferent look on Enkoku's part and a somewhat angry look on Katsuki's part. Midnight. Begin. Bakugo quickly jumped at Enkoku to try and blast her, but she opened portals and darted in and out to dodge. This went on for a while until she grew tired and Bakugo decided to speak up. Bakugo. Stop dodging, damn it. Enkoku. Obligame. Bakugo. What's wrong with that? Do you remember it? She faltered upon hearing that name and Bakugo took advantage of that to blast her in the abdomen. Bakugo. You're not so rude anymore, are you? Enkoku. Shut up, don't call me that. Bakugo. You'll always be the same, Zenkoku. What I didn't know was that you were Deku's girlfriend. I'll enjoy crushing you twice as much. Enkoku. I told you to shut up. Opening a portal and entering. Would appear behind Bakugo, but he turned around and blasted her in the leg, causing Miyoi to let out a groan of pain. She re-entered the portal and emerged on the other side of the field, crouching. Enkoku. Curse. Asterisk. Bakugo. What's up, Zenkoku? No, you were very rude. Enkoku. Shut up, I'm not the same as before. She entered a portal again and appeared next to Bakugo. He put his hand to make an explosion, but Enkoku put his abdomen and began to absorb Bakugo's hand. Enkoku. Black. Bakugo. Let me go, damn it. I throw an explosion at Miyoi's face. The blow was accompanied by an explosion that made Bakugo take out his hand and start a series of many explosions that hit Enkoku directly. Enkoku was badly injured and lying on the ground. Bakugo walked up to her and grabbed her by the neck. Bakugo. Beg damn extra. Enkoku. Never. Biting Bakugo's hand. Bakugo. Now you'll see. Taking his gloves, he said, you'll see, my quirk lets me release sweat, which is nitroglycerin. If they did this like I asked, if I remove the safety, this should. Aizawa. Detente Bakugo. He released the safety and a huge explosion engulfed the battlefield. A few seconds before. Isuku. That boy has many problems, director. Isuku looked towards the hero box and saw that Izuku made the switch sign. Then he activated his quirk and realized that soon Bakugo was going to let out a huge explosion. At the moment Bakugo unleashed the huge explosion, he switched Izuku with a piece of platform, near Miyoi. Izuku, realizing that he was already in the explosion range, could only oppose the huge explosion without being able to activate Haki. She, for her part, just closed her eyes waiting for the impact, but it never came. The smoke from the explosion had dissipated and everyone was shocked by what they saw. They saw Izuku standing with his arms crossed in front of the girl with a lot of blood and his UA uniform torn apart. Present Mike. What happened here? Izuku. I won't allow it spitting blood. I apologize for my partner's behavior. Bakugo. Maldito Deku. Everyone was in shock until a scream brought them out of shock. Class A and B, Midoriya. In the Ankoku field she was speechless, and the scream made her see Izuku, spitting out a little more blood. Ankoku. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Why did you do that? Shaking him so he reacts by shedding a few tears. Ankoku. Me Rindo. She opened a portal directly to appear in the infirmary where she would take out an injured Izuku. Ankoku. Please help me, with tears in her eyes. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.